Good morning. Tanya, you're the only one here so far. Getting ready to start old time radio here. Got about 8, 9 hours worth of it today. Got an early start. Whatever program we join when we connect to the Antioch Broadcasting Network's feed will be in progress. So apologize for that, but I didn't want to wait another 20 minutes or so to start the stream. So let me go ahead and get everything set up here. I'll yak with you here in the meantime while I'm doing all that. How's your day going, Tanya? Or night? I guess it's a night there, right? It's what, 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Did I get that right? I'm working feverishly here in the background to get the stream running. Hey, there's Pam Smith, number 2 spot. Just find my right off 14. Okay, can't do math in my head, especially at 8 o'clock in the morning here. Well, I've been up since around 5, but I guess I'm on my second cup of coffee. I didn't finish the first and poured more in it, so 1.5. So give me just a minute here to connect to Antioch Broadcasting's network feed. Nice thing about that, these shows that they replay, they're played on the same date, ever how many years ago. So whatever show it is, it'll be from different years, but it will be from May 23rd of 1930 or 1940 or whatever. So it's pretty interesting that here in the future we're still listening to it. Okay, firing up. Sometimes it takes the feed a minute to catch up with me. And this is being simulcast on Kpnl Radio, the broadcasting site in Portland, Oregon. Okay, looks like I'm connected to their network feed now. And I'll run the station ID. And then we should be ready to go.
9 fires out of 10 are man-made. Every fire makes a dent in our natural defenses. To keep our woodlands open and free for enjoyment, eliminate forest fires.
The season of promise is dying, and on Broadway it's swift, silent passage.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Mannequins in a store window and draping them in less preserved.
There's the station ID, so we are live indeed. Said we're going into the middle of whatever's playing here. It's like they're getting ready to go into some music. I don't know. Anyway, thanks to ABN for letting us hook into their live stream. Make sure I'm running on the broadcast side. There we go. It's cool. The software that the station uses, I'm logged in just like I'm sitting at the console at the station. I can see the transmitter strength and all that stuff, and just capture the feed in and around and right back out and at you. So again, thank you for being here with us today. Hope you enjoy old time radio. And so we'll be joined Antioch Broadcasting Network's OTR stream already in progress. Thanks everybody. Have a good day. I will see you tonight. Jim and I will be doing Fireside Chat from 4 to 5 Pacific, and then at 6 to 9 Pacific we're going to be on We Are Paradox Media's Midnight in the Rockies with Tessa TNT talking true crime. And then after that at 10 o'clock I'm recording a podcast with the guys over at Paranoia Magazine. So looking forward to all that. Busy day, but nonetheless, make hay while the sun shines and all that happy horse shit. Okay, here we go. Back into the OTR. Thanks, everybody.
and Joan Tracy. If you want who the two people are, Danny, well, here. If I seem like a daisical, Danny, the twanger, my jaw dropped.
Please, go away.
Mr. Kodalier?
It matters to you who I am?
Yes, it does. I'm from the police.
Thank you. I am Kodali. Now, please, go away.
Police. On police business, Mr. Kodalier.
You wish to enter into negotiations with me concerning private piano lessons, concerning harmony, theory?
Concerning Joan Tracy.
Theory. Joan.
All right, if we talk inside?
Please. Then Joan is your business with me, eh?
Because the boy she was with last night was found murdered.
A boy? Not her husband?
Not her husband.
I think I read of it. I'm not sure. Drunk, so many in the newspapers. It becomes vague. It becomes so many Joan.
Another thing we know about this, she was a friend of yours. She played cello in a trio that you...
And you wish my
Joan.
interpretation of Joan. What phrasings, what nuances, what dynamics would bring a woman like Joan to murder a boy, not her husband.
All I want from you...
I will tell you of Joan. The theory, okay?
All right, tell me.
A cringer. A woman who put on the face of a beaten child when no one lifted a finger to her.
You'll explain it to me, huh?
So you will understand. In a trio, when a cello makes a boo-boo in phrasing, in breathing, in emotion, looks are exchanged between the violin and the piano. When such looks are exchanged between us, Joan sometimes wept, cringed, looked beaten.
I understand.
I will show you. On my piano. This is a passage for the cello from a trio we have often played. It is to be
I still don't...
sung so, with heart, with subtlety, with delicacy, as I have played it. Joan played it so. Understand?
I think so.
Good. Now that is Joan. Strict tempo, strict pitch, and strictly without heart. That is Joan. What I thought he said before. Please do it. Please go away.
I play the violin. There's Joan and her cello, Kodali with his piano, and I play the violin.
Well, I want to know about Joan, Mr. Vernon.
Not very good with the cello.
I've heard that. Other things, though.
I loved her once.
Oh?
In retrospect, it was pity more than anything else. I was filled with a sorrow for her.
Why?
This was before she was married, of course.
About the pity, Mr. Vernon. Why?
She is docile because of her mother, very domineering mother. A cliche of a domineering mother, a do this, do that cliche of a domineering mom, and if you don't, I'll fall on my face with a heart attack and you'll be sorry. You know? And I pitied Joan.
I see.
One day I took her in my arms, and I liked it. It started off by feeling sorry. When I was holding her, I forgot my purpose in doing so. I said to myself, love.
Tell me something, Mr. Vernon, about this trio.
A simple thing. We all studied at the academy. We met. One evening long ago, we said, let's have a trio. We're none too expert, really. One pound and call it Beethoven, and it's a fine time.
And you were in love with Joan once, but not now, is that right?
Right. You see, I recognized what kind of woman Joan was and what I really felt for her, and that she would need a man exactly like her mother.
You know her husband?
Just pokes his nose in, waves a riding crop at us, and vanishes.
When's the last time you saw Joan?
But, let me see, 4 days ago, Tuesday.
Tell me about it.
To console her about her mother's death.
Well, I understand her mother fell down the steps and died.
Well?
Well, what?
You want me to say, isn't that nice?
Oh, forget it. I just wanted you to comment on whether you thought...
Her mother was pushed? How do I know? I got better things to do than conjecture on a horror like her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you saw Joan.
Joan was in the library at her home. I went to her. She was playing the cello, sawing away tunelessly and loud. She noticed I was there finally, grinned at me, picked up the cello, and broke it over an antique brass pot. And don't ask me whether the latter's symbolic.
And that's all?
Not quite. She sobbed then. And I felt sorry for her again and took her in my arms again, and I thought suddenly what a stupid girl this was. I said goodbye to her.
Anything else you can tell me about her, Mr. Vernon?
Not a thing. She really isn't stupid, you know. My first impression was correct. To be pitied, that's more nearly correct.
And back in the street now. At City at 9 o'clock of May. Time for stoop dweller to chart the course of new fallen star and also observe the nebulae in wake of the summer passage of a boy and girl through a million private comets. Time of the chuckle and the elbow poke in the ribs. Time to check condition of tenement roof and stake out the place of summer sleeping. Walk through currents of May night. And somewhere between where you were and headquarters, stop for the sandwich and the coffee with conjectures on the murder of a boy who poetry to a drunken woman. Woman who had tried to kill her husband in your presence, who the night before had driven a cab, had shouted in the Greenwich Village Club that she was free, free, free. And leave them alongside the tip, because there were new conjectures to be had at headquarters, from study of reports, from further musings against May night, and in a while from Detective Muggavan also.
About Joan Tracy's husband.
Oh, what about him?
Well, him, Joan Tracy's mother, different relationship, different age, different gender. But
But what, Muggavan?
But peas from the same pod. Happens in a pod sometime. Now, the way I know is one summer my seed man showed
you
me
mind
charts.
just about Tracy, her mother, her husband?
Oh, them.
Muggavan, so help me.
Oh, don't get riled, kid. Now, you've been doing legwork, I've been doing legwork, so just don't get riled, huh? Yeah, on your feet, Danny. Walk it. You haven't had enough of it, huh? Look, don't you understand? I've been trying to
Muggavan.
tell
All
you
right, tell me what?
what I found out from my legwork. From friends, neighbors, spectators on the life of Joan Tracy.
Well?
What I told you. Her already husband she tried to kill in front of. Her mother who fell down steps and died a week ago. Both the same type people. Both wielders of the big stick, tongue lashers of what they considered lesser persons in the human scale.
I'm going to explain.
Glad to. Now look, mother of Joan Tracy, one of those mothers. The kid, Joan, woman, Joan, couldn't make a move, couldn't breathe, couldn't smile, couldn't cry until Mama gave the word. Up until Joan Tracy married me.
She married him, then what?
A word about the background of husband Harold Tracy. Seems a few years back he was headmaster in a boys' military academy. Seems he had codes of behavior for little boys. Oh, and disciplines to match. Pete Chirino of a chap with the willow rod, I understand. Now, Danny, you take a man like that, marry him to a woman like Joan, what have you got?
Yeah. Get on the phone. Get him down here, Muggavan. Just have a seat, Mr. Tracy. I understand.
How's my wife?
You've been calling every hour.
They said she wouldn't talk, that she was just staring. Once
What?
when I was a headmaster, there was a boy who did that. I took him for a walk with him. I cured him. He didn't do it anymore.
You ordered him to behave, is that right?
I illuminated for him the difference between proper and conduct.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Joan. In a little while, dear, I'm going to take you home and we'll have a little talk.
Hal,
What, dear?
if you ever get close to me, I'll try to kill you.
She don't like you at all, Mr. Tracy.
She's not drunk either.
What have you people done to her?
Nothing. They haven't done a thing. They gave me time to just lie there in bed and scheme. They didn't bother me. I've got a lot of schemes. And if we go home together, One of them I like very much.
Joan. Joan.
Don't!
Joan, get away from her.
She's my wife.
You heard what he said. Get away from her.
That's better.
Mrs. Tracy,
Yes. What?
you want to tell us about last night?
Joan, you don't have to.
I want to.
Go on.
I got very drunk. I met a boy who recited poetry. We got very drunk together. I passed out. I woke up. I think he was dead. I didn't know. I drank some more from the bottle, and I walked out into the street. Then it was this morning, and I was here.
You didn't have to say that.
Why not? Why not?
What's happened to you, Joan?
I'm free.
What?
You know.
I don't understand what she's talking about. She's a very sick woman. My wife is sick.
She'll get better.
That about does it, huh, Mr. Tracy?
What are you talking about?
Your wife's mother died last week. And
I can tell it. I've been thinking about it. I know the words. When she died, I heard about it and I sat down to cry. I couldn't cry. I felt relieved.
You said free.
Free.
The kind of life you had with your mother. Afraid, docile.
Hal,
What?
that's why I was such a good wife to you. Why the transition was so easy, from daughter to bride. Ring. The same. You're the same kind of person.
You could have explained it to me.
No, not to you. You'd hit the air with your riding crop and demand obedience.
Joan, listen to me.
Joan, listen to me. Joan, listen to me.
When your mother died, it happened. You were from. You both.
That's what I meant.
What about it, Mr. Tracy?
Well,
Well, what?
I had to show her, that's all. I caught up with her at that place, at that club in the village, as she was going out with that boy. I followed them. They were both in a stupor, a drunken stupor, when I walked in on them.
So you stabbed the boy and planted the knife on your wife.
It was sordid what you did, Joan. Ugly. Unbecoming. It needed to be stopped. I stopped it.
You killed a boy, Hal. You didn't stop anything. I may go now. May I not? Goodbye, Hal. One thing you can be sure of. You'll never be embarrassed by me again. Wherever you are.
Dawn touches Broadway now. The last shadows leave and take away the night. River, and over the cloud drifts, and a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The people wake. The fury gathers and funnels out into the streets. Walk easy. Another day has come. The shock has come. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Cruz Mogavin as... The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Joan and Whitfield Connor as Hal. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Bill Anders speaking. This Monday night on CBS Radio Suspense, Dick Haymes stars in Pigeon in the Cage. It concerns a man who is trapped in an elevator between floors, who dares not call for help because his only possible rescuers are murderers. With this story, CBS Radio hopes once again to keep you in suspense this Monday night on most of these same stations. remember, the top dramatic show of all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Is My Broadway Beat, which originally aired Saturday, May 23rd, 1953, 68 years ago today, from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. Here's an episode of Your FBI. This episode originally aired Friday, May 23rd, 1947, 74 years ago today.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Homeowners, attention please. Have you heard about the Assured Home Ownership Plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society? If not, be sure to listen carefully to the middle commercial. Find out why this Equitable Society plan is both a money saver and a home saver. Find out why the Equitable Society calls it America's finest plan for home ownership. Tonight's FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
Every study made into the field of crime by your FBI in recent years has shown that juvenile delinquency is the number one problem facing law enforcement agencies all over the nation. The most recent study, covering all crimes committed in the past year, is no exception. Year by year, America is producing more and more junior criminals. Youngsters who will, unless headed off, keep the crime wave mounting. For example, and this is only one of the frightening statistics produced by the study, the number of youngsters arrested in 1946, ages between the 18 and 20, was 24% higher than in 1945. That is a jump of almost 1/4. And as if to prove the inevitable consequences of the juvenile delinquents who grew up through the war years, arrests in the age bracket of 21 to 24 rose more than 64%. The time to do something about the juvenile delinquency problem is now, for tomorrow may be too late. Tonight's FBI opens by a modest frame house located in the suburbs of a small eastern city. A stout, middle-aged woman is tidying up the living room of this dwelling. As the front rings, the woman's doorbell hurries to the door and opens it.
Hiya, Mom.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Oh, son, it's so good to see you. Oh, goodness, let's not stand out here. Come in, son.
Okay.
Come in.
I'm sure.
Oh, now let me have a good look at you.
Look okay?
Wonderful.
One thing I can say for the school, they sure fed me good.
They must have. Goodness, how you've grown.
Well, it's been almost a year, Mom.
That's right, it has.
Hey, where's Joey?
Oh, he's out. And
Didn't he know I was playing home this afternoon?
well, yes, he did.
What's the matter? Didn't he want to see his own brother?
Son, Joey is... well, I've been having quite a bit of trouble with him lately.
What about?
He just refuses to pay any attention to what I tell him.
Oh, wise guy stuff, huh?
Not really. After all, he's only.
Well, that's old enough to know better, Ma.
He'll learn, Eddie. Right now, he just doesn't seem to understand.
Well, look, will you let me have a talk with him?
Oh, I wish you would. Oh, heavens, son, you must be starved. Now, you go inside and get washed, and I'll set out your dinner.
Wait, Mom, why don't you let...
Is that you, Joey?
Yeah, Mom.
Well, come on in here. Eddie's home.
Oh. Hiya, Joey.
Hello, Eddie.
Well, Joey, aren't you going to say you're glad to see him?
Glad to see you, Eddie.
That's better. Joey, where are you going?
In my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I want to talk to you.
Well,
Joey, Mom said you've been giving her trouble while I was away.
how?
Not minding it.
That ain't so.
Look, kid, Mom just
Now,
told me.
just a minute, both of you. I didn't say that Joey didn't mind me. It's just that he's slow. He doesn't understand.
I can't help that.
You certainly can, son. People aren't born to see. It takes a lot of thought, a lot of practice.
But I don't like stealing.
Get him.
I mean it. I'd rather be doing things like other kids do.
How's get? Can you...
Now, don't pick on him, Eddie. I know how the boy feels. His Uncle Ben was the same way when he was a kid.
So what?
So, when my mother finished with him, he turned out to be the best safecracker this side of the Mississippi.
Well, he ain't no Uncle Ben.
He can be. Now that you're home again and can work right with him, he'll pick up things in no time.
Maybe.
Say, you must have picked up some new tricks at the reform school that you could teach him.
Yeah.
Then, starting tomorrow, you can take your brother right under your wing.
On the outskirts of the same city at the local police pistol range, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor has accepted an invitation for an afternoon of practice.
Jim Taylor.
Yes?
Hello there. You remember me?
Sure, you're Tom Guilford.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yes.
Swell.
Hey, you were at the police academy last year when I was taking my refresher course.
Right. When did you get into town?
Several days ago. No, I've been temporarily assigned to our local field office here.
Say, how about having dinner with me one night this week?
Why, sure.
How's Friday night?
Friday's fine.
And, do you mind if I mix a little business with the food?
Not at all.
The police chief has just set up our juvenile delinquent assigned me to Segura.
Oh, I see.
I know you fellas are interested in the problem. I'd call on you for some advice.
Be glad to help. Well, I'll do with anything I can, sir.
Swell.
Say, there's a target free now. Let's do a little shooting, huh?
Mom! Oh, Mom!
I'm out here in the kitchen, son.
Well, dinner'll be ready. Boy, I'm starved.
Yeah, we'll eat just as soon as these potatoes boil. Where's Joey?
Oh, he stopped off at the candy store.
Oh, did you work with him today?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Oh, he's coming along. Still kind of stupid, though.
Eddie, you just got to be patient with the boy. Now, what did you have him do?
Well, I took him to the 5 and dime store, had him lift a few things, novelty stuff, you know.
Yes?
Well, he'd done that clean enough.
What else?
Oh, he snatched the purse right out of the dame's hand while she was parking his car.
Any trouble?
No, he lost himself in the crowd pretty good.
Well, that sounds like he's doing fine. Why do you say he's still stupid?
Well, Mom, because you can see he ain't getting no kicks. It's like work to him.
Oh, he'll get over that. Just wait till we get to the big city.
What big city?
New York.
When are we going there?
Tomorrow night, if we're lucky.
Huh. What do we use for money?
You and Joey are going to get it.
Oh.
I've got a job all cased out for you.
Yeah? Well, what's the setup?
A big house out in Brentwood. A friend of mine worked out there. She nailed the combination to the safe.
She gave it to you?
Yeah. The people who own the place are out of town, and there's no one there but a caretaker.
Oh, boy, that sounds like a breeze.
Well, it'll have to be a daytime job. Caretaker naps every day from 2 to 4. That's when you and Joey move in.
What do we need him for?
Well, you'll need a lookout. Besides, you can use the experience.
Oh, okay. Well, what's in the safe, do you know?
Cash and jewelry.
Hey, that should take us to New York real good.
Oh, yes, that's what I've always lived for. Once my 2 boys get on the big time, I know they'll go right to the top.
Eddie, what? Where's the safe? It's supposed to be right behind this picture. There's a catch here someplace. Yeah, here it is. Look, you stay by that door. Okay. Eddie, what is it? Did you open it yet? Of course not, stupid. These take time. Hey, what is it? Give me one of them cigarettes. Where are they? On the table there. Okay, do you need matches? Oh, you stupid! I couldn't help it, Eddie. I caught the lamp with my elbow. Shut up. Get back by the door. Listen for that caretaker. Okay. You hear anything? No. Still better hurry with this thing. Eddie. Huh?
Someone's coming downstairs. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Stay put.
But we can't.
Get behind this door and shut up.
Someone here? Who's behind that door? Come out. I've got you covered.
Now, get that safe open.
Have some more coffee, Jim?
No, thanks, Tom. Go on with your story.
Well, I told you, wall safe was robbed and the caretaker was slugged. Mm-hmm. I questioned the caretaker just before I came over here. He said the two youngsters did the job. One about 17, the other about 14.
Did he know them?
No, I'd never seen them before.
Well, could he give you a description of the boys?
No, he couldn't.
All was taken from the safe.
Money and jewelry, worth about $5,000 in all.
Tom, is there any interstate angle?
No, unfortunately, there isn't.
Pick up any fingerprints around the safe?
None at all. These kids work like pros.
Well, Tom, you don't seem to have much to go on.
Well, I did pick up one clue.
Oh, what was that?
This clasp-pin. I found it on the floor near the safe.
I see. Thanks. Class was 1950, huh?
Yeah, that was issued at Northside High School.
Well, then it's pretty safe to assume that one of the boys goes there.
Yeah.
Tom, what time this afternoon did that robbery occur?
Approximately 3:15.
And how far is Brentwood from Northside High?
15 miles. Over 50.
Well, let's see. If school was out at 3, then the boy who did the job moved today.
I've already covered that angle, Jim. I contacted the principal. He's going to gather a list of all absentees in the class 1950.
Good.
I'm going to check up on those boys tonight.
Eddie?
Yeah, Mom.
Are you all finished packing?
Uh-huh. My bag's out in the hall. Where's Joey?
In his room. He's packing, too, I guess.
I wonder if he can even do that right.
Eddie, you've complained enough about him.
Look, Mom, I'm only beginning. When I think of the jam he almost got us in today, we could both be in the clink right now.
He couldn't help what he did.
Mom, I'm not talking about knocking the lamp over. I mean when he kicked that door.
The poor boy was nervous. He had stage fright. It was his first big job.
Mom, I'm telling you right now, you're wasting your time with that guy. He just ain't got no talent.
Son, let's not start that again.
Why do you bring him to New York? Why don't you send him to live with Aunt Mary?
Oh, Eddie.
Why not?
And have him wind up working in the bank. Your Aunt Mary is so honest. Oh, that must be Mrs. Carson. She's lending me an extra suitcase. Just a minute. Oh, yes?
Mrs. Clinton?
That's right.
I'm Detective Sergeant Guilford. In my badge.
Well?
I'd like to talk to you a minute, please. Can I come in?
Of course. Come ahead.
Well, who is it, Mom?
A detective.
Huh?
What can I do for you, mister?
You have a son named Joe?
That's right.
Is he at home?
No.
Where is he?
Out playing.
You know why he didn't go to school today?
Why, what are you talking about? Joey went to school.
Not according to the records, Mrs. Clinton.
I'm going off back a minute, Mom.
Hey, just a minute, son.
Huh?
Are you Joe's brother?
Well, that's right.
Is your name Edward?
Yes.
I believe you just completed serving a sentence at the state reformatory.
That's right.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to find out where you were today, too.
Look, what's this all about?
There was a robbery out in Brentwood, Mrs. Clinton. 2 boys were involved.
Oh, goodness.
One of them dropped this class pin. From Northside High School, class 1950. That's your son Joe's class.
Well, I know that Joey didn't have anything to do with...
I finished packing, Mom. Now should I... Who's this guy?
He's a cop, Joey.
Huh?
I thought he was out playing.
He must have come in the back way.
I want to talk to you, son.
What about?
This pin. You ever see it before?
Why?
It was found on the floor in a house out in Brentwood that was broken into. The two boys did the job.
I don't know nothing about it.
Where were you today?
I was in school.
Not according to the records.
Yeah. That's where I was, I tell you.
You're lying, son?
Look, I don't know anything about that robbery.
Then where were you this afternoon?
I was... Eddie, Mom, help me.
I'm asking you, son.
Leave me alone.
Where were you this afternoon, Joey?
Please.
Answer me.
Eddie, help me.
Oh, Eddie, my boy, I'm proud of you.
Tonight's case from the official FBI files will be reopened in just a moment.
We worked and saved to buy the house we live in. It shelters us from the wind and the rain. Witnesses our joys and sorrows. Our home.
The more home means to you, the more interested you will be in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. It's a money saver, it's a home saver. It's America's finest plan for home ownership.
Sounds like it was made to order for me.
That's right. There's no plan for homeowners like it. Just listen to these 4 advantages. First, during the owner's lifetime, a special cash fund is built up in this plan, ready for use if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, as your mortgage shrinks, the cash fund increases. You can use it to pay off a 20-year mortgage, for example, in approximately 4 years. Third, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there is a liberal allowance to help cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. Fourth, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society cancels the mortgage. It's paid off in full. What's more, every dollar previously paid on principal is returned to the widow along with the canceled mortgage.
You mean my wife would inherit our home?
Yes, she
free
would.
and clear?
Yes, she would. And interest charges stop the day of death. All in all, a man is mighty lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home qualify him for an assured home equitable ownership plan.
Well, how can I find out if I qualify, Mr. Keating?
Ask your Equitable Society representative. Get full information on the plan that protects you against the 2 major hazards of home mortgages, death and hard time. Look in the phone book or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Reluctant Thief.
There may be those of you who are listening to this program who doubt that any mother ever existed like the one in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. In a book entitled The Story of the FBI, recently of the F published by E.P. Dutton, you will find in text and pictures the true story of a mother who went even further. A mother named Ma Barker who taught her 4 children the gentle art of murder. Or maybe you're thinking that this case doesn't apply to you because you're not teaching your children to cheat and lie and steal. But it does apply to you because the road to juvenile delinquency is paved with the neglect of parents. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor, returning to his desk, finds a visitor waiting for him.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Dick Rutland, Lieutenant of Detectives over at headquarters.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. I've heard of you.
I'm glad to know you.
How are you? Well, I hope you haven't been waiting long.
No, I just got here just a few minutes ago.
Fine. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, this isn't a very happy mission I'm on.
Oh?
I've come here to tell you about Tom Guilford.
Why, what's wrong?
He was shot and seriously wounded last night.
What?
We didn't find him until this morning. He'd been driven across the bridge and dumped out on the other side of the river.
How is he now?
The doctors say he's off the danger list.
Oh, good. What about visitors?
He wants to see you. In fact, he sent me over here to get you.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
Memorial Hospital.
Let's get right over there. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Jim.
Just take it easy, boy. Up your head.
Okay.
I hear you're doing fine.
Sure, I'm okay.
Swell.
Sit down, Jim.
Okay, thanks.
Did they tell you what happened?
Look, I think I have this story. You just let me repeat it to you, huh?
Right.
Now, you went to see a family named Clinton. Mother and 2 sons. One son just out of the reform school. The other goes to Northside High.
Right.
As you were questioning them, the older boy pulled a gun and shot you. The next seat of your put you in the back of the car, drove across the river, and when they hit an isolated stretch of road, they dumped you up. Then they obviously...
Wait, Jim.
What's the matter?
Crossing a river took me into another state. Over the state line brings the FBI in.
That's right.
They kind of got you into this the hard way, huh?
Yes, I should say you did. Well, to review the rest of it. There have been some alarms on your car, Tom. So far, there's nothing on that. The Clinton house was searched, but no clue was found as to where they were going.
One thing, Jim.
Yes?
Someplace along the way, I must have come to.
Oh.
Sure, I heard one of them say something about going to New York.
Well, the New York police have already been alerted to watch out for the Clintons and your car.
Good.
New York field office has been notified, too, so something should turn up from one of those sources.
I hope so.
Now, look, Tom, there's only one thing about now. That's getting for you to work better. So now close your eyes and get some sleep.
That you, Mom?
Yes.
How'd you make out?
Fine.
Did you see the fence?
Yes, he was a very nice man, an old friend of your Uncle Ben.
Did he give you for the jewelry?
$1,800.
Is that all?
Son, when you do business with the fence, especially one here in New York, you take what he offers you. Where's Joey?
In the bedroom getting dressed. Look, Mom, when are you going to have a talk with that guy?
Oh, now's as good a time as any. Call him in here.
Okay. Joey.
Yeah?
Come in here. Ma wants you.
Okay. What is it, Mom?
I want to have a talk with you, son.
Well?
Sit down.
Okay.
Joey, you've done several things now that have gotten us into a great deal of trouble. Your forcing Eddie to shoot that cop could have finished all of us.
Yeah, I know.
Fortunately, we got away with it. But we can't afford to have you make any more mistakes. If I now give you one more chance, will you promise to behave yourself?
Okay,
Mom. Oh, that's my good boy.
I'm let you.
Oh, now, let's see. Let's hear some to grow.
It's right on the table there, Mom.
Oh, here. Take this list, Joey. Here's some money. I want you to go to the store.
Okay.
Hey, stupid.
Why?
Let's see if you can handle something legitimate without getting into trouble.
Special Agent Taylor.
Hello, Jim. This is Dick Rutland.
Oh, yes, Dick.
I just left Tom Guilford. Much better. He's feeling...
Oh, swell. I've just got some news that should make him really feel better.
What's that?
I got a call about an hour ago from our New York office. They've located Guilford's car.
Really?
Yes, it was found abandoned on the Lower East Side.
I see.
And just a few minutes ago, the New York police called.
Yes?
They picked up a boy. When they questioned him, 40 minutes. Can you meet me at the station?
Sure, Jim.
Good. I'll see you at the ticket window. The boy's right in this room here, Lieutenant.
Oh, fine.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Hello, Joey.
Hello.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
That's right. And this is Lieutenant Rutland. He's from your hometown.
Oh.
Joey, we've come here to find out where your mother and brother are.
I can't tell you.
Look, son, your brother is wanted on a very serious charge. He shot a policeman. Now, you'd better tell us where we can find him.
I can't. I can't, honest.
Why not?
I promise not to mess him up anymore. Please don't make me tell.
Look, son. We know they're somewhere in this neighborhood. We will find them eventually ourselves. Now, why don't you help us and save us that trouble?
Look, you can talk to me forever. I'm not squealing.
Jim, this is the same routine he's been giving the New York police ever since they picked him up.
Yes, I know.
Joey, do you know anything about the law?
What?
You were a policeman present when he shot. He'd come to your house to pick you up. That makes you an accessory to the shooting. You know what that means, son?
No.
It means you can be sent away for a long term if we never find your mother and brother. Do you realize that?
I don't care.
I still ain't gonna talk.
Son, you'd better listen
Wait
to
a
what
minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Joey, is this your jacket?
Yes, sir.
We don't have to question him anymore, Dick. I know where they can be found.
Eddie.
Huh?
Oh, what time is it?
10 after 6.
Oh, what could have happened to him? He left here over 4 hours ago.
I know.
Do you think he could have gotten lost?
No. He's missing. There's only one reason for it. He's in trouble again.
Oh, dear.
Look, Mom, if he's in trouble, he's most likely been picked up.
Do you think so?
Sure, when he's picked up, he's going to talk. Mom, he's bound to. If he talks, we better not stay here
Oh, no.
much longer.
He wouldn't squeal on his own mother and brother.
He's stupid enough to do anything. Wait.
Huh?
Might be the cops.
Well, it could also be Joey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
It's me, Mom, Joey.
Oh, thank heaven. Where have you been?
I got by the car picked up.
Yeah.
What for?
I tried to steal some groceries.
You what?
Mom, I thought you'd be proud of me.
How'd you get away from him?
He didn't get away.
What?
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh, little stool pigeon. You tipped him off where we were.
No, I didn't. Your mother tipped us off.
What do you mean?
I found this grocery list in his jacket, Mrs. Quinn. You wrote it on the back of the stationery of this apartment hotel.
Oh.
All right, now come along, all of you.
The Clinton family were turned over to the local authorities. Young Joey was sentenced to a reformatory. His brother Eddie's parole was revoked, and he was sentenced to 10 years in a state prison. The mother was prosecuted as an accessory and aider and abettor to theft, and was sent to prison for 15 years. In connection with tonight's case from the files of your FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has this to say to you listeners. I quote, "Juvenile delinquency is the number one problem of not only your FBI, but of every law enforcement agency in the country. Children constitute 1/4 of the population of our nation, and 100% of the future of the country. For that reason alone, we dare not allow another day to go by without interesting ourselves in the problem of how to help the children of America. That is a problem that concerns you because the solution to it lies in your own hometown. There are civic groups in your community who are trying to combat the evil. Join them and fight with them. They need your help because it is important that the children of the country know that the adult population is not composed of their enemies, but of their friends. This is the move to your own conscience. Indeed, you are your brother's keeper."
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI.
What you said about the assured home ownership plan impressed me a lot, Mr. Keating. I'm going to find out if I can qualify.
I certainly hope you can, Ted, because look what you get in one package from the Equitable Society. A mortgage that's paid in full if the owner dies. If not, a cash fund to be used in financial emergencies. And mortgage interest at only 4%. No wonder it's called America's finest plan for home ownership. So don't delay. See your Equitable representative soon. Or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Frustrated Mice.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was Dean Carlton, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. And inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Frustrated Mice on This Is Your FBI.
Now stay tuned for Break the Bank, radio's biggest money-paying quiz show. Match your knowledge against contestants trying for $1,000 or more. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time. Visit radio.macandmind.radio.com for more information. We now present Detective Shows on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Nick Carter, Master Detective. This episode originally aired Sunday, 20th May 3rd, 1948. 73 years ago today.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined. As new post-war Old Dutch cleanser, one of the most brings resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, suppose he is the murderer. You can't prove it. There isn't a shred of evidence.
That's what we've got to find, Patsy.
Yeah.
And if the proof is anywhere at all, it's here in this apartment.
Well, there's a closet or something over here.
Okay. You look in there while I go over these papers.
Uh-huh.
Don't try to struggle, Miss Bowen. This is a knife I'm holding at your back.
Now, the case of the Tattooed Cobra. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad is one of Nick's best friends. But it isn't a social call that brings Matty to the office this morning.
Hey, Nick, you remember telling me last year that somebody wanted you to look for the heir to the Bristol estate? Oh, yes, Matty. The administrator of the estate, Mr. Alvin Hammond, called me in, but I didn't take the case.
And you know why, Sergeant?
No.
It meant a trip to Europe, and Nick didn't want to go. Imagine.
Oh, Patsy, you know I couldn't go at that time.
Oh, fool.
Nick,
Wait.
Bristol's wife was a Polish girl, wasn't she? Yeah, she was. When she divorced him, she took their son back to Europe years ago.
Uh-huh, and that's the last anybody ever heard of them.
Oh, no, not quite, Patsy. Mr. Hammond had some French detectives working on the case. They reported that the mother was dead and that the boy, Alex, supposedly died in a concentration camp during the war.
So, who gets the money now?
Well, if Alec Bristol isn't found by the end of this year, the $3 million goes to a distant relative in George's country, Davison.
You don't happen to have a picture of Alec, do you, Nick?
No, I haven't, but the French detectives got a good description of him from a fellow prisoner in the concentration camp.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. He's tall and slender with blonde hair and blue eyes. And he'd be 28 years old now.
Why, Sergeant, what a memory.
His left finger on his left hand, and he's got a tattoo mark on his right hand. A blue and red cobra twined around the thumb, right?
Matty, you're terrific. How can you remember all that from a casual conversation almost a year ago?
I didn't. We fished him out of the East River this morning, dead. Well, there's the body, Nick. It's Bristol, isn't it?
Certainly fits the description.
Just as the sergeant described it, Nick, a red and blue cobra twined around the right thumb.
I know, but there's one detail that's been kept a secret. They only told me because they expected me to take the case.
Yeah, what's that, Nick?
If this is really Alec Bristol, The cobra should be holding a shield in his mouth. It's his mother's family crest. That was to be the final identification.
Well, Nick, that's it, isn't it?
Yes, it's there, all right.
So he didn't die in a concentration camp after all.
No. Must have come to this country to get his inheritance.
No, maybe so, but it didn't get it.
What makes you think that, Matty?
Why, his clothes, Nick. They were cheap and shabby. He wouldn't be dressed that way if he had $3 million.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, in that case, I think I'd like to have a talk with Mr. George Davison.
Davison?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the guy who gets the money now that Bristol's dead, huh?
Yeah. Of course, Davison may be perfectly innocent, but it should be interesting to talk to a man with 3 million motives for murder.
Davison will be here in a moment, Carter. He's upstairs in his room.
So he's already moved into the Bristol home, has he, Mr. Hammond?
Why, yes. As administrator for the estate, I saw no reason to let the house stand empty, especially since I expected to turn the property over to him at the end of this month. That is, I did until I got a letter from Alec.
Oh, you really heard from Alec Bristol?
Last week, yes. We've been running advertisements in European newspapers, 15 different countries, hoping that Alec was still alive.
And he saw one of the ads?
Yes, he was living in Marseilles. He wrote that he was taking the next boat for the States.
What a break. The minute he gets here, someone stabs him in the back and throws his body in the East River.
I can't understand why he didn't get in touch with me as soon as the boat docked.
I'll bet George Davison is glad that he didn't.
Yes. Oh, I like George well enough. But Martin Bristol and I were lifelong friends. And I did hope I could turn the estate over to his boy.
Oh, I say, Hammond, you didn't tell me we had guests.
Oh, come in, George. Come in. Miss Bowen, Mr. Carter, this is George Davison.
Hello.
How do you do? Well, what's everyone looking so serious about? Don't tell me the long-lost son and heir has arrived finally.
Yes, George. Alex has arrived, but he's dead.
Dead? Oh, I say, not really.
Alec Bristol was murdered last night, Mr. Davison.
Well, the estate comes to me, after all, eh?
Yes, I suppose it does, George.
Well, who popped him off? Do you know?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Mr. Davison, the medical examiner says the murder took place sometime between 10 p.m. and 2 this morning. Where were you at that time?
Where was I?
Yes?
Why, I went up to my room about 9 o'clock to read. You remember, Hammond?
Did you go out again?
Well, no, of course not.
But George...
Yes, Mr. Hammond?
Nothing.
You started to say something.
Only that I remember now that George did go upstairs early.
I see. Mr. Hammond, if Alec Bristol had sent you a letter or a cablegram to tell you the exact time of his arrival, could anyone else have got hold of it before you did?
Why, yes, I suppose so. Dobson leaves the mail on a table in the entrance hall.
Now, see here, Carter. Are you insinuating that I murdered Alec Bristol?
Not at all, Mr. Davison. I'm merely collecting facts.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hammond.
Oh, yes, Dobson.
There's a gentleman to see you, sir. A tall young man, sir, with blonde hair.
I didn't ask what he looked like, Dobson. Didn't he give you his name?
Oh, yes, sir. And his name is Alec. He's Bristol.
I do not understand. Why have you sent for the officer?
Because we're investigating the murder of Alec Bristol.
But that cannot be, Mr. Carter. I am Alec Bristol.
With that accent? Don't make me laugh.
I have been in Europe since I am 7 years old. Almost I have forgotten how to speak the English.
Maybe, but if you're Alec Bristol, who's that guy down at the mall?
I do not know. But Mr. Hammond surely will vouch for me. 2 weeks ago, I tell him I right to coming.
That's right, Sergeant. At least somebody wrote to me.
Yeah, it might have been that fellow we found in the river.
No, it was... No, I. The description in the newspaper of Marseille, that too was I.
Yeah? But that description fits the other man, too.
But the little finger which I lost in the accident of many years ago, the tattoo on my thumb.
Those features apply to him, too, including the family crest and the cobra's mouth.
I cannot believe it. It is fantastic.
I can figure it out easy enough. You read that description in the paper, realized that it fitted you perfectly, so you had that finger and thumb fixed up to complete the identification. Then you hopped the boat for America, expecting to collect $3 million.
Now, wait a minute, Matty. You're forgetting one thing.
What?
The family crest and the tattooed cobra's mouth. He couldn't have got that out of the newspaper notice there.
Okay, so maybe he knew Alec Bristol a long time ago in Europe. He was familiar with the tattoo mark.
Why must
It wasn't.
you assume that I am the imposter? Why could it not be the other man?
Because you'd have a mighty good reason for bumping off the real heir. But who would want to kill the fake one?
I do not know. All I know is when my ship docked this morning at 10 o'clock, I get off the boat
Now,
and...
wait a minute. You going to tell me they didn't send you to Ellis Island before they let you go?
Why should they do that, Sergeant? I am an American citizen. My papers are all in order. The consul at Marseille checked them before he let me get on the boat.
Matty, let's take him down to the pier. See if the captain of the ship can identify him.
Yeah, up off at the morgue, too. Maybe you'll recognize the other Alec Bristol.
Then may I return here?
You may if the captain of the boat knows you. Otherwise, you're going to the city jail. Well, how about it, Captain? You know him?
Why, yes, Sergeant. This man came over on my boat, and we didn't dock until 10 o'clock this morning, so he couldn't possibly have been in New York last night.
Well, there's the body, Mr. Bristol. Did you ever see that guy before?
No, Sergeant. I am positive I never see that man before in my life.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bristol.
Good afternoon. You are Dobson?
Yes, Mr. Bristol. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammond phoned that everything was settled, that I should take my orders from you, sir.
Oh, that was kind of him.
Yes, there's a letter for you, sir. It came just a few moments ago.
A letter for me?
Yes, sir. A registered letter. I signed for it. Here it is, sir.
But how strange. I do not know anyone in this country.
Just a minute, Bristol, if that is your name.
Ah, Mr. Davison.
Until your identity is proved, I don't think you'd better open any mail addressed to Alec Bristol.
But Mr. Hammond is administrator of my father's estate. As long as he is convinced
Oh?
Dobson.
Yes, sir.
Get Mr. Hammond on the phone, please, and ask him to come out here at once.
Yes, sir. Is anything wrong, sir?
If this letter is true, a great deal is wrong. Maybe I know now why that man was killed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hammond. Is Mr. Bristol in, Dobson? Oh, yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the library, sir.
Mind if we go in with you, Mr. Hammond?
Oh, not at all, Carter. In fact, I'm glad you're here.
Has something happened, Mr. Hammond?
Apparently, yes. Dobson says Alec found out something definite about the murder. Yes, sir. He was very upset about it. Come on in, Carter. Is that why you're here?
No. I came to ask the names of the people Bristol was living with in Marseille. After all, the identity angle hasn't been established for sure.
I don't think there's any question that he's the real Alec Bristol. Here's the library.
Or yet.
Alec? Dobson, didn't you say Mr. Bristol was in here? He was, sir.
Those French doors are open onto the terrace. Perhaps he's out there.
I don't think so, Betsy.
Hmm?
Look over there. Behind the divan.
Why, it's a man's feet, sir. Carter, is it Alec?
It's Alec, all right. And he's dead.
Dead?
Stabbed in the back.
Oh.
Just as the other one was. Better call the police, Dobson.
Oh, yes, sir.
I beg your pardon. No one answered the front door, so since it was open, I thought...
Who are you?
Where did you come from? What's the idea of walking into other people's houses without...
Did you say other people's houses?
I did.
Unless I'm mistaken, this is my house.
Your house?
Yes. I am Alec Bristol.
One apparent heir to the Bristol millions is in the city morgue. Dead on another library floor. A third, and now a tall, slender, blond young man has appeared to claim the fortune. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the tattooed cobra. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Bristol, Alec, heir to $3 billion, can be positively identified only by a cobra tattooed on his right thumb. But one man with the secret tattoo has been found dead in the East River. Another has been stabbed to death in the library of the Bristol mansion. And now a third stands in the doorway, introducing himself.
I beg your pardon. I'm Alec Bristol. Perhaps I should have advised you of my arrival, but from Portugal only a short while ago.
Nick, look at him. He's tall and blond.
All slender, named Blonde. Bristol seem to be a dime a dozen today.
What's that?
May I see your left hand?
Oh, the missing little finger. Of course.
Uh-huh. Now the right hand.
You mean the right thumb, don't you? With the tattooed cobra? There.
It's there, Nick.
Naturally.
And the shield is in the cobra's mouth.
My mother's family crest.
Carter, I don't understand you know about that crest except you and me and...
And? Who else, Mr. Hammond?
Well, George Davison. But three men have shown up with that tattoo. How did they find out? Who told them?
The police will be here in a few moments, sir.
Thank you, Dobson. Is Mr. Davison here?
Why, no, sir. No. He left half an hour ago. Said he was going into the city for dinner in the theater.
Did you see Mr. Bristol? I mean the dead Mr. Bristol, after Davison left.
No, sir. After I phoned Mr. Hammond, I went back to the pantry and stayed there until you arrived.
What do you mean, the dead Mr. Bristol? Look, don't you think someone should tell me what's going on?
Sure, I'll tell you. Over here. I want you to look at something behind the divan. There.
Alec.
Alec? You mean that's the real Alec Bristol there on the floor?
Yes, but I thought he was dead.
He is.
I mean, 5 years ago in the concentration camp. They took him away and...
So that's how you found out about the tattoo. You knew Alec Bristol in the concentration camp.
Yes. He was my best friend.
Friend? And you tried to steal his inheritance?
I tell you, they said he was dead. What difference could it make to Alec? When I saw the notice in the Lisbon papers with the description...
You realized that it fit you as well as it did him?
Yes, except for the missing finger and the tattoo. So I found a doctor who agreed to perform the operation and keep his mouth shut. I got forged passports...
Why, you swindler! How do I know you didn't murder Alec?
If he had killed Alec Bristol, seeing the body wouldn't have shocked him into admitting that he was an imposter.
But you're not going to let him go free.
The police will take care of him. The man I want to talk to is George Davison.
Speaking of Davison, Carter, there's something to do this morning. I didn't tell you about him. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything, but...
I know. You started to say something and then lied out of it. Well, perhaps you'd better tell the truth now.
Well, it's only that... Well, knocked on George's door during the evening, and he didn't answer. Of course, he may have been asleep.
Or he may have been out of the house committing a murder. Is that it?
Well, I don't believe it, but it's possible
Nick, the real Alec Bristol was going to tell Mr. Hammond something about that first murder. That must be why he was killed.
Do you know, Mr. Carter, it might help if we could only find that letter.
What letter, Dobson?
A registered letter that came from Mr. Bristol, sir. That's where he got the information he wanted to tell Mr. Hammond.
You know whether he went to the library? He brought that?
Yes, sir. It was in his hand when he came in here.
But it isn't here now?
No, sir. I've searched the day.
Who else knew that he received that letter?
Why, no one, except Mr. Davison. And me, of course.
Davison again.
Yes. Come on, Pat. Let's get back to town.
What's on your mind, Nick?
Just one thing, catching a murderer. And I don't think it'll take very long now. Matty, I want to do three things.
Yeah, what?
Find Davison, learn the identity of the man you fished out of the river, and find out who sent that registered letter.
Yeah, well, Nick, we spotted Davison's car in a parking lot, and I got 2 men there waiting for him to come.
If he Nick, if Alec Bristol was killed so somebody could get that letter, and Jenkins wrote it, the fact this door is open might mean...
Yeah. Yes, Patsy, it might mean the killer got here first. Let's go in.
Right.
Nobody here.
Yeah, but look at this room. It's been turned upside down.
Been thoroughly searched, all right. But for what?
Look at all those papers on the floor.
Yeah. Here's a Social Security card made out to William Jenkins.
And here's a letter postmarked Chicago, which may...
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it?
Wait. Here's an Illinois chauffeur's license. And look at the picture on it.
What? Why, that's the first Alec Bristol, the man they found in the river.
Right.
So William Jenkins was going to pass himself off as Alec Bristol.
Obviously. And that brings up a very interesting point.
What?
Don't you see, Patsy? This whole thing was planned months in advance, so the amputation and the tattoo would have time to heal.
Why, of course.
Then last week, the real Alec Bristol wrote to Hammond, and the deal was off.
That must have been a blow to Jenkins.
Yeah. But how did Jenkins know about the letter?
Why,
And another thing. The tattoo on Jenkins' thumb included the final detail, the shield and the cobra's mouth. How could Jenkins have known about that?
Well, the other imposter knew about it because he was a friend of Bristol's.
But Jenkins wasn't.
Yeah.
Bristol looked at Jenkins' body and swore he'd never seen him before. And no one else knew of that shield except Davison, Hammond, and me.
You think Davison and Jenkins were working together?
Not Davison, Patsy. Hammond and Jenkins.
Hammond and Jenkins? But
Yes.
why, Nick? What would Hammond get out of it?
If Alec Bristol weren't found by the end, Hammond would have to turn the estate over to Davison.
Naturally.
But this month, a fake Alec Bristol turned up. Hammond could turn the estate over to him. Then he and Hammond could divide $1 million between them.
Why, of course.
All Hammond had to do was to find someone who answered the general description, then arrange for the missing finger and the tattoo. I'd three.
Nick, you haven't any proof. None at all.
Well, that's what we've got to find. There was a connection between Hammond and Jenkins.
There
To show...
might be something here in Jenkins' apartment if Hammond has already found it and destroyed it.
Well, from the looks of this room, I should say the chances are good that he has.
There's a closet or something over here. Maybe he overlooked that.
Okay, you take a look in there while I go through these papers more carefully.
Don't reach for your gun, Carter, unless you want the young lady to die.
Make him let me go,
Stay
Nick.
still, Miss Bowen. I'm holding a knife at your back.
Don't struggle, Patsy. Hammond, if you hurt her...
I won't as long as you both do as I say.
Okay.
First, toss your revolver over here.
There you are.
Good. You're a sensible man.
So, you were hiding in that closet all the time, huh?
I had to. I came here to destroy the receipt for that registered letter Jenkins sent to Alec, and before I could leave, you two arrived.
What was in that letter, Hammond?
The whole story, just as you figured it out. And when I told Jenkins that the real Alec Bristol had turned up and our deal was off, he threatened with me to get even telling Alec about it, so I had to get rid of him.
But you didn't know that Jenkins had already written Alec until Alec faced you with a letter. And then you had to kill him, too. That it?
Quite right, Mr. Carter. Nobody saw me enter the house or leave it afterwards. And when I came back, you were just arriving. That gave me the perfect alibi.
Yeah. Well, what's next? Don't think you can kill us, too. Not both of us.
Of course not. I have enough cash hidden away to get me out of the... And you're not country. You're going to say a word to the authorities until I'm safely gone.
You seem awfully sure of that.
I am, because I'm taking the young lady here with me.
Oh, Nick, don't let him.
Wait, Hammond, you can't take her.
If I leave her, Carter, I'll leave her dead. I promise you that.
Oh, no.
Now get into the bedroom, Carter. I'm going to lock you in there before I leave.
Nick, you can't
He
just...
can't help himself, Miss Bowen. And Carter, if I hear you trying to break out or call for help before we're out of the building, I'll shove this knife right through Miss Bowen's back.
Locked in the bedroom of William Jenkins' flat, Nick hears Hammond leave with Patsy. And he knows that Hammond won't hesitate to kill her if any attempt is made at a rescue. We'll find out what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Tattooed Cobra. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Patsy walks slowly down the stairs and out the front door of the gloomy old tenement, conscious of the knife pressed against her back and of the man who's ready to use it if she attempts to break away.
Now down the steps and across the sidewalk.
You're You're not going to kill me, are you?
I'm afraid I have to.
Oh, no, please.
Hammond! What? Drop that knife, Hammond. Drop it.
You're breaking my arm.
Drop it. That's better. All right, Patsy, pick it up. Got my gun out of his pocket.
Were you sure, Nick? I mean, how?
When he locked me in the bedroom, he overlooked the fact that the bedroom window opened on a fire escape running down the front of the building. So I climbed down the fire escape and waited on the first floor platform until you walked across beneath me. Then I jumped him.
He was going to kill me.
Well, his killing days are over. Find the nearest police call box, Patsy. We'll hold him here until the police arrive.
So George Davison will get the estate after all.
Yeah, he's the only relative left now.
Uh-huh. Nick, there's one thing I still want to know.
What?
If Hammond planned to bring in a phony heir, why did he try to hire you to find the real one?
Self-protection, Patsy.
Huh?
You see, if Alec Bristol really were alive, Hammond wanted to know it before he went ahead with the scheme.
Yeah, I can see that it would have been disastrous for the real heir to show up after Hammond had produced a false one.
Yes, Hammond might have got away with the first murder because Davison seemed to be the only person with a motive for it. But one killing led to another.
Uh-huh, and that led to me. I suppose he figured the state could only make him pay for one murder, no matter how many he committed.
Yes, but when Hammond goes to the chair, he'll find that once is plenty.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any residual resemblance to weapons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1948, 73 years ago today. Here's an episode of Sherlock Holmes, which originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1948, 73 years ago today.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Case of the Accommodating Valise. Well, here we are again, about to step over Dr. Watson's well-worn threshold.
Yes, that doorstep has seen a good bit of coming and going since I first began my radio reminiscences of the great Sherlock Holmes.
How long ago was that, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just yesterday to an old codger like me, Mr. Harris. But I imagine you were still in knee pants at the time. It was October 20th, 1930. How well I remember. Many of the experts said our adventures were a bit too dated for the present generation.
Little did they realize that Sherlock Holmes is indestructible, Doctor. It's not for nothing your stories have been translated into every printable language, Dr. Watson. It's not for nothing that Sherlock Holmes has become the world's most famous fictional character.
Fictional, my foot. I suppose you're going to sit there and tell me I don't.
Good Lord.
Exist.
Oh, no, but after all, I've never actually met Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, this modern generation. Seeing is believing. You know, I might fool you someday, Mr. Harris. You know, there are a few of the Sherlock Holmes adventures in which I do not figure. For the most part, they occurred before I had arrived at Baker Street to be Holmes' fellow lodger and Boswell. Yes, I sometimes must get Holmes to relate these stories in person.
Well, that would be an event. Not that you're not our favorite storyteller, Dr. Watson, but, well, actually, to meet the gentleman in the flesh, that is, I hope you understand, Doctor. I mean,
Quite. The doer outrates the teller. After all, what would I be without Sherlock Holmes? An obscure and not too successful medico, I'm afraid.
Ah, yes, but what would Sherlock Holmes be without you, Dr. Watson? A brilliant, yes, but unknown consulting detective.
Yes, possibly. But before you use up all that emollient lather on me, suppose you save a few glowing phrases for Clippercraft clothes.
Emollient lather? Oh, yes, you mean soft soap. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Watson. There are two products you can sell the public without using soft soap, and I mean Sherlock Holmes Adventures and Clippercraft clothes.
There I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir. Those are two times when we, seeing is believing guys, as you call us, Dr. Watson, we kind of go off the deep end, and for good reason. These days, $40 to $47.50 for a truly well-tailored suit, $33.75 to $40 for fine-looking tropicals, and $26.50 for luxurious sport jackets are mighty low prices. As soon as you see them, you'll know at once they're remarkably modest for Clippercraft's fine quality. Such value, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, makes Clippercraft a must if you're determined to get the most for your money. Without the unique Clippercraft plan, we couldn't bring these top-drawer Clippercraft values to you, because this plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs, putting the same in your savings. All of this at your own friendly local store, the store you can trust. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, suppose we get back to Baker Sherlock Holmes and Mr. Holmes.
Yes. The adventure I am going to tell about began rather early one rainy spring morning. Holmes and I were dawdling over some excellent kidneys Mrs. Hudson had prepared for our breakfast. I had just poured my second cup of coffee, and Holmes was about to fill his pipe from the dilapidated old Persian slipper he used in lieu of a tobacco pouch.
The trouble with you, Watson, as I've so often remarked, is that you see, but you do not observe.
Oh.
Any intelligent person who contemplates his fellow man should be able to deduce his occupation, his habits, and previous history after having observed his subject for 30 seconds.
Oh, fiddle-faddle. You see a man, you make all sorts of wild guesses about his past and personality. And even if you guess right, what of it?
My dear Watson, the science of deduction, as I practice it, is not guesswork, but a precise and accurate compilation and interpretation of minutiae that has unraveled many crimes and saved countless lives and reputations.
Oh, bother. One of your clients, Holmes. Why do they always have to try to pull the bell out by the roots?
Because they're harassed, Watson. People rarely consult Sherlock Holmes except in extremis. Yes, here he is. Watson, suppose you see what you can deduce from a first impression of the fellow.
All right.
Come in, come in.
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
I have that somewhat dubious honor. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, now, take this armchair. You've come to consult me, I gather.
That I have.
In that case, make yourself comfortable. Won't you remove your hat?
Oh, beg pardon. I'm that fashed. I clean forgot where I was at.
Well, Watson, what do you make of him?
Well, I should say, obviously, late middle-aged, bald, past injury to the left leg or hip, which occasions a limp, and the thickness of his speech and the use of the word fashed indicate he's of Scottish origin.
I am not. Born and brought up in Sussex, I was.
Naturally, the thickness of the speech is caused by a faulty upper plate. The use of the word fashed was picked up in his railroading days. In all probability, he was engineer on the run-up to Edinburgh. But now he's been promoted to a somewhat more sedentary position, still connected with the railway. Oh, incidentally, Watson, the limp is not due to a leg or hip injury, but to a rather painful corn on the little toe of the left foot. Am I right, Mr.
George Hogarth. And right you are, Mr. Holmes.
In addition, Mr. Hogarth, you are a Freemason, you smoke a pipe, and you cut your nails with a pair of clippers that have seen better days.
Oh, that's God's truth, Mr. Holmes. But how in the name of all that's holy you found out that
It's all quite simple, Mr. Hogarth. Once Holmes elucidates, which he will now proceed to do.
The damaged nail clippers I deduced from the somewhat jagged outline of the nail edge.
That's right, sir. It's been like that ever since Nellie, she's my wife, pinched it to cut some picture wire to hang up her mother's picture.
See, the pipe is also self-evident when one contemplates the somewhat charred and discolored forefinger on the right hand, which we used to tamp down the tobacco. The Freemason bit I gathered from the emblem on your watch chain.
Nay, that's not so remarkable now you explain it. But how did you know I used to be a railway engineer?
From the peculiar slant of your shoulders and the way you hold your left arm, acquired through years of leaning out of the cab of your engine to view the track ahead. Furthermore, the callosities of your right hand and the muscular development of the forearm are typical of a man who's held a throttle in his hand for many years. Furthermore, a railway engineer develops the habit of keeping his hat on to protect his hair from soot and grime.
By the Lord Harry, you're right about that, Mr. Holmes.
And last but not least, I deduce the fact that you've not completely severed your connection with the railway from the tiny bits of railway soot which have settled on your stiff white collar and cuffs.
Right again. Just last year they made me station master down at Waterloo Station. And it's sooty enough there, so I still keep my hat on, in spite of the fact that it's a bowler and not to come. As a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes, it's concerning what's going on at the station that I've come to consult you.
Oh? And what's going on? Trains off schedule, wrecks, disorderly conduct on the platforms?
If it was anything like that, me and the station police could handle it ourselves, Mr. Holmes. Oh, no, sir. There's been nothing that you could lay a finger on. And yet, every time one of the new deluxe boat trains comes in with a load of toffs from Southampton, somebody's luggage turns up missing. Mostly it's a valise belonging to some rich American lady. Fine mess of jewels in it.
Well, surely it's not too difficult to keep track of the luggage that's taken off the station platform. Everyone has to go through the small gate at the end.
That's right, Dr. Watson. And no one's allowed on those platforms except in the passengers from the train and them that has platform tickets. And my porters and the police have been keeping an eye on them. You can bet your life.
And yet, each time the boat train arrives, a valuable piece of luggage disappears, eh?
Vanishes, it does. Into thin air.
Well, sounds like a bit of legerdemain, eh, Holmes? You don't suppose Mr. Houdini has taken to crime?
Houdini? Who's he?
Oh, the American magician who's come over. They say he's come to consult that writer chap. What's his name? Oh, yes, Arthur Conan Doyle.
Mr. Houdini and Mr. Doyle are both reputable gentlemen, Watson. In fact, there's some intimation that Doyle may be knighted for his literary activities.
Oh, Faulderdall is no better than I am.
That's as it may be. To return to the robberies at Waterloo Station, Mr. Hogarth, objects do not vanish into thin air, even for Mr. Houdini. There must be some logical explanation of the phenomena. Tell me, have there been any other unusual occurrences at the time the thefts took place?
Well, that is nothing you could call unusual, Mr. Holmes. But the robberies always do seem to go along with a small commotion of some sort.
I suspected as much. Go on.
Well, there was the ladies' Pekingese that got away. And another time, a steamer trunk got shoved off the platform. The porters just got it back before the 10:40 from Plymouth came roaring in. And another time, an old codger fell and twisted his hip. They had to bring a wheelchair.
And each time after the turmoil had subsided, a valuable piece of luggage was missing.
Yes, sir. And in spite of the fact that I had had the exit gate closed till things got under control. No one got away with a piece of luggage that didn't belong to him, I'd swear. They just vanished into thin air.
Interesting, eh, Watson? And when do you expect your next trainload of jewel-bearing passengers from overseas, Mr. Hogarth?
The Aquitania docked at Southampton this morning early. There's at least 6 American ladies aboard, sir, who are to be presented at court.
I see.
And you know what that means, Mr. Holmes. They'll be bringing enough jewels to outdazzle the Milky Way. The train's due in 37 minutes, sir. I have a cab waiting outside.
What do you say, Watson? Shall we see if we can discover the particular brand of abracadabra used in the disappearing act at Waterloo Station?
Right, I'll get my revolver and my umbrella.
Never mind the firearms, Watson. Just be sure you bring your wits along. Wits and a keen sense of observation will be indispensable in solving this puzzle, I fancy.
Now then, if you stand there, Mr. Holmes, you can get a view of the entire platform. The boat train is due any minute now.
You're sure all the porters who handle the luggage are reliable, Mr. Hogarth?
I've given orders, sir. Only the ones that have seen at least 10 years' service are to be allowed on the platform today. And all of them will be checked as they come out the gate besides.
Well, what about the people who've come onto the platform to meet the train?
Now, there are only 4, Dr. Watson. We couldn't keep everyone off, I'm afraid. The fat gentleman with the top hat and the large bouquet of roses is a famous theatrical producer. He's meeting his new star, Miss Edna Levy, who's coming over from New York. The nervous young man with the monocle and the gold-headed cane is the Honorable Cecil Heatherton. He's meeting his fiancée, a daughter of a Pittsburgh millionaire. And the lady with the tremendous doll and the box of chocolates is meeting her 11-year-old daughter that she hasn't seen for 2 years.
Why not?
Well, the child's been visiting its father in America. It seems the parents are divorced. And then there's the imposing-looking gent in the Prince Albert, carrying the Gladstone bag. He's come to meet his grandmother. It seems she's over 80 and deaf as a post.
Well, certainly nothing suspicious about any of those people, eh, Holmes?
On the contrary, my dear Watson, one of those 4 persons is extremely suspicious for a reason which Mr. Hogarth has been good enough to point out.
I did? Blessed if I know what it was I said that...
Never mind, haven't time to discuss it now. Here comes the train. Keep your eyes open, Watson. If you notice anything unusual, anything at all, report it to me immediately.
Well, the producer has located his star, the swain his fiancée, and Mamma has discovered her offspring. But where in thunder is Grandma?
That's what I was wondering.
I have 2 more pieces, Porter, and I've seen around in a green hat box. No, leave the alligator bag there. I don't get out of my want to let it sight.
I say, look, Holmes, that must be Grandma, the old lady coming along the platform in the checkered greatcoat and bonnet. By Jove, she's carrying a parrot in a cage.
Yes, her imposing grandson has just sighted the old girl.
Here I am, Danny. Over here.
She's seen him. She's waving the bird cage. Good Lord, the parrot has got loose.
And where do you think you're going?
Well, that is a friend of mine just came in here. An old lady with a parrot cage.
Well, you'll have to wait outside. This is the ladies' washroom. No gentlemen permitted.
Yes, but I mean a sergeant, you know, and all that sort of thing. I'm Sherlock Holmes' assistant.
I don't care if you was Minister and the Archangel Gabriel all rolled into one. You'll not step into my washroom. Now, be a good chap and the primate outside.
Yes, but what if I lose her in the crowd?
What crowd? She's the only one that's come in here this last half hour.
Well, what if she goes out some other way?
There ain't no other way. Now, you look here. I've been matron here for 15 years, and I've never had no trouble. But if you don't shut that door before I count 3, I'll whistle for the police. 1, 2...
Now, look here, you... Oh, you obstinate female. Oh, well, the old grandmother can't very well get out of the door without my seeing her. I'll just sit here on the bench and wait.
If clothing values finer than Clippercraft are obtainable, we've yet to see them, and we've done a lot of looking. You see, the whole idea behind Clippercraft is to concentrate on bringing you out of this world values. That's why we developed the famous plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest from coast to coast. You won't find anywhere such evident fine quality in suits for only $40 to $47.50. In beautifully styled tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, in handsome sport jackets at only $26.50. See them tomorrow at your favorite local store. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, B Clothes Shop, 16, the B6408, Jamaica Avenue.
And back to Dr. Watson, who is still playing the patient watchdog outside of the ladies' waiting room at Waterloo Station. 45 minutes have passed before Holmes returns, looking rather disconcerted.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. What happened? Did Freddie catch the parrot?
To blazes with a... I lost Parrot, Freddie, in the underground. He dodged down into the Bakerloo tube and boarded a train for Queen's Park. I was right on his heels. At Baker Street, he got out rather suddenly, and by sprinting, he managed to catch the metro. I wasn't more than 2 yards behind him with the door slammed in my face.
Oh, then you mean he never even tried to recapture his grandmother's parrot?
Certainly not. The parrot was merely the means by which the crowd's attention was diverted, so Freddie could annex the alligator bag containing Lady Margrave's rather famous emeralds.
Yes, but neither Freddie nor his grandmother were carrying an alligator bag as they came off the platform. She had an empty parrot cage, and he had his own Gladstone bag.
Exactly. Lady Margrave's alligator bag was inside the Gladstone, which is an ingenious affair with a disappearing bottom and 2 clamps, which catch and hold any object over which the Gladstone bag's placed.
Oh, you mean he just put the Gladstone down over the alligator bag and walked off with it?
If you would only learn to observe, Watson, you would have noticed how much heavier the Gladstone was when Freddie left the railway platform than it was when he arrived.
Well, Holmes, it seems my turn to crow. Freddie may have eluded you, but his grandmother and the notorious Gladstone bag haven't managed to give me the slip.
Oh, by the way, Watson, that is not his grandmother, but his lady friend, Flora the Flim.
The what?
Freddie is known as Freddie the Fop. They're 2 of the smoothest confidence operators in all Europe. You're quite sure Flora and the bag are still in the waiting room?
Oh, positive. There's no one in there but the old lady when I interviewed the matron. And the old girl hasn't come out yet.
Has anyone else gone in?
Oh, I see what you mean. You think she may have passed the loot on to someone else? Oh, no one else has gone in. Well, wait a moment. Someone else has come out, though, now you mention it.
Oh, my aunt. My sacred aunt.
But it wasn't the old lady. It was rather a flashy woman with red hair.
A wig, Watson.
Wearing a purple greatcoat.
Granny's check coat turned inside out.
And a good 30 years younger than the old lady.
Flora had merely slipped her teeth back in. Flora and Freddie are also famous quick change artists, Watson.
Yes, but she was carrying an alligator bag. That Gladstone affair must be still in the waiting room.
Watson, old boy, the Gladstone is also collapsible. This time the Gladstone was inside the alligator bag, not vice versa.
Oh. Yes, but look here, Holmes. How was I supposed to know that Auburn hussy would turn out to be Freddie's grandmother?
My dear Watson, you have a frog in a box. The frog represents the waiting room attendant, let us say.
Oh, go on, be allegorical.
Into that box goes a caterpillar. The box is closed. Nothing else enters the box.
Yes, continue.
In due time, a butterfly emerges. The remains. No matter how still different the appearance, the butterfly must be the caterpillar that went into the box. It couldn't possibly be anything else.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yes. Well, but look here, Holmes.
Now what?
Suppose the frog had eaten the caterpillar.
Oh, let's go home to tea.
Well, Yes, I suppose we may as well. We have rather bungled things. I don't suppose we'll ever catch up with Freddie and Flora now.
Oh, they'll be on hand for the next elegant boat train, in other disguises, of course. Yes, next time, I think we shall play the game their way and see what happens.
Confound it, Mr. Hogarth. The next boat train is overdue, and Holmes hasn't shown up yet.
You're sure he said he'd meet you here, Dr. Watson, on the station platform?
Well, that's what his note said. Mrs. Hudson brought it to me with my eggs this morning. She said Holmes was up and away before she'd even had her early tea.
I do wish he'd show up. That big steel millionaire, Mr. Ramsgate McGregor, was on that boat. It's rumored he's bringing some pretty valuable papers along with him. It's got something to do with an invention of some sort that'll astound the world, they say.
What will they think of next? Wireless central heating, illuminating gas.
Aye. First thing you know, they'll be flying without wings.
Not in our lifetime, Mr. Hogarth. Well, I don't see anyone resembling Freddie waiting on the platform this time. Just that fat old man who's a good foot shorter and twice as big around. And the horsey-looking woman with the Gladstone bag. By Jove, you don't suppose Freddie and Flora have reversed roles and she's carrying the bag this time?
I thought of that, Dr. Watson. But you can't arrest anyone just because she's carrying a Gladstone bag. Why, there must be hundreds of them just like that going through Waterloo Station every day.
Yes, you're right, confound it. It doesn't look very heavy.
A woman that's as robust as that one could carry the Nelson Monument and never feel the weight of it. Hark, here she comes now.
Yes, and no Sherlock Holmes.
Now keep your eye peeled for Mr. Ramsgate McGregor. He's the one they'll be after this time if we give him the chance. There, look there. There's Mr. McGregor now. Him with the cap and the muffler of Scottish plaid.
He's creating quite a commotion.
No, I don't want a porter. Leave my bags alone. My man Jones will carry them. I'll take this one myself. That's right, Jones. Put them down there. Yeah, now give me a cigar.
Now what's happened? Hello, a tall, bearded man seems to be having trouble getting out of his compartment. He smashed the glass.
Get me out of here! Get me out, confound it!
Impatient old duck, eh, Hogarth? The guards unlocked the door for him.
My bag. What's happened to my black bag?
Good Lord, it's happened. McGregor's been robbed. We'd best go see if we can help him.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. You're sure that Gladstone belongs to you?
Certainly, my good man. I've had it for years.
Now, no offense, ma'am. Just wanted to make sure. Wouldn't want anyone to get my bag by mistake. I'm Ramsgate McGregor, and I've got a new kind of high explosive in my bag. I wouldn't want any stranger to go carrying it around. It's too liable to go off.
Why,
However, if that bag belongs to you, I guess it's not dangerous. Just run along, that's a good girl, and get it out of my way.
Well, really, I've never been so insulted in my life.
Follow her, Watson.
Holmes! Great Scott, it's not Mr. McGregor. I couldn't...
Save it till later. After her. Don't let her get out of your sight. I'll keep an eye on Freddie.
Come along, Hogarth. She's not going to give me the slip this time. Better motion some of your police to follow.
Aye, they're right with us. Good Lord, look at that Gladstone bag. It's beginning to smoke.
Flora's starting to panic.
It'll blow up in her hand.
Freddie, where are you?
Flora! Right away, you fool! Right away, Flora, before it explodes!
Yes, I rather suspected the glass-smashing gentleman would turn out to be Freddie.
You're McGregor? Who are you?
Allow me to present myself, madam.
Mr. McGregor.
Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes?
Who is almost as good at charades as you and your friend, Freddie the Fop.
Well, I don't understand.
Have your policeman take them away, Hogarth. I think you'll find Mr. McGregor's black bag inside the Gladstone.
Take your hands off.
It should be all the evidence you need.
But great thunder, Holmes, look at it. It's about to explode.
Calm yourself, Watson. The bag contained an innocuous little smoke smudge. The only thing it could possibly harm is a mosquito.
Well, that was an interesting adventure, Dr. Watson. It seems Holmes spotted Freddie almost the minute he laid eyes on him. Well, what was it that made him suspicious?
Well, the Gladstone bag, of course, Mr. Harris. It's rather unusual for a person meeting a train to carry luggage, don't you know?
Oh, of course. Why didn't I realize that in the first place?
Yes, I was always saying that to Sherlock Holmes. But now suppose we give our listeners a hint about next week's adventure. Yes. Next week, I think I'll tell you a case that Holmes solved without stirring from his armchair. I propose to give you and our listeners all the facts and see if you can do the same.
That's a bit of a challenge, Dr. Watson.
Yes. The case concerns a young lady who had two suitors, one of whom disappeared on the way to the church the day of their wedding. I call it a case of identity.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of Identity. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of Sherlock Holmes, which originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1948, 73 years ago today. Stay tuned for The Whistler, next on ABN.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. From the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1954, 67 years ago today.
The Whistler. Presented by the United States Air Forces in Europe.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story. The doll's name was Susie.
Laura Haven, 28 and attractive, and secretary-treasurer of the small but successful QB Stationery Company, was worried, and with reason. For unless she found the means to replace $4,000 of company funds she'd used in an unfortunate market venture before the stockholders' annual audit, scheduled within 2 weeks, she faced certain dismissal and prosecution for embezzlement. But Laura was still hopeful. Yes, you're certain you'll find a way to replace the money, just as you found ways to replace smaller amounts in the past. And at the moment, sympathetic Clay Hillman, plant manager and vice president, the man who gave you your start with the company 6 years ago, seems most likely to accept your carefully rehearsed sob story.
And that's the way it is, Mr. Hillman. I hated to come to you, but...
I wish I could help you save your father's business, Laura. You've made a fine record here, but I just can't. $4,000 is just beyond me.
I could probably get by on $2,500 if I had to. I could sell my stock in this company, sell my TV set.
That's still way too much for me personally, Laura. Just isn't possible. I'm terribly sorry.
Get it, Mr. Hillman? I'll solve it some way.
I'm sorry about your dad's tough luck, Laura, but $4,000 is a lot of money. I can't think of a thing that might help.
I was wondering about Lester Cranston.
My boss? Surely you don't expect me to ask him.
Oh, of course not. I'd get his wife Ruth to ask him if you thought there was any chance of his letting me have it.
He probably would. He gives her everything she asks for, and she asks for everything.
I don't think that's fair, Monica.
That's because you don't know Ruth Cranston half as well as you think you do.
I think I know her pretty well. She's my closest friend. You talk as though you were in love with Lester.
Not me. Married men are out with me. Besides, Lester's a straight shooter, and that's more than I can say for Ruth.
What do you mean by that, Monica?
I mean she's no good. She goes out with other men.
I don't believe you.
I've seen her with one, more than once.
You, know who he is?
Yes.
You haven't told Lester?
I'm not telling anybody. Yet.
I'll get it. Hello?
Laura?
Oh, yes, Ruth. I was just about to call you. Excuse me a second. Ruth Cranston's on the phone now.
Then I think I'll drop in at the neighborhood movie on the corner. You two will be prattling for an hour. See you in the morning. Good night.
Right, Monica. Go ahead, Ruth.
Laura, can you meet me someplace right away? I've got to talk to you.
I'm alone. Can't you talk over the telephone?
No, I can't. It's too important. Oh, please meet me, Laura. It's only a little after 8. Please, Laura. I need your help.
Oh, all right. Lou already. How about that? We can talk in a booth.
I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Now relax, lady, and tell me what's bothering you.
Well, first of all, everything's all over with Lester and me. I've left him. He's lost his mind completely over your cute little apartment mate, Monica Alston.
That's crazy, Ruth. I live with Monica. I know her.
Nobody knows her. She's only been in town a year or so. And Lester's not only fallen for her, he's let her get him involved in a diamond smuggling racket.
Oh, Ruth, you're imagining things.
I even found out how they work the whole thing. Lester's firm imports a shipment of dolls from London every 3 or 4 weeks.
So?
And each shipment contains one special doll with 2 or 3 diamonds hidden in the doll's head.
Well, now, wait a minute, Ruth. Slow down.
It's true. Now, the sender in England always sends a telephone number and a password or a catchphrase along with the doll. Well, then Lester or Monica makes the phone call. A messenger picks up the doll later on. And then the next day, another messenger brings the money.
Oh, well.
Lester and Monica keep half of it and send the rest to the post office box in London. A different one each time.
You're certain of this?
Yes, I have absolute proof. This afternoon, I found one of the dolls in Lester's clothes closet.
Yes?
There were 2 large diamonds taped to the inside of the doll's head with heavy adhesive tape.
You're positive they were real diamonds?
Of course I am, Laura. And, Laura, I'm scared to death.
You? Why?
Because Lester came home unexpectedly today, and I didn't have time to put the doll back in his closet. And, Laura, when he saw me with it, why, he acted just like a crazy man.
Oh,
he said if I ever told anyone what I knew, he'd kill me. You've just got to do something for me, Laura. I'm desperate. And I'm afraid to go back home.
Well, what do you want me to do, Ruth?
Well, I want you to go to the house and get my overnight case. It's in the closet in my bedroom.
Why didn't you bring it with you?
Well, I intended to, of course, but I was so frightened I forgot it. I got dressed and I practically ran out of the house. Oh, I just got to have it, Laura. My rings and my billfold and everything.
Yes, but suppose Lester's there.
Well, he won't be. He's having dinner with Mr. Wilson. You know, he's business partner. But even if it comes back, it's all right. He knows you have a key to the house and that you're likely to drop in any time. You can just act surprised that I'm not there. And then find some excuse to go to my room. Oh, please, Laura.
Well, I'll try, Ruth.
Thank you, Laura. I knew you'd help me. I've got a bungalow at the Cliff Road Motel. And I'm registered under the name of Francis Tompkins. I'll call you in the morning.
When you reach Ruth's home, you find the house in darkness. As Ruth expected, Lester is out, the house empty. Within 5 minutes, you're back in your car, Ruth's overnight case safely beside you. Back in your apartment, you put it under your bed, decide to wait up for Monica. Confront her with what you've learned from Ruth. But when midnight arrives and then 1 o'clock, and Monica is still out, your curiosity overcomes you and you decide to open Ruth's case. Neither her jewelry or billfold are among the things she's packed. But you do find a doll. You quickly lift the loosely attached wig, remove the 2 strips of adhesive tape, and find under each a magnificent diamond. Then, as you hear the sound of Monica's key in the front door, you flick off your own lights and close your door. You're certain of only one thing, aren't you, Laura? Yes. You don't know just how, but those 2 diamonds are going to provide your $4,000, aren't they? Next morning, as you're preparing coffee, Monica bursts into the kitchenette with the morning paper.
Laura. Oh, Laura, something terrible happened last night.
Well, I'm not surprised. I wondered what kept you out so late.
Nothing happened to me. It was Ruth Cranston. She was killed last night.
Ruth? Killed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, Monica.
It's right here in the paper. She was found in a bungalow at the Cliff Road Motel, registered under a phony name. And some shot her during the night.
Monica's shocking announcement, tragic though it is, provides an unexpected opportunity for you, doesn't it, Laura? And you decide to say nothing to anyone about anything for the present. As soon as Monica leaves for her work, you phone Mr. Hillman at your own place of employment and obtain a week's leave from the office. Then you hurry to your room, re-examine the doll in Ruth's overnight case. A slip of paper tucked in the pocket of the desk catches your attention. Doll's dress.
Phone Lake 3201 at 11:45 a.m., May 21st. Ask for Mr. White Earl. inform him the doll's name is Susie.
It's exactly as Ruth said, isn't it, Laura? For nearly 2 hours, you weigh one idea against another. Then you reach a decision. You decide you'd be a sentimental fool not to take full advantage of this unexpected and accidental windfall. And at 20 minutes before noon, you walk 2 blocks to the drugstore and dial the lake number.
Yes,
I'd like to speak to Mr. White.
this is Mr. White.
Mr. White, I've been asked to tell you that the doll's name is Susie.
Thank you very much. You have the doll in your possession.
Yes?
Could you deliver it immediately, say in an hour?
Yes.
Then wrap it in a box addressed to Earl White. Leave it with the parking lot attendant at the corner of Fenton and Clarkson Streets. Tell him I'll pick it up a little later.
There's only one attendant?
Just one. If the delivery is proper and the doll undamaged, you may expect the messenger at 6 this evening with full payment.
Mr. White.
Yes?
I prefer you handle things a little differently this time.
Oh?
Address the envelope to Miss Wilma Jackson.
Wilma Jackson.
Have the messenger drop the envelope into the mailbox of apartment 4B.
4B.
At 8874 Paxton Place.
74 Paxton Place. Very well, unless unforeseen circumstances develop, delivery will be made as requested.
When you return home, you decide on one additional precaution, don't you, Laura? Instead of making delivery in person, you'll drive to within a block of the parking lot. Hire the corner newsboy to carry the package to the parking lot. You wrap the box carefully, place it in Ruth's case for added safety, and then carry it to your car. As you open the door of your car...
Hello, Laura.
Oh, Lester.
Yes, I stopped by your office. They told me you were here.
Why, I'm glad you came by. I just can't tell you how sorry I am about Ruth.
I still can't believe it. You didn't see Ruth last night, did you, Laura?
Why, no. I talked to her about 8 last night, but I didn't see her.
Then what are you doing with her overnight case?
Ruth asked me to pick it up, that's all.
You knew she'd gone to the Cliff Road Motel?
Well, yes, she told me.
Let's go up to your apartment, Laura. Look inside that case. You've got some explaining to do. A doll and diamonds, huh?
Diamonds?
Oh, as if you didn't know. You're quite convincing, Laura. But I don't believe you.
Honestly, I didn't know what was in Ruth's case until you opened it just now.
Then you won't mind taking Ruth's case to the police, telling them everything that might help them?
Of course not. Why should I? I was on the way to the police when you got here.
Fine. I'll go with you.
You?
Yes, just as soon as I talk with my partner. I didn't want to go to the office today, so I phoned him and asked him to meet me here. That's probably Arthur now. Arthur, come on in. You know Miss Haven, Arthur?
Of course.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Lester, the police are looking for you.
Oh? Well, I figured they'd want to question me. That's why I asked you to meet me here. I wanted to talk to you first.
Now, you don't understand, Lester. The police don't want to question you. They're out to arrest you. They think you killed Ruth.
They think I killed Ruth? Why?
It seems she called them last night, told them you'd threatened to kill her.
I don't believe it. It was somebody posing as Ruth.
I don't think so, Lester. You see, I did see Ruth last night. She told me the same thing.
That I'd threatened her life? Why?
Because she'd found out about your diamond smuggling with Monica.
Monica?
Yes, Lester. Ruth told me everything.
There wasn't anything to tell. Arthur and I have known for a week that our company was being used as a diamond smuggling cover-up. But neither of us knew which of our employees was involved. Yesterday afternoon, I accidentally discovered that Ruth was involved.
Ruth?
Yes, I'm sorry, but it's true. I got home a little early. When I opened the front door, Ruth was in the living room. She had one of our toy dolls in her hand, and she was quite flustered. The doll's wig was on the table, and Ruth had the diamonds in her hand.
She had no explanation?
None. She grabbed the doll, flew into a rage, and said she was leaving me and rushed upstairs.
Ruth told me a different version last night, Lester. A reverse version. She said she'd discovered the doll, but you'd hidden it. She also told me you threatened her life.
You seem pretty anxious to convince my partner I'm a crook and a killer, Laura. Why? Were you working with Ruth?
That's absurd. I told you I merely picked up her overnight case for her.
Well, the police will have to judge that story, Laura. Come on.
We better go on down to headquarters.
I wouldn't go to the police for a few hours yet, Lester. You see, I think I know who killed Ruth. But I'd rather not say till I'm certain, and I'll need your help to catch him.
Well, I'll meet you later. I'll only be gone for an hour or so. They won't try to hold me once I explain I'm innocent.
I'm afraid they will. I'm afraid they'll also place a murder charge against you. They picked Monica up just before I left the office.
Monica, she's as innocent as a baby.
I'm sure she is. And if you do it my way, we'll have the right man by morning. But I do need your help. Isn't there someplace you could go for a few hours?
Well, I have a key to Charlie Evers' place at the beach.
Well, then you better get started. The quicker you're out of circulation, the better.
But I want to make certain Laura goes to the police.
Don't you worry about that. I'll see that she gets there. Then I'll drive out to the beach house, tell you my plans.
All right. All right, Arthur. See you in an hour or so.
Oh, please, Mr. Wilson, taking me to the police won't do anyone any good. I told you the truth about that case.
I don't think so. You were going to sell those diamonds for yourself. Let me see now. Address the envelope to Miss Wilma Jackson. Have the messenger drop it in the mailbox of apartment 4B at 8874 Paxton Place.
You're Mr. White.
Precisely.
Then Lester was telling the truth. You and Ruth were behind the diamond smuggling. Lester and Monica are innocent. You killed Ruth.
For a moment or two, the frightening realization that you're alone with the murderer of your friend Ruth Cranston leaves you terrified. Then as his voice penetrates your consciousness, his purpose becomes clear. He doesn't plan to harm you. He wants to make some sort of deal with you. You watch your every action, choose your words carefully, and gradually learn the real truth about Ruth Cranston and her 2-year association with Arthur Wilson in his almost perfect smuggling operation. Her callous scheme to throw suspicion on her husband Lester and his secretary, when it seemed the authorities were getting close to her own activity. How she'd phoned the police last night, even before she'd phoned you. Told them the same story she later told you at the Blue Oriole. How she'd planned to leave town, certain that when she failed to phone you, you'd open her overnight case, take the contents to the police, tell of your talk with Ruth, and provide irrefutable evidence that Lester and Monica were guilty of the diamond smuggling, leaving Ruth free to continue her criminal but highly profitable diamond operation. Finally, as your visitor pauses to light a cigarette.
Why did Ruth have to be killed last night?
Oh, Ruth was not only framing her own husband, she was planning to double-cross me with another man. Take over the operation. She had to be silenced.
Why are you telling me all this? I could easily go to the police.
You won't do that. You need money too badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have phoned me this morning and offered to make a deal. I'm in a position to offer you a great deal of money. $5,000 for a half hour's work.
No, thanks. I don't want to end up as Ruth did.
No, you won't. This is quite safe. I simply want you to go to the police, tell them what Ruth told you regarding Lester. Turn over your evidence and advise them that he's hiding out at the Evers Beach House.
You expect me to help you frame my roommate and a completely innocent man for $5,000?
Why not? You can't possibly help them. The evidence against them is already ironclad. By now, I'm sure the police have found the gun that killed Mrs. Cranston. They'll also find it was Lester's gun.
You mean you took...
I mean I only want your evidence as a clincher, so to speak. Now, can you think of an easier way to pick up $5,000?
You watch Mr. Wilson closely, and suddenly you get an idea, don't you, Laura? You're certain that in the long run you can outwit this man, and you make your decision quickly. You decide to accept his offer, secure the money vital to your own freedom, perhaps pick up a few additional thousands working with him during the next few weeks. Then you'll find a way to expose this man to the police and ensure the release of Lester and Monica, as well as safeguard your own future. You answer in exactly the right tone of voice.
You'll give me $5,000 just for going to the police?
And a lot more as time goes on, if you care to work with me.
When?
Just as soon as I read in the papers that our 2 friends have been arrested and charged with murder.
You wait about an hour, then walk down to police headquarters. Afterward, you return to your apartment and hear nothing for the rest of the day. But the following morning, when you open the paper, the story covers the front page.
Killer of Ruth Cranston captured. Husband picked up in beach house on information furnished police by late wife's friend. Killer further identified as diamond smuggler. Ballistics prove Cranston's gun found earlier near scene of crime was murder weapon.
You read and reread the story with mixed feelings and wonder how soon you'll receive your fee. A fee you must have to cover your personal shortage at QB Stationery and avoid prosecution for embezzlement. You wait nervously for some word from your associate, and a little before noon, your patience is rewarded.
Miss Laura Haven?
Yes?
My name's Frank Webb. I was asked to deliver this envelope to you.
Oh, well, come in for a moment while I see if it requires an answer.
Looks like you had a windfall.
Not the windfall I'd expected. There's only $2,500 here.
Well,
You'd better go back and tell your boss I expect the rest of the money he promised me within an hour.
The rest of the money?
Yes. And tell him if he doesn't send it, I'll do some talking. He'll know what you mean. Oh. Come in. You got my message, I see.
What message?
Let's not be coy, Mr. Wilson. You know what message. The one I sent for the young man who brought me your $2,500.
I didn't send you any money. I brought it.
But he handed me an envelope containing $2,500. Who else could have
It
sent...
could have been the police for all I know. What'd you say to him?
I told him to tell you if I wasn't paid in full, I'd do some talking.
You little fool. I should have known you'd mess things up. I thought you were clever. I suppose you mentioned my name, too.
No, I didn't. I just told him to go back to his boss.
Good. Then there's still time to prevent your ever mentioning it.
No, please. Wait. Help! Help!
Now, what's all the excitement
Oh,
about?
thank heaven you got here, officer. This man was going to kill me with that letter opener. He killed Ruth Cranston, too. He's Arthur Wilson, Lester Cranston's business partner.
Ruth Cranston?
Yes.
She's lying, Lieutenant. What reason would I have for killing my business partner's wife?
To keep her from talking, exposing you as a criminal. He framed Lester and Monica Elson, Lieutenant, and I helped him. They're both innocent.
You must realize how preposterous this all is, officer.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. Meantime, you're under arrest for the attempted murder of Miss Haven. And we're holding you, too, Miss Haven, for investigation on the strength of Mr. Webb's statement. I've got a hunch that you're in this, too.
At least I'm alive.
You owe that to Mr. Webb here. He brought you that $2,500, and you told him you'd start talking if you weren't paid off in full. Became suspicious. Reported the incident immediately. Naturally, we got here as quickly as possible.
But that money, who sent it?
Better tell her, Mr. Webb.
I'm the nephew of Clay Hillman, Miss Haven. When my uncle read how you had the moral courage to aid the police in capturing Lester Cranston, he felt that you deserved the $2,500 you asked him for.
He said... it's just like him, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Instead of sending a check, he told me to get it for you in new $100 bills. He thought you'd get a thrill out of receiving it in cash.
Join us again next week when once again the United States Air Forces in Europe presents The Whistler. This is Air Force Sergeant Don Cormay speaking.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. From the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1954, 67 years ago today. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Monday, July 29th, 1946.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Sellout.
It didn't take Lloyd Miller very long to learn one bitter fact, that a bankroll, when subjected to a steady pummeling from the adverse left hand of Lady Luck, can become anemic in less than no time. Cards, dice, and horses, when they're wrong, they're all wrong. Lloyd found that out. Of course, he told himself it was just a streak of bad luck. It would pass. But until it did, there were obligations to meet, pressing ones. That was why he left his drafting table this Thursday afternoon, adjusted his tie nervously, took one last long puff at his cigarette, inhaled the smoke, let it out in a deep sigh, and knocked on the door to Mr. Collins' office.
Yes, come in.
Are you busy, Mr. Collins?
A little, aren't we all?
Well, yes, I guess we are.
How are you coming along with the sketches of the sonic detection device?
The sketches? Fine, Mr. Collins, just fine.
Good, keep at 'em. I'll see you later.
But I came in to see you about something.
Yes? Well, let's have it, Miller, let's have it.
I've been down to the accounting department, Mr. Collins, and...
What the devil were you doing down there?
Well, I'm a little pinched for money. I wanted them to okay in advance.
Let me get this straight. On $125 a week, you're pinched?
Yes, I had some unexpected expenses, you see. Things came up suddenly, sort of put holes in my reserve fund. It didn't last long.
Well, that's too bad. Well, what else?
Well, that's all, Mr. Collins.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, I thought perhaps you could call accounting and okay in advance for me.
I'm sorry, Miller. No can do. That department is none of my business.
But I've got to have 2 weeks advance. It's an emergency. It's urgent.
What's the emergency?
Just an emergency. I really do
Look,
need...
if the accounting department turned you down, I can't butt in. But, will 10 Spot help you out until payday?
No, thanks. I don't want to borrow.
Good boy. Now you better get back to your drawing board, huh?
Well,
excuse me now, William Miller. Busy, you know.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
That was bad, wasn't it, Lloyd? Turned down. And you do need money badly. You've got 75 cents in your pocket. That's all. And that evening you walk the street trying to figure some way out. But there's only one way. And that's to get some money. But how? How? You're still thinking about it as you let yourself in your flat. The flat you owe 2 months' rent for. You open the door.
Close the door, Miller.
Firstman. How'd you get in here?
Your landlady let me in. Charming woman. Likes to talk. Seems you owe her 2 months' rent, Miller.
Well, she knows I'll pay her.
That's what I mean. Charming. Maybe overconfident, too.
I'm in a spot.
I know it. Ever see this before?
Well, it's my IOU.
I'm glad you don't need glasses. Only a calendar.
Huh?
I've had this IOU for 6 weeks now. Getting tired of looking at it.
Well, you can afford to wait, can't you? It's only $500, Barsman. I'm going to pay it. All I need is a little...
Hey, what you need, Miller, is a little convincing. About welching on bets, I mean.
I tell you, I'm going to pay it.
Sure you're going to pay it.
Now, wait a minute, Barsman. No, that rough stuff doesn't go anymore. You won't get by with it.
You've been to too many movies, Miller. I'm not going to toss you in the river.
You had me going for a minute. I thought you were serious.
I am.
Huh?
Nowadays, it's much more effective and safer. For example, you wake up Monday morning, or any morning for that matter. You're feeling fine, swell. Then
That night, you're in the hospital for a long stay. When you get out, you're a little hard to recognize. That way, a lot of other Welchers can see the horrible example. They think twice before sticking the big, bad gambling house owner with a bad IOU.
Barsman, I'll get it for you. I swear I'll get it for you. I just had a run of bad luck, that's all. But you're first. You'll get the 500 before anybody else.
Shut up and listen. I didn't come here to collect the money. I came here to give you a break.
Break?
Uh-huh. From what I hear, you're a draftsman at Brewster Electronics, right?
What's that got to do with it?
I got a friend who'll pay $2,000 for the sketches of the new sonic detection device.
Are you crazy? That's government stuff. Secret.
Sure. And you're in just the right spot to make them a little less secret.
What do you know what you're talking about? That's a term in federal prison.
If you get caught.
Well, how can I help getting caught?
Listen, how big are those sketches?
Oh, well, just regular-sized paper, but they're only pencil sketches.
That's perfect.
That's perfect for what?
For sending them through the mail?
Oh, no. No, that's out, Barsman.
My friend needs those sketches by Saturday morning. He's in San Francisco. Airmail from Los Angeles will do it.
Well, how can I replace them?
Easy. You get them back. My friend in San Francisco photographs them and airmails them back. You get them Monday. And who's the wiser?
Oh, I can't do it. I'd be scared stiff, Barsman.
You were scared just a minute ago, remember? Now, here's $1,000 on account. There's another package just like this waiting.
Well,
here's the name and address of my friend in San Francisco. And don't try to double-cross. Now, you can take it or leave it.
And if I leave it?
You won't. Will you? I don't think you'll leave it, Miller. But if you do, I'll have to sort of make plans, you know. Think it over, Miller. You can get me at this number. Beacon 2305.
Yes, Lloyd, think it over. Mr. Barsman means business this time. You can take it or leave it. And if you leave it, he has plans for you, hasn't he? You try to think rationally, but it doesn't work. For an hour after he's gone, you pace the floor, light cigarettes, throw them away, start toward the phone 12 times to tell him it's all off, that you won't sell out. You just can't sell out, can you, Lloyd? It's government stuff, important. The FBI will have the finger on you before you can turn around. No, you can't sell out. That's all there is to it. It's almost midnight when you pick up the phone, determined this time. 2, 3, 4.
Yeah?
Barsman?
Oh, yeah, Miller. How much it gonna be?
Well, Listen, Barsman,
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it. Give me the address in San Francisco.
I knew you were my boy, Miller. Bought and paid for.
With the prologue of The Sellout, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, friends, this afternoon while I was looking over one of the new model cars, I was particularly impressed with the results of modern engineering. Through clever streamlining and the elimination of unnecessary weight, they not only increased speed and pickup, but they also increased the gasoline mileage. Well, it occurred to me that's the same thing modern engineering has done for Signal gasoline. When science arranged to disread the atoms in gasoline molecules to put increased power into new Signal gasoline, they not only gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock that makes even vintage model cars feel young again, but they also achieved a bonus of extra mileage. After all, it's only gasoline natural that gets the most efficient performance from your motor. Also helps you get the most miles per gallon. Well, that's an important point to remember. It's power. The same power that gets extra driving pleasure from your motor that now helps you go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Lloyd, you're in a tight spot. And you may as well face the fact that the only thing that will get you out of it is cold, hard cash. You know Mr. Barsman. You could see the tight, vicious look around his mouth when he talked about the $500 IOU and the steps he might be forced to take should you choose to turn down his proposition, to decide not to sell out and not to mail the sketches to his friend in San Francisco. Yes, there's no future in that, is there, Lloyd? The only way out now is Mr. Barsman's way. And as Friday morning wears on, you work on the sketches at your drafting table, carefully penciling in the important details. Maybe Barsman is right, Lloyd. It might be easier than you think.
Miller. What? Oh, yes, Mr. Collins.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I didn't see you come up. I was kind of busy.
Let me take a look at those sketches, will you?
Well, yes, go right ahead.
No, not bad, Miller. Better outline this relay a little more clearly and pencil in the tube numbers.
Okay, I'll do it right away.
When do you think you'll have them ready for photostat?
Oh, Tuesday? At the latest.
Tuesday it is. Oh, Pat, wait up there a minute.
Oh, Mr. Collins?
Yes?
Do you think you'll be wanting to see these any more today?
Huh? Why? Why'd you ask that?
Well, I thought I'd ink them fast and get what I have to photostat.
Well, all right, I'll let you alone with them.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Collins.
That's better. That gives you until Tuesday, Lloyd. And the sketches will come back to you Monday morning. Now you work fast. You fill several pages of paper with sketches to look like the ones you're going to mail. That's to make it look good, isn't it, Lloyd? Now, put the real drawings into an envelope. And you're using a company envelope, so it would attract suspicion. Then you put on an airmail stamp. Another one to make sure you've got enough postage on, and then...
Miller, what's the matter?
Say, what the devil is wrong with you today? You jump like a gaffed salmon. You're as pale as a ghost.
I feel all right, Mr. Collins.
Well, you don't look it. You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm sure. Did you want anything?
Yes, come into my office and we'll... What's that?
What's what?
Oh, a letter, huh?
Yes, a letter. It's to my sister. I haven't written to my sister for a long time, and I thought...
Using company envelopes, eh?
Well, it was the only one I had.
Well, don't make a practice of it. Now, come along.
Yes, sir.
Better bring the letter along.
Bring it along?
Yes, bring it along. One thing you've got to learn, especially if you ever expect to get married. Never leave an unmailed letter laying around. You can mail it from the chute in the corridor.
Oh, I can mail it later. There's no hurry, really.
Come along, Miller. Don't be one of those fellows who walk around with unmailed letters in their pockets. What I want to see you about won't take long, Miller, and there's the chute. Go ahead, mail it.
Oh, but I...
Go ahead, man. Now, what's the matter?
It's a little too big for the slot.
What did you do, write a book?
Oh, I'll take it downstairs later. We don't...
Wait. No wonder you can't get it in. You've got it crumpled. Here, give it to me.
Oh, no, I'll take it later.
Give it to me. There. That did it. Now come into my office. You're as jumpy as a cat. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Miller, you're a good man.
Thanks, Mr. Collins.
But you're a little slow.
Slow?
Yes, apparently too slow for Uncle Sam. The inspector's coming Monday to look at those sketches of the sonic device.
Monday? But I said I couldn't possibly have them ready until Tuesday. I can't have them before then.
Well, don't get so upset about it. We'll show him and let you fill in the details of the rest.
Well, will he understand? I mean, it's a pretty complicated thing. He'd better wait until we can get the photostat.
He's an inspector, Miller. You know him, McVeigh from Washington. He knows the score.
McVeigh?
Yes, that's right. I've got him a room at the Continental Hotel. He's flying in Monday morning.
Those sketches, Lloyd, in the mailbox 5 floors below. You've got to get that envelope before collection, and there's one at noon. What time is it now? 11:58. You press the button for the elevator, and then you remember the cars are crowded at noon, stop at every floor. You take 5 flights of stairs at breakneck speed into the lobby and the big brass mailbox at the end of the chute.
Oh, mailman, I wonder if he's...
Not yet, Miller.
Barsman, what are you doing here?
Doing just exactly what I thought I'd have to do. Keep you from getting cold feet and welching again.
Look, Barsman, you don't get it. You don't understand. I've got... Barsman, there's the mailman. Please, let me get that envelope and I'll explain later, please.
You were paid $2,000 to see that the mailman gets it.
Barsman, you've got to let me get that envelope. He's taking the mail out now. He's
Get
going
away
to
from there. Come on, get out of this lobby.
Barsman, for the love...
I said, come on. You certainly chilled off fast, Miller. Quickest case of cold feet on record. What's the idea?
An inspector's coming Monday to look at those sketches.
Monday?
Yeah, the instant the morning. What'll I tell him? Inspector's coming. What'll I say?
It's up to you, Miller.
But if those sketches aren't in, they'll know I took them. If I'm the only one who handles them, they'll trace them. They'll find out where they went. It'll be a job for the FBI. They'll get to you. I've seen them pick up a colder trail than this.
And suppose you're fixed so you can't talk.
You can even do that and they get to you. I've seen them do it, Barsman.
Yeah. Maybe you got something there. What's this inspector's name?
Oh, McVeigh.
You know him?
Well, yes.
Find out what hotel he'll stay at.
Well, I already know that. The Continental.
Then what are you worried about? We delay him until we're sure the sketches are back.
Look, Barsman, he's a government man. He can't do anything.
Shut up. Listen, there won't be any rough stuff. Be delayed until we're sure the sketches are back.
You sure you can work it?
Sure I can. But you got to be at the Continental Hotel Monday morning when McVeigh gets there.
But why me?
Because you know what he looks like. I don't. Just give me the tip. I'll take care of the rest.
The rest of the day is agony to you, isn't it, Lloyd? You work over the fake sketches, your heart in your mouth every time Mr. Collins passes your drafting board. But he doesn't stop, and at last the day's over. Saturday is even worse agony, and Sunday. You wait for a call from Barsman. Cigarettes are piled up on the ashtray by your bed. Your mouth is dry, and the cigarettes don't help, do they? And then toward evening...
Hello?
Miller,
Yes.
listen. Be at the hotel at 8 in the morning. Our friend should get there around 8:30. Goodbye.
Barsman? Barsman, listen. Barsman?
That's all, Lloyd. Just be at the Continental Hotel at 8 in the morning. Monday morning to identify McVeigh for Barsman. Now, all you've got to worry about is whether Barsman means to kill the inspector or just delay him. Not much sleep tonight, is there? Time goes so slowly. And then it seems to speed up toward morning. 7 o'clock, already 7:30. It's after 8 when you hurry into the lobby of the hotel.
Going right up.
What kept you?
I got here as soon as I could.
All right. And watch that door.
What are you going to do, Barsman?
Leave that to me. Now sit down and shut up. And tip me off when McVeigh comes in.
So you sit next to Barsman and try to read the newspaper. But the page is blank, isn't it? And the door to the hotel, it seems so large, so very large. Why, 1,000 people could come through it and you'd miss McVeigh, never see him. It's after 8:30. More and more people come in. You can hardly look at them all. Is that McVeigh? That man in the gray hat and blue suit with his back turned, walking toward the desk so you can't see his face. But you've got to, because he walks like McVeigh. He might be McVeigh.
Barsman, that man. Gray hat, blue suit at the desk.
Oh, you idiot. Why'd you let him get that far? Get over to that desk before he gets away.
Well, you could check the register.
Let the clerk identify me? Not me. Go ahead.
But he might see me.
Listen, if you don't get up there in 2 seconds, I'll take my chances by putting you where you can't talk. Now, go on.
Well, All right.
I wired ahead about 4 days ago. McVeigh.
All right. Get back to the office fast.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. Now get going.
You're sure now it'll never work. And all the way back to the office, you fight the urge to run away, to forget about the whole fantastic plan. Somehow you manage to get a hold of yourself and appear nonchalant as you take the elevator to the 5th floor and walk across the office to your drafting table at the end of the room. And then your knees nearly give way. You have to grab the edge of the table for support. There on the corner of your table are the sketches. No envelope, just the sketches. You grab them up and rush into the mail department.
Roberts.
Oh, hello, Mr. Miller.
These sketches, they were lying on my desk when I came in this morning. Where'd they come from?
Why, I put them there. I thought they belonged in your department.
Well, that's all? It just came to you and you opened it and put them there?
That's all. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. It's not important.
Well, things are looking up now. And you're playing it smart, aren't you, Lloyd? You don't make a point of it with Robert. Nothing unusual at all. You'll forget all about it. You're confident now for the first time. There, the original sketches, complete, all ready for the inspector. At 9:45, the phone rings.
Miller speaking.
Bosman,
Yes.
our friend's clear out the other side of town. I arranged a special taxi for him. Hey, what about,
We're in. They arrived this morning.
pretty good service.
Yeah.
Hey, my boy's gonna call me.
You can tell him to deliver the passenger now. I'm all ready for him.
Okay. Oh, and thanks, Sonny. You did a nice job.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, since your mind is all sharpened up for a good mystery, suppose you try solving this little riddle. What are 5 important points on a car that the driver seldom ever sees, if at all, but other drivers and pedestrians see them every time they're used? Got it? Of course, they're the headlights and taillights and stoplights. You can't see them when you're behind the wheel. When you get out of the car, you turn them off, which probably explains why 51% of the defects found in the recent police traffic safety check were faulty lights. Now, friends, right there is just one of the little ways in which your signal dealer can be of extra service to you. He'll be glad to test your lights. And if one of them is out, he'll install a replacement bulb before you can say accident. Maybe your windshield wiper blade is worn and leaving streaks. In just a few minutes, your signal dealer will install a fine new blade for safe, clear vision. You see, signal stations are much more than headquarters for Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil. Stop in. Wherever you find the big Signal Circle sign in yellow and black, there you'll also find a complete line of services and accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Lloyd, you're out of the woods now, but it was close, wasn't it? The sketches are back at your desk, all ready for McVeigh, the government inspector, after the taxi ride, which conveniently took him to the other side of town. A taxi Mr. Barsman arranged for him at exactly the right moment. Yes, you can relax, Lloyd. For the first time in 4 days, you can relax. At 11:15, Mr. Collins called you into his office. Naturally, he'll want to be sure you have everything ready for McVeigh.
You wanted me, Mr. Collins?
Yes, McVeigh just called. He's on his way. Delayed by some stupid taxi driver who didn't know his way around.
Oh?
You all ready for him?
Yes, the sketches are on my desk.
I know they are. I asked Roberts to put them there.
What do you mean?
I asked Roberts to put them there. That's what I said. I asked Roberts to put them there. Well, what have you got to say, Miller?
Where'd you get them?
I wondered why you were acting strangely last Friday. I can understand why you were nervous, Miller.
You know all about it, don't you?
There's no use trying to lie your way out of it, Miller. All right, let's have it.
Well, Mr. Collins, I needed the money. I didn't know what to do. I had to have it or... Listen, you don't know Barsman. He'd do anything. Well, the man in San Francisco photographed the sketches. I sent them to him because Barsman would have... Well, listen, I'll tell you the whole thing, but you got to understand, Mr. Collins, it's not me, it's Barsman.
Barsman?
Well, that's why McVeigh was delayed. Barsman did it, so I'd have time to get the sketches back. Go on. Go on and call the FBI. I'll tell them everything.
So you sold out, huh? That's what was wrong with you. Wait a minute. Yes, Mr. Collins? Get me the FBI, will you? Right away. Yes, sir.
He forced me to do it, Mr. Collins. I didn't want to, but he...
This is all very interesting, Miller. You'd better organize that story. They'll be here in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm rather glad you chose to confess. You see, I had no idea it could have been that serious.
You? What?
I thought it was a pretty unfortunate mistake, of course, sticking the sketches into the envelope instead of the letter you wrote to your sister, but I decided you were in such a state last Friday you could have done anything.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
But the sketches, they were to be returned to me marked personal.
They came back in the general mail, of course.
What?
Yes. You see, in your excitement last Friday, you forgot something. Something that's going to cost you a lot.
What do you mean?
You carefully put sufficient postage on the letter. But you forgot to put on the address.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Elliott Lewis, Jack Moyles, and Charles Field. This program produced by George W. Allen with tonight by Russell Hughes, story, music by Wilbur Hatch, transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular station signal throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Monday, July 29th, 1946. Stay tuned for Suspense, next on ABN.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac & Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date and history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, May 23rd, 1946, 75 years ago today.
Suspense. Tonight, Mr. Dane Clark as star of Spoils for Victor, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Suspense.
Can he talk, Doc?
I wouldn't advise it, but...
Maybe what you ought to ask is, will he talk?
Oh, I thought you were asleep.
Hi, Harry.
You? Remember me?
You had me down to the DA's office enough times, so I ought to. I didn't talk those times either, remember?
You ought to save your strength as much as you can, Mr. Rediger.
Doc here thinks I'm going to die.
Are you?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to talk either.
There's some questions we got to have the answers to. If we don't get them from you, Vic, we're going to have to get them from somebody else.
Oh. What kind of questions?
About those 2 slugs you got in your ribs, among other things.
Not in there more, at least that's what the doc tells me.
All right, Vic, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, Harry.
Yeah?
Listen. I don't know how she feels about this. But if I talk, you gotta leave her out. Altogether out. Complete. See?
That could be, Vic.
You've always been a pretty right guy, Harry. Is that on a level?
On the level, Vic.
All right. Maybe you can sell it to pictures. Alan Ladd. You could call it The Gangster and the Lady. You know the mob. Bonnie Bernard, Pinky Roberts, and the rest. As far as they're concerned, it doesn't matter much now what I tell you, I guess. We were never big operators, nothing really big time, but we always had plenty of money in our pocket most of the time. But this time I'm talking about, the dive had been pretty long. My pants were getting shiny in the seat, my shoes were getting holes from walking instead of riding, and even Barney was getting a little rusty looking. And this one day, he's sitting around the office with Pinky when I come in, and his chin is down around his belt buckle someplace.
Hi, Vic.
Hi, cutie.
Hi there, what's new?
I hear there's a depression on. Know anything about it?
Ah, forget it. There's no money in it. Hey, they cut the phone off yet?
He thinks he's kidding.
Who you want to phone? A home relief?
A dame, bet you 3 to 1.
That one what?
What do you care? You ain't got it.
Dames. Boy, I ain't never seen nothing like this guy with dames. They buzz around him like he was John D. Rockefeller.
There you go, always looking at the seamy side. Some dames like you for what you are, not what you got.
Sure, I know the kind. Your mother and your grandmother.
Hello, is Madeline there? Yeah, I guess so. Victor Rudiger. Who's calling, some guy said. She's probably married.
So what? She give you the phone number, didn't she?
Hello, Madeline. Yeah, remember? Say, who's the guy who answered the phone? Oh, so you got a sense of humor, too, huh? The butler, she said. I just called up to say hello. I don't like to let these things get cold, you know. That's right. What are you doing with yourself? Well, now, for instance. I see. Hey, sure I would. Where do you live? Wait till I write it down. Okay, I'll do that. Goodbye now. Hey, where's a place called Woodford Way?
Woodford Way?
Yeah, you ever hear of it?
Yeah, it's in Bel Air, Vic.
Bel Air?
Yeah.
Hey, that's pretty big stuff, ain't it?
Yeah, plenty.
Say, you don't suppose she does have a butler, do you?
Sure, there's a butler, all right. And she's the maid.
What's she like, Vic? How'd you meet her?
Well, I'm just walking along Vine Street, rubbing my last 2 nickels together. She comes out of a joint with her arms full of bundles. She bangs into me. She goes one way, the bundles go the other. I pick her up. So one thing leads to another. I buy her a cup of coffee, and I got her phone number before she decides to have another one. I scram, that's all. Nothing special, but she looks like she wouldn't try to promote you for much more than a ticket to the movies, and that's the best offer I had all week, so I gave her a ring. Come up and see me, she said. So I figure, what can I lose, right?
Right.
What's her name? Madeline what?
Well, she didn't tell me, but the guy on the phone, wherever he was, he said it was, Rawlins, something like that. So what?
You don't read the papers much, do you, Vic?
I guess I know where the horses are running as well as the next guy. Why?
Is that her? That dame in the picture, is that her?
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what it says?
Madeline Rawlins opened up Belair home. Wealthy sugar heiress whose personal fortune makes her one of the world's richest girls. Holy smokes!
You ought to keep up on those things.
That's her, all right. That's her.
Of all the dumb luck, boy, you got it.
Yeah. Hey, I might be able to shake a little of that sugar out of there at that, huh?
That's the trouble with you, Vic. You think too small.
Sure, what you want to do is marry the dame.
Well, what's so funny about that? Maybe I've been underestimating your talents, Vic.
All right, funny man, what?
Funnier things have happened, Vic.
Are you kidding?
No.
Ah, Bonnie, be yourself. So maybe the dame does go for me for a couple of weeks. All right, a couple of months. Because I'm different from the guy she's been going around with. But take a guy like me serious? Nuts.
Maybe we could do something about that so you wouldn't be so different.
So what? So what if I even if I did marry the dame? Do you think I could stick up with a setup like that? I'd be out of my ear in 6 months.
A lot could happen in 6 months, Vic.
Nothing that I couldn't make happen in 6 weeks and without any marrying.
Oh, yes, it could, Vic.
What?
Something could happen to her.
Like what?
Like an accident? Accidents happen all the time. And they got community property laws in this state.
Oh?
See?
Nothing doing.
Okay. You're going out to see her, though, ain't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. You might need it.
Thanks, bro. 50... What's that for?
I just want you to make a good impression on the girl, that's all.
Thanks.
And think about it, Vic.
I did all right. I guess it's all I did think about the whole of that first afternoon I was out there to see her. I didn't see her again for over 2 weeks. Because that night, we decided. Bonnie put up nearly all the cash he had left. He bought me a car, a suite of rooms at the Ambassador, clothes.
That's one of our very nicest numbers, Mr. Rudiger, and it looks just stunning on you. $185.
Leave us see something that ain't quite
Well,
so...
shut up. We'll take it.
Splendid. How about shirts, ties?
I went around places. We hired a publicity agent. I was supposed to be a wealthy young oil man. We even hired a guy to try to teach me to talk better.
All right, Mr. Rudiger. Repeat after me, please.
The house of Murphy features turtle soup and oyster stew.
No, Mr. Rudiger. You have it just backwards.
Yeah?
Turtle soup and oyster stew.
Turtle soup and oyster stew.
Again, please.
The house of Murphy features...
No.
I looked a little better. Enough to get by in 2 small doses anyway. And I began to go out and see her again. And after 2 months, I wouldn't have known myself because I was standing in a striped pants and a cutaway coat in church. And she was standing there beside me. And the minute in front of us, there was both of us.
Do you, Victor, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? To have and to hold, to love and to cherish from this day forth? For better, for worse? For richer, for poorer, in sickness, in health, until death do you part?
I do.
Do you, Madeline, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
And all the time, all I could think of was that it was funny. And kind of tough, too, when you stop to figure how a woman is supposed to feel at a time like this. That when she spoke those 2 little words, she'd be signing her own death warrant.
I do.
In 6 months, Bonnie and Pinky and me were going to be rich. And she was going to be dead. I didn't have any feelings about it at first. Inside of me, I was feeling like an old stray dog that just found a swell home. I was tired. I hadn't known how terribly sick and tired the years of snarling and snapping for every bone had made me. And so at first I just stretched my paws out to the fire I lay around in the sun and enjoyed myself. I didn't even mind Madeline. Then after I got over feeling tired, something else began inside. Something began eating me. Just a little thing at first, but it got bigger. I didn't know what it was, except I knew it wasn't my conscience. I hadn't had one of those since I was 10 years old. But for a while I thought maybe I was just missing the old ways, the old... But that didn't fit either. And then one day, we'd been married about 4 months then, and we were going out for dinner. I was upstairs getting ready, and I passed by her dressing room, and she was in there with a maid fixing her hair.
Well, there you are. You better hurry if you expect to take me out anywhere.
Yeah, I will. Say, that's the new hairdo, isn't it?
It will be. You like it?
Yeah, it looks kind of cute.
Hand me the dryer now, will you, Marie?
Yes, madame.
What's that?
An electric hair dryer. You've seen me use it before.
I don't remember.
Don't bother, Marie. I'll plug it in. You can go now.
Yes, madame.
Hey, wait a minute. You ought to be careful handling those electric gimmicks when your hands are wet that way. You can get...
silly. I've been doing this.
Madeline! Madeline! Get a doctor, Marie. Get a doctor!
Oh, yes, monsieur.
Then I was down on the floor beside her, remembering from somewhere that with people who had an electric shock, she gave them artificial respiration. I pressed my hands against her ribs, and I was talking to her without hardly knowing myself what I was saying. Madeline! Madeline, baby! Come on, baby, come on, snap out of it. You're going to be all right, baby. You gotta be. Oh, please, baby, please.
Hello,
please,
Vic.
please.
What happened?
Oh, Madeline.
Oh, I remember.
Are you all right?
Why, Vic, you're crying.
Me? You're crazy. Oh, baby, baby. So there it was. So now I knew. Because if I just stood there, she'd have died. But I couldn't stand there. Not for all the money in the treasury could I have stood there. Because I was in love with her. I tried to keep my mind on all that money and what I could do with it. I tried to tell myself that no dame was worth that much to me or to any other guy. And all the time I was going nuts. I wasn't fit to be living with wild animals, to say nothing of a girl like Madeline.
Vic, have you decided about going up to Arrowhead this next weekend?
What? Huh?
Vic, please put down the paper and listen to me. Where are you going?
Business. I got a little deal.
Oh, it must be quite a deal, Vic, to make you feel the way you have been lately.
It is, Madeline. Quite a deal.
Hiya, Playboy. How'd they coming?
Hi, Bonnie. Hiya, Pinky.
Hi, kid. Hey, you're looking great. Not that you hadn't ought to be.
Yeah, we missed you, Vic. But we've been reading all about you in the society columns.
Yeah, you've been living up there on the fat of the land for quite a while.
Yeah. Been there 6 months, Vic.
That's right.
So we've been sort of expecting you.
That's what I figured. That's why I come.
And I hope you're ready to talk business, Vic, because we are.
That's why I'm here.
Okay. So we start talking.
Listen, Bonnie, look, wait a minute. Suppose I figured out a better way.
A better way to what?
A better way to get dough out of the setup.
How much dough?
Maybe $1 million.
$1 million? Are you kidding?
What's the matter with $1 million?
Nothing. Only my way, we get about 10 times that much, and that's what we're in this for, and that's what we're going to get, see?
I might even get more than be able than $1 million in time.
You're not trying to tell me you're getting soft, are you, Vic?
I don't like murder, that's all.
And you wouldn't try to tell me you've fallen for the dame, would you?
Well, what if I did?
Because I wouldn't believe you. I've known you for a long time, Vic, and I know you ain't that kind of a guy. No, I wouldn't figure it that way, Vic.
No.
I'd figure that maybe you were getting away with it up there a lot better than you expected, and you didn't see no reason for not hanging on to the rest of the dough. All be yourself.
Oh, no. I don't like murder, Bonnie.
Maybe you don't. I can see how maybe you wouldn't. But I put my dough into this. I put my brains into it. It's the biggest thing that anybody's ever pulled. $10 million. And I ain't taking any less. It's my way or else. Well, what about it?
Okay.
It's better.
Got it all figured out?
The accident? Sure, a burglary. Pinky here breaks in. You and her hear the noise. You go down and find Pinky at the wall safe. You got one, haven't you?
Yeah, in the library.
So you catch Pinky and you shoot. Only you hit her.
I do. Why not Pinky?
No. If it's an outside job, they'll keep looking for the guy, and that might find him. And if you do it, it's an accident, open and shut. No more trouble. You like it?
Sure, it's great.
You got a gun, haven't you? Registered to you?
Yeah, up at the house.
Use that. Want to set a time?
Sooner the better. Friday night?
Friday night. Okay, Pinky?
Sure, anytime.
Check with me Thursday, okay?
Okay.
And Vic,
Yeah?
when you shoot, don't miss.
Hello?
Hello, Helen.
Yeah?
This is Vic. Victor Rudiger.
Vic! Why, you old so-and-so. I never thought I'd ever hear from you again.
Look, Helen, I want you to help me.
Why, sure. What is it?
I wouldn't ask you, Helen, but I'm on a spot.
Yeah, I was on a spot once, too, remember? What do you want?
You're a good kid, Helen. Now listen. I can't tell you over the phone, and don't talk to anybody. Not to anybody until I tell you. But what are you doing Friday night?
Whatever you say.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Remember, Friday night.
Yes?
Hello, Madeline.
Well, Vic.
Look, hon, look. I think Arrowhead this weekend would be a great idea. What do you say?
Well, Vic, that's wonderful. Well, I'll start getting things ready right away. When we think of leaving?
What about first thing Friday morning?
Well, Vic, fine. Well, that's wonderful, darling. Friday morning.
It's about 90 miles to Arrowhead, and I usually make it in 2 hours easy the way I drive. But this time, I guess my mind was on almost everything except my driving.
You made up your mind pretty suddenly, didn't you, darling?
About what?
About coming up here.
Well, I don't know.
Vic, please, not so fast on these turns.
Fast. It was too slow a while back.
Well, a while back it was too slow. You were crawling. Why'd you tell the servants to go away for the weekend?
Away? Didn't tell them I'd go away.
Well, the way you said it, it meant that.
Well, we were going to be away. I figured they might like a little vacation, too.
Oh, I see. Vic, what is it?
What's what?
What's the matter?
Nothing the matter, Madeline. It's just business. Business, that's all.
Victor, I don't believe you.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't believe it's business. I believe it's something else.
Oh, what else could it be?
I believe it's something about you and me.
Oh, it isn't. It isn't, Madeline. It isn't. It's a deal, that's all. And it'll all be over by a few days.
Will it?
Of course it will.
Vic, I love you. I could never fool myself about that. I'd do something awful if anything ever came between you and me. Anything or anyone.
I know, Madeline.
You don't want to talk about it, do you?
I can't, Madeline.
All right. Remember, anything or anyone.
We got up to the cabin around noon, and I helped her unpack, and we changed, and I moped around a couple of hours stalling. And then I knew I couldn't stall much longer, and I'd have to come out with it.
Vic, I thought we were going to go riding after we had...
Madeline.
What?
Madeline, I just thought of something terrible.
What is it, Vic?
I got an appointment to see a guy tonight in town.
Oh.
Oh, I don't see how I could have forgotten it, but it's terribly important. I'll just have to go.
Yes, I suppose you will.
But I'll be back first thing in the morning. I'll have to take the car, but they'll loan you a station wagon at the hotel if you're going to be going anywhere.
Yes, yeah. Will you be staying at the house?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, Madeline, don't look at me that way. Please, you understand how it is, don't you?
Yes, Vic, I think I do.
I drove on down feeling like the world's worst heel and scared and excited, too. I called Helen and told her how to get out there and where to leave her car and how to get in without anyone seeing her in case they were already watching a joint. It was good and dark, about 8 o'clock when I let her in.
Am I on time?
Sure, swell.
Boy, what a dump.
Yeah, it's quite a place, isn't it?
It's awful empty, though. I had an idea it was kind of a party or something.
It is, kind of. The people I'm expecting will be along later. Now, come on up this way.
Gee, knew you'd married into the gravy, Vic, but I didn't know it was anything like this.
You come in here.
Now, what's this?
Bedroom, dressing room.
So this is what rich bedroom people call it. Look at the mirrors.
Yeah, look, Helen, can you put your hair up You know that sort of crown business on top over your head?
Like this? Sure.
Yeah.
Is that part of the act?
Yeah, that's it. And while you're at it, put on this nightgown, will you? And the dressing gown, too. And there ought to be some slippers in there that'll fit you.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Helen. It's nothing like that. I'll wait outside.
Vic, it isn't one of those divorce things, is it?
No, like I said, it's a sort of a gag.
Okay. You're the doctor. And what's that?
Phone.
Aren't you going to answer it?
Probably isn't important.
Oh, what do you suppose it could be?
I don't know.
Vic, it might
Yeah.
be your...
Yeah, my...
Well, for heaven's sakes, why don't you answer
I
it?
can't answer it.
Oh, all right. Oh, gee, these things of your wife's a darling. How do I look? Huh?
You look just about right. I hated the part about Helen, but I knew I didn't stand a chance in the world of getting Barney inside unless he thought he was seeing Madeline. He'd never seen her except from a distance, and that lousy newspaper picture. And what with the hairdo and all, Helen looked pretty good. And after a while, I went around the house. I put off all the lights, and after that, we had to sit in the dark. I didn't even dare talk to Helen anymore. Pretty soon, she just went to sleep. And I waited. And I heard the clock in the downstairs hall strike 4. And then right on the dot, I heard what I'd been waiting for. Helen, wake up.
Huh? What time is it?
Come on, the people are here.
Yeah, all right. On the light, aren't you going to put...
When we get to the library, now you stay right behind me, and as quiet as you can, and I'll shine the flashlight so you can see.
I can see.
And when I go in, you come in right behind me, close the door, and just stand right there, right against the door.
All right.
All right, here we are. All right, Pinky, drop that gun.
What's the idea, Vic?
Just not taking any chances. Drop it! Now kick it across the floor, over to me. Bonnie outside?
Yeah.
Alone?
Yeah?
I want you to go to that side door where you came in and whistle to him. And when he shows, tell him we need him in here. And that's all. Anything more and I shoot. Understand?
This ain't right, Vic.
When this happens, I want Barney in here. Just in case. You wouldn't want you and me to be the only suckers, would you?
Well, that's right, too. All right.
Hey, Barney, we need you.
He's coming.
Vic.
Take it easy, baby.
All right. What
Put up your hands and keep them up.
What's the idea?
You better go outside, baby.
Yeah, all right, Vic.
That ain't your wife.
Close the door after you.
What is this, the old double cross?
Yeah. The old double cross.
Oh, Vic, you killed him.
They broke into my house. They were burglars.
But that's Barney Bernard.
They broke into my house.
Oh, Vic, I don't want to be mixed up in anything.
You're not going to be mixed up in anything. Nobody saw you come. Nobody will see you go.
Is that why... I mean, your wife's nightgown and...
I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you more. I can't tell you now either, but you better get your things and scram. I've got to call the cops.
All right, Vic. What's that?
Madeline.
I told you what I'd do, Vic.
Madeline! Put down that gun. Listen, will you?
Anything or anyone.
Madeline! There it is, Harry. But remember, you said the DA's office would lay off her.
That's right. Now, you better lie down there.
Look, Harry, do you think the way it was, it might make a difference?
How?
To her?
Yeah, Vic. Yeah. I think it might.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, May 23rd, 1946, 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, November 2nd, 1950.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you The Victoria Cross, a suspense play starring Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Gotta keep going. Keep going. You're in command now, Bale. Stout fella. Well done, my boy. Afraid. It'll hurt. I don't want to be hurt. Stay down. Dig in the air. Cover yourself.
Nurse! Nurse!
Now, Captain Vane, you wake all the patients. What is it?
I was dreaming again. Please, I can't stand it. Please, give me...
I'm sorry, Captain. The doctor said no more.
I've got to. I want to sleep without dreams. It'll make me sleep, make me forget.
I'm sorry, but it won't help. The doctor doesn't want you to take any more. Those are his orders.
Orders? What is it to him? He doesn't know.
If you're going to take that schoolmaster position you told me about, you'll have to get well.
No, I want to...
You've been taking that medicine too long now, Captain. It's better this way. Just be strong for a while. It'll be better.
Strong. I wish I was strong enough to wipe that professional kindness from your face. I'd like to kill you.
In just a moment, Mr. Herbert Marshall in the first act of The Victoria Cross.
Water.
What's that, Wilcox? A desert rat?
That, my dear Senator, is an ordinary battery dying of thirst.
Come, Wilcox.
Come is the word, Senator. Everyone comes to the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, an Autolite Stay Full battery is so cautious of water, it makes a camel look like a double-deck water tank.
That's folderol, Wilcox.
That's factual, Senator, because the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features.
Water everywhere.
And furthermore, Senator, the Autolite Stay Full battery has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate for longer life. 70% longer life, in fact, as proven by tests conducted according to SAE minimum life cycle standards.
Give me that longer life, Wilcox.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Right.
And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the Victoria Cross and the performance of Mr. Herbert Marshall, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Wait here in the hall, Bateman. I'll call you.
All right, sir.
Come in, please, Ord.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Ord, I have no intention of sermonizing upon the dignity of our school. You and Bateman are both aware that at Hoxley, the boys are on their honor during examinations.
Yes, sir.
And yet, knowing this, you deliberately passed information to him. Why?
I don't know, sir.
No, I thought we were friends. You've never lied to me before.
I don't know, sir. Really. Please don't ask me.
Did you know when you arranged this that you could both be expelled?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, you, who as far as I know, have never been particularly friendly with Bateman, ran the risk of expulsion for his sake. Again, I ask you why. Did he threaten you?
No. No, why do you ask that?
Well, there must be a reason.
All right. He's the most popular boy in school. He's captain of the cricket and rugby teams. Nobody likes me. I want him to be my chum.
You're not telling the truth, Old. Wait outside, please.
Yes, sir.
Send Bateman in.
He wants to see you.
Sit down, Bateman.
Thank you.
Well, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing.
Take off your cap. Do you deny cheating?
Why should I?
You're being insolent, Bateman. And you will address me as sir.
Yes, sir.
What do you think this will do to your reputation as the most popular boy in the school?
I don't think it will do anything, sir.
We shall have to allow the headmaster to decide that.
You wouldn't sneak to Mr. Walkley, now would you, sir?
You're one of the older boys, Bateman, but you're still not too old to be caned.
By you, sir?
It's time you learn that you're still a schoolboy and in need of discipline. By going to Mr. Walkley's office. Come along. Stand up.
All right. And while you're telling Mr. Walkley about me, will it be all right if I tell him about you in the village? About the dagger and drum? What's the matter, Mr. Vale? Is it Maggie Splain? She knows a lot of men, but I'll bet she doesn't know any of them as well as she knows you. Does she? May I go now, sir?
The position of a housemaster at an English public school is one of traditional conformity and demands of its holder the utmost in individual principles. I had come to Hoxley during the last year of the Second World War, directly upon my release from the hospital, and through seniority in 1949 found myself housemaster of Peckham House. The years had not been pleasant, but I had felt at least an uneasy security until the day of the examination, when the model British schoolboy Giles Bateman had destroyed the security and left in its stead the fear. And the fear grew. That evening after supper, I sat at my desk in the study hall and wondered about the boys before me, quiet with their books and scribbling. Did they know? Did they all know? What had this terrifying child with the body of a man told them? He sat, head bowed over his ancient history, the most popular boy at Hoxley.
What's yours?
Mild and bitter.
Right. Good evening, sir. What's the idea of coming in here like this?
I've got to talk to you, Maggie.
I'm busy.
I've got to talk to you. What time do you get off?
Not till 10, and I've got a date. You better order something. They'll think it queer.
Anything.
Half a pint, hand? Right you are.
What did you tell Giles Bateman?
Here you are, sir.
What did you tell him? He knows about it.
Go on now, can
He
you?
said so. He mentioned your name. You've talked to him, haven't you?
Well, what if I have? He's a nice young bloke, and I can talk to whoever I want, can't I? But I didn't say nothing bad about you.
What did you say?
Well, just that I knew you, that you were a nice, generous gentleman.
I should never have trusted you.
I didn't ask you to. You came to me, don't forget. I'll thank you not to be so high and mighty.
I'm sorry. Are you sure you didn't say anything else?
I can't talk no more. The boss is watching.
Did you say anything else?
No, go away.
Maggie!
In a jiffy, sir.
I returned to the school undiscovered and made my rounds of Peckham House, now silent. And as I looked into each darkened room and listened to the sounds of sleep, I wondered if I could at this moment give each boy an insight into his future and the tragedies lying before him. Granted the power, how many would choose to awake in the morning, and how many would choose never to awake again? There was one room outside of which I stopped, listened. It was a door I did not open. A week passed, and once more I allowed myself the luxury of an uneasy security.
I convinced myself that whatever Giles Bateman knew about my visits to the Dagger and Drum, it was not sufficient to cause my arrest. I determined to avoid any further visits, at least until the boy was out of school. And then, the afternoon of a half-holiday, Francis Ord came to me.
May I speak to you, sir?
Of course, Ord, come in. You like some tea?
No, thank you, sir.
A cake?
I'm not hungry, sir.
Oh. What's the matter?
Nothing, sir, nothing.
I thought that we were friends. You used to like to have tea with me and talk.
Well, I've been very busy, sir. I'm swatting. I want to get better marks.
I'm not angry with you about the examination last week. I know it wasn't your fault. That's the matter any further. I didn't...
Yes, sir.
I suppose you think that's showing favoritism, don't you? In a way, I'm cheating.
Oh, no, sir. It was very sporting of you.
Sporting, was it? You came to see me about something, Ord. What is it?
Sir, I should like your permission to change my room.
Oh?
Yes, sir.
Don't you get along with Watson Minor?
Well, Bateman has asked me to share his digs.
Has he? You want to?
Yes, sir. I want to very much.
You're lying. He's holding something over your head. You can tell me. I'm your friend. I'll help you.
Thank you, sir. Do I have your permission to move, sir?
Because I didn't have the courage to question him any further, I gave him permission. And as he left the room, I saw the look of the condemned in his eyes. I had given him the privilege of becoming a bully's bootblack. The school term waned. I was very careful. Except in my ancient history form, I saw very little of Francis Ord. Bateman thrived in the glory of his victories, his top marks, his prowess on the playing fields of old Hoxley. This was his last term, and for me, that meant freedom once again from the fear. Then, 3 weeks before final exams, Headmaster Mr. Walkley called me to his study.
Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Vale. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Just had an interesting talk with Giles Bateman. Very interesting.
Oh, really, sir?
I want to do something for the boy, Vale. I'm petitioning for Cambridge for scholarship. As Bateman's housemaster, your signature to this letter on his behalf will be of value. After all, you know estimable better than any of us do.
Yes, I do, sir. May I read the letter?
Of course. It is rather glowing, I admit, but what can one say? He is all of these things. Don't you agree?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't sign it.
You
I won't sign it, sir, because I can find only one truth in the letter. He has been a successful athlete, nothing more.
Nothing more?
You speak of his integrity. He has none. His leadership. He rules through fear.
You don't know what you're saying.
You forget, sir, I'm his housemaster. I know him better than any of you. You praise his high principles. He's a cheat. You point out his sense of fair play. He's a bully.
I've heard enough, Mr. Vale, quite enough. Needless to say, I'm shocked beyond words. I can only construe from this monstrous outburst that you're allowing an entirely personal malice to sway your judgment.
I'm sorry, sir.
Your apology is not sufficient, sir. I suggest that you return to your quarters and give the matter serious thought, very serious thought, Mr. Vale, for your own good.
It was a curious thing, and I felt almost lightheaded as I walked back to my rooms. For a moment, I had forgotten my personal involvement, and stated quite objectively, I felt, what I knew to be the truth about Giles Bateman. I even felt that I might have said the same thing had Bateman been there.
Did you sign the letter, sir?
What are you doing in my room? Get out.
Did you sign it?
I told you to get out. Do you want to go hiding?
Do you want me to tell the head about you?
You can't bluff me again, my boy. You know I've gone to the Dagger and Drum. That silly girl told you about my visits. It's not enough for your filthy blackmailing. You can't bluff me.
She told me enough to send you to prison, Mr. Vale.
What did she tell you?
I'd be afraid to tell you, but I wouldn't be afraid to tell Mr. Walkley or the constable.
What did she tell you?
You wouldn't hit a schoolboy, would you, Mr. Vale? They'd want to know why.
Get out! Get out!
You will sign that letter for me, won't you, Mr. Vale?
I knew then that I'd have to sign the letter. Or if I didn't, something would have to be done about the boy. And because of my fear, I did something that I had promised myself I would not do. I went to the Dagon drum and to Maggie's plane so that I would forget. Perhaps forget too much.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Herbert Marshall in the Victoria Cross. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Water.
There's that battery again, Wilcox.
What a thirst. But let me tell you about the famous Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I'm listening.
Why, the Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features. That advantage alone helps overcome one of the greatest causes of battery failure.
You don't say so, Wilcox.
Oh, I do, Senator, and more, too, because the Autolite Stay Full battery has fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and give longer life. Yes, sirree, 70% longer life as proven by tests conducted according to SAE minimum life cycle standards.
Me for an Autolite Stay Full.
Right, Senator. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Herbert Marshall in Elliot Lewis's production of The Victoria Cross, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I have no memory of what I did or where I went later that night. But the next morning in Baseman's room, I found myself standing over what had once been the most popular boy in school. During the war, there had been other dead bodies, but this one aroused within me no feeling whatsoever. There was neither triumph nor sorrow. I was aware only of the 4 walls of his room and the stained cricket bat on the floor.
Has anything in the room been moved, sir?
Mr. Vale.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
Inspector is talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right, sir. I understand. Has anything been moved?
Not as far as I know.
As housemaster, it's your duty to make the rounds at night.
Yes.
Would you say that there was any sign of trouble last night?
Not so far as I know.
Tell me, sir, how did the deceased get along with Francis Ord?
Well, it was Bateman who requested Ord to share his quarters.
What about his other schoolfellows?
I admired him tremendously, Inspector. I may say without fear of contradiction that he was the most popular boy in school.
I'm afraid, Mr. Walker, they must have been extremely unpopular with somebody here. I should like to have the door of this room locked until the laboratory men arrive.
Of course.
Shocking. Poor boy. Well, I imagine you'll want to question Francis Ord, Inspector.
Yes.
Yes. Well, he's detained in Mr. Vale's quarters. You'll find me in my study.
Very well, sir.
I can tell you, sir, that a murder investigation involving schoolboys is something out of my line. Now, I'd be obliged if you'd stand by.
I'd be happy to.
Mr. Vale, what did you think of Bateman? Oh, it doesn't matter. You don't have to answer that. Francis Ord.
Very fond of him, Inspector. He's quite shy, but he's a sensitive lad. He has told me I know that his family life has been quite unhappy. He lost his mother when he was 8. His father remarried, and I gather that he feels, well, forsaken.
Is he happy here?
Happier, perhaps, than at home.
Yet he doesn't get on too well here.
I'd say he's about the most unpopular boy at Hoxley.
Rather strange, don't you think, sir? The 2 lads, such complete opposites, would chum together?
Yes, perhaps it is.
Did you talk to him this morning before he tried to run away?
Ord ran away?
You didn't know?
Well, here we are. Ord, this is Inspector Forbes. He wants to ask you some questions.
Well, Young fellow, my lad, you were caught trying to run away this morning. That doesn't look very good, you know. Don't you think it'd be better if you told us exactly what happened?
Francis.
I think he might be trying to protect somebody. Don't you, sir?
Sooner or later, things are found out, Francis. Tell him the truth. I don't want you to protect anyone.
Why shouldn't I protect anybody? Nobody cares about me. All right. I'll tell you the truth. I killed him. It doesn't matter now. I hated him. He was a dirty, filthy, rotten swine. I did it, Mr. Vale. I hit him with my cricket bat. I hit him, and I hit him. And he fell down. And he cried. And he begged me to stop. But I didn't. I didn't stop. And I felt strong.
Why did you kill him?
Yes,
Mr. Vale.
I think we should leave him alone.
It's not very pretty to hear a confession like that, especially from a kid.
What happens to him now?
I should take him back to London, but I'm not going to just yet. There's something else that he hasn't said. It's not finished.
It wasn't finished. The inspector wasn't a brilliant man, but he was diligent. I felt he had done this sort of work for a long time and done it very well. And in finding why Francis Ord had killed Bateman, perhaps he would find out about me. Find my secret. He asked me to accompany him. He questioned other masters and other schoolboys. It was in the gymnasium that we found the very physical sportsmaster, Samuel Jennings.
He had great style at the wicket. Reminded me of Jack Hobbs. I can tell you one thing about him, Inspector Forbes. The school's going to miss him. Don't you agree, Mr. Vale?
He was the very best of the British schoolboy, Mr. Jennings.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Nothing namby-pamby about him. He was a bit of a lad. Take a nip now and again, and there was a bit of fluff in the village that caught his eye.
Oh?
Yes, the barmaid at the Dagger and Drum, Maggie Splain. He broke her bounds a couple of times to see her, but of course he wasn't the only one.
Mr. Jennings, what do you think of young Ord?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't and I never did. He's a coward and a liar. The boys call him a nasty little beast, and that's what I think he is. Soppy. Nothing.
I'm sure you've been very helpful, Mr. Jennings.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, Mr. Vale, I think I've learned as much as I can for the moment. Oh, I want to call Scotland Yard. If you could direct me to a telephone, I won't trouble you anymore.
You'll find one in the gymnasium office, just there to the left. He knew about the Dagger and Drum now. He knew about Maggie Splain. Now he was going to call Scotland Yard, and he'd find out more. He'd find out about me. I couldn't leave the school grounds until later that afternoon, and when I did, slipping past the front gate porter, I ran to the village. Maggie.
You're going to get me into trouble coming in here like this.
Listen to me. A detective is going to come here. He'll ask you a lot of questions.
Me? Questions? Oh, no.
There'll be questions about Bateman.
Why? What's he done?
He's been murdered.
Murdered?
Be quiet. You don't have to worry. But if you say anything about me...
You killed him, didn't you?
No, there's been a confession. Francis Ord, his roommate.
It wasn't you?
I told you no. Remember now, you don't know me.
Oh, I won't say anything, I swear it. You won't hurt me, will you?
You've never met me. You don't know my name. You don't know anything about me.
All right, all right.
When I left the Dagger and Drum, I felt that my secret was reasonably secure. I wanted a good excuse to have been away from school if anyone chanced to see me. So I had tea in the village, then went to the cinema. When I returned to Peckham House about 10 o'clock...
Mr. Vale.
Oh, Inspector.
Where have you been?
Why, in the village, at the cinema.
Would you come with me, please?
I don't quite understand.
Francis Ord tried to commit suicide tonight. He's been asking for you.
Where is he?
In his room. He'll be all right.
Francis. Francis.
Hello, sir.
Well, this is a nice thing for the school, I must say.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought it would be better this way.
Better?
I was afraid, sir. Afraid they'd make me talk about... Who's that with you?
It's the inspector, Francis. There was no need for you to... Tell him, Francis.
But he...
I want him to know, Francis. It's all right.
It's about you, sir.
I know. Bateman said things about me, didn't he?
Yes, sir. You remember the examination when you caught us cheating?
I remember.
Well, he knew then about you and...
The girl in the village?
Yes, sir. I didn't want to believe him. But he said if I didn't help him with the exam, he'd tell something about you and you'd be arrested. So you see, I had to. You were my friend, sir. And I knew that no matter what Bateman said about you, it couldn't really be bad.
It was bad, Francis, because I was weak. I didn't have courage.
You're the only friend I ever had, sir. I didn't want you to get into trouble.
I was in the war, Francis. When I was wounded and they sent me home, the king gave me a medal. He gave. I thought I was brave because I'd helped some people. But when he gave me the medal, I wasn't brave any longer. I was a coward because I was taking medicine. And I couldn't stop taking the medicine.
Yes, sir?
Bateman found out I was buying it from Maggie's plane at the Dagon Drum. Isn't that what you were protecting me from?
Yes, sir, but I...
Francis, did you kill Bateman? Tell me the truth.
No, sir.
Go on.
I went out for a walk that night. When I left, Bateman was all right. When I came home, you passed me on the stairs, and you didn't know me. You wouldn't talk to me. When I got in the room, Bateman was dead, lying on the floor. You're the only friend I ever had, sir. I couldn't let this happen.
That's enough talking, son. You'd better rest. Mr. Vale?
Yes. Good night, Francis.
Good night, sir.
I don't remember a thing that I did last night, Inspector. But when Francis confessed this morning, I thought he must have done it. But I was safe. Look at me. I'm the house from house at Hoxley School. I won the Victoria Cross for bravery at Tobruk. And yet I almost allowed that boy to plead guilty for murder which I committed. What medal will they bestow upon me for this bravery?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Star tonight's Sir Herbert Marshall.
Say, Wilcox, are you leaving?
No, going, Senator.
Going where?
Going to tell our friends that the Autolite Stay Full battery is one of more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 coast to coast. These include plants, complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, electric windshield wipers, wire and cable, starting motors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on it. On Autolite parts, original factory, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. William Holden as star of Blood on the Trumpet. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Cary Grant, Ozzie Nelson, and Harriet Hilliard, and Van Heflin, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Herbert Marshall may be heard on his own radio program, The Man Called X.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. William Holden in Blood on the Trumpet.
buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
One of the most cherished possessions we Americans have is our right to vote for representatives in all elective offices. They represent us, the American people. We should make every effort on Tuesday, November 7th, to vote for those we believe best qualified. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, November 2nd, 1950. Stay tuned for Mystery and Thrillers, next on ABN.
never seen her before, and that all she said to him was, 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? That sounds like a message.
Well, that's what Joe figured. Only he decided she delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around to the Banner Bar and Corner here, Grill, and sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Bill, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah. Now, what about that big story you claimed you had?
Oh, well, I'm coming to that. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Now, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Ah, sure I like it. What's the rest of it?
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Nobody is just one name. Not these days.
I have, Bill. But here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Then hang on to him.
Well, I am. Now, you get a car and come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Hey, Bill, 2 men just came in the door and they got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. And Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. Hey, Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom! Tom!
Bill, find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted, except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a girl in a red dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, Nick Murray.
Sit down, Storm. Said you wanted to talk to me? What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill, they didn't. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
If I'd have known it, Nelson would have been dead long before this.
Ah, I figured that. That's what made me think you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon and let it slip out to Tom Jarvis.
Mm-hmm.
Just before those 2 hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
Brunette named Theda? Never heard of her.
Huh? I hoped you might have. Trim-figured, deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works for the bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about it. If any of the boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them, if they do meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass that the girl had been drinking from.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Now that proved well, she wasn't on the level.
Well, not necessarily. But I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. We tried to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but...
But what?
He says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now. And when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward. And outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. A blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes. Broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. Feeling badly. Complains of pains in his chest.
If he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
Well, the last one down by the door, but I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Wait here, please.
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a red dress bending over the last bed, but it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez. He was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does, but it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for a glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips. And then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, Gomez, stop that glass! Don't drink out of it! He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but I was too late. When I reached it, she was gone. Swallowed up in a dark hole. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. Gomez, who was she? What did she want?
Mr. Stork, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer.
You leave him alone. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes, he was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could lead me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night, trying to figure it all out. And the next morning, I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burned in a blotter. I hunted up my editor, Henry Hal City Rollway.
Well, Frank, Lichtenstein, what happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Henry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. The paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in red. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped up about that girl in red? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? And how do you explain her killing Gomez last night just before I could question her?
Bill, are you sure that you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did, not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Well, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez and found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. But suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. And I saw her kill him.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside of a week, or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. It didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, dropped into a chair beside my window, and I started to figure my next move. The window looks out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. Well, I'd been sitting there about half an hour when out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there looking over at me. It was a girl in a red dress, wearing a cute little hat with a veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theda. Oh, don't ask me how I knew. I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said he had the building surrounded if I could only keep her talking for about 5 minutes. When I hung up the phone, I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theda. You looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. But a minute ago, I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything, to keep her talking. Oh, yeah, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theda? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of rat up in, anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
Oh, but listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
I'd like to, but I can't, Theda. I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before.
Yes?
Yeah. It was in Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
No, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks. And I yelled at him, "Hey, you, that girl who was there, stop her."
You mean the little number in the red dress?
Yeah, where'd she go?
Well, she went out just as I come in.
Go after her, grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Oh, listen, mister, I'm here to wash windows, not to chase dames. The police want her, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Look out, your safety hooks are bending.
What?
Oh, no! Oh. Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them, and then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
She was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
Yeah, she was there, all right. We found a woman's handkerchief in the room. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. Drenched in lilac. But the initials J. She said her name was Theda.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why he was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. But, Storm, the elevator boy who took her up, says she was a blonde, not a brunette.
Oh, he's crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
You're getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
Oh, of course I am. And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling. I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Well, just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in red.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Then come on. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
And that's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to her first storage loft. Now, why should she go in there?
I'll find out.
Better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on.
No, we're
right here.
He pushed the door open and stepped into the dark hall, and then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there, put on those pants.
Dutton, who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. There was 2 guys upstairs hijacking the furs.
Dutton. Dutton.
But listen, Storm, you say you didn't see her. Then how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe. And maybe not. I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
Well, I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in the rackets. By now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there to find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Oh, hello, Storm. Sit down.
Thanks, I will.
Can I fix your drink?
No, thanks. I just wondered if you had picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Peter? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. You sure you're not just imagining it?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I tell you, I'm not. She's real, all right.
If there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awfully smart. And it looks like this one is. Well, I guess I better go and get some sleep. I need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl. But tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jarvis.
You may. When?
I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I can find it.
There's a back room. Meet me there about 10. Come alone.
About 10. I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and put on a dressing gown and sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me,
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there. I started to stand up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard. I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
Sorry, Bill, I can't stay. But I wanted to tell you the time's come when I can let you know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you've done?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
Where? When?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray?
Yeah. How do you know? Are you working with him?
Please, don't ask me any questions now. I'll tell you everything tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. Well, I went back to bed. But I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. And I couldn't. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting here in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. I'm just finishing up this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If she convinces me she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. So you did come.
Of course I came. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me. See if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil, and at last I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper. Like looking into the heart of night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. But who are you, then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know soon. I have to leave now just for a minute or two, just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door and sat down.
Well, I see you're here on time, Storm.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jarvis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean for me so I could take over his racket. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't afford to take chances. I had to get rid of them both.
And that explains a lot. But what about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking questions.
No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in a red dress. You saw Janice, my girl.
Your girl?
She filed those safety hooks and lost that handkerchief the police found.
You mean you had that fella killed, too?
Little business deal I'm interested in, protection stuff. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you this now, because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You go...
So long, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Ada. Ada.
Here I am, Bill.
Ada, call a doctor. Quick.
You'll be all right, Bill. Don't worry.
But I need a doctor. You...
Yes?
I know you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes. I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no, stay away from me. Oh, I won't let you come near me. I'm getting out of here. Oh, no, I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the other.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
Oh. Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. A policeman found you crawling down 3rd Avenue.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, nice. Take this down. Nick Murray shot me. Get word to the Morning Ledger.
Certainly. Now, please, lie quietly while I go get the doctor. I'll only be a minute. Hello, Bill.
Ada. So you followed me here.
You shouldn't have run away.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
Yes, Bill, you did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yes. Now I understand why you were around when those people died. I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
No. I'm glad that you're beautiful. It makes it easier this way.
Now take my hands, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. Seemed to be quite strong, and I... Dr. Clark. He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the lady in red. Theda, a strange name. Theda. I wonder if Phil ever did realize those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth and avenged his friend. But if you should meet an alluringly beautiful girl who Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, with a title role played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in our cast were Chester Stratton, Joan Tompkins, Joseph DeSantis, and Larry Blyton. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. All characters in this story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons purely coincidental. Phil Tompkins speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You've just heard an episode of The Mysterious Traveler, which originally aired Tuesday, May 23rd, 1950, 71 years ago today. This episode of Escape originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1948, 73 years ago today.
Escape!
You are located on a remote plantation in the crawling Amazon jungle, and an immense army of ravenous ants is closing in on you, swarming in to eat you alive. A deadly black army from which there is no escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, at the request of many of our listeners, we bring you a repeat performance of one of the most gripping escape stories. Tonight, we escape to the Amazon jungle and to a creeping, crawling terror, as Carl Stephenson told it in his famous story, Leiningen. This is the Vance.
I first met Leiningen while performing duty as district commissioner. As my boat neared his plantation landing, I saw him upon the riverbank regarding me with mild interest. A great hulk of a man with bristling gray hair, bulky nose, and pale eyes. His entire appearance somehow suggested an aging and shabby eagle. He escorted me to the terrace and had drinks brought. I came quickly to the point of my visit and issued my warning. Leiningen puffed placidly at a huge cigar and listened as I said, "And unless they alter their course, and there's no reason why they should, they'll reach your plantation in 2 days at the latest."
Uh-huh. Well, Commissioner, it was decent of you paddling all this way just to give me the tip. But a herd of crocodiles couldn't drive me from this plantation of mine.
No, you do not understand at all. These aren't creatures you can fight. They're an elemental force, a gigantic catastrophe. 10 miles long, 2 miles wide. Ants, nothing but ants. And each one as big as your thumb. Unless you clear out at once, there'll be nothing left of you but a skeleton picked as clean as your own plantation will be.
I'm not an old woman, Commissioner. I'm not going to make a run for it just because trouble's on the way.
But it isn't just trouble.
And don't think I'm the kind of fathead who tries to beat off lightning with my fists, either. I've got a better weapon, Commissioner. Intelligence. With me, the brain isn't just a second appendix. I know what it's there for.
But can't I make you understand the hideous...
Commissioner, all my life I have lived by one motto. The human brain needs only to become fully aware of its power to conquer even the elements.
Leiningen, you are a madman. I've done my best. Your obstinacy is endangering not only your own life, but the lives of your 400 workers. You don't know these ants. I tell you, you do not know these ants. Leiningen merely sat there, puffing at his cigar and regarding me with a sardonic grin, and I knew it was hopeless. As I boarded my launch and cast off, I turned to look once more at this madman who calmly intended to defy one of the world's greatest scourges. I felt a sudden resentment toward him, yet with it was something else. I had never met a man like that, and I could not
stood
help
on the bank of the river watching the commissioner's launch until it rounded a bend and was lost to sight. There was a strange look in the commissioner's eyes as he stood on the deck staring back at me. Clearly, he thought me insane. Well, he would not have been the first to think so. But I, Leiningen, knew my own powers. I was sure of myself. I knew that intelligence directed aright always makes man the master of his fate. That night, I called my 400 Indian workers together in the front of the plantation house. I saw their faces go ashen with terror as I told them the ants were coming. Watched them as they milled around muttering. I said nothing more to them. Finally, one of the men stepped forward. Bloss, the foreman.
We have worked hard here for these 3 years, all of us. We have built the finest plantation in this district. We all share in it. It has been a home for all of us and our families. Now the ants come.
So?
Those ditches we dug last year, the pipe we put in the ground, that was for the ants?
That was for the ants.
If we moved our families across the river, the ants could not reach them?
That's right. And you?
The ants are mighty. We know what they can do. All of us think that you are more mighty. We will stay with you and fight against the ants.
I knew that the men would give me that answer. I'd counted on it. Suddenly, I thought of the commissioner. I'd wondered what he would say at such unquestioning confidence. Would he still think I was insane?
That night,
at least I knew he would not soon
out
forget.
in my mind. One man who calmly evaluated his chances against a deadly menace, coolly decided he could win, and was willing to stake his life on it, to risk a horrible death for it. It was terrifying, and yet it was fascinating. When dawn came, I sent for my assistant. Together we went to the huge map on the district which hung from a wall of my office. What was the last reported position of the ants?
Up here, about 70 miles above this fork in the river.
Traveling southeast?
Yes.
Directly toward Leiningen.
Toward whom, sir?
That plantation at the bend in the river belongs to a man named Leiningen.
Oh.
When would you say the ants will reach there?
Well, I don't know. I imagine about tomorrow noon.
Tomorrow noon. Still time.
Still time? What do you mean?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Never mind. But what did I mean? Still time for what? For Leiningen to flee? Or still time for me to... Even as I rejected the thought with horror, I knew that the fascination of that man was more than I could resist. That Leiningen's flight was drawing my mind, drawing me back toward that plantation and death. I knew past all doubt that I was going back to Leiningen's plantation. I had to. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when I rounded the bend and saw Leiningen's plantation before me. I put into the dock and tied up the launch. Then I saw him standing on the bank above me, arms folded, stubby cigar in his mouth, and a sardonic grin on his face. I made my way up to him.
Back for another warning, Commissioner?
No.
Back to stay a while?
Yes.
Nah.
You don't seem very surprised.
I'm not.
You expected me?
I thought you'd be back. Come along, we'll get some horses. You'll want to ride around the plantation, take a look at the defenses I've rigged up.
Yes, I will want to see the defenses.
And the ants. We'll be getting a glimpse of them before long, I should think.
Yes. and the ants.
Come along, then.
The defenses Leiningen had devised were quite impressive. Surrounding three sides of the plantation like a huge horseshoe was a wide 12-foot ditch. The end of this horseshoe-shaped ditch ran into the river, which formed the fourth side of the plantation. And at the upriver entrance to the ditch, Leiningen had constructed a dam by which river water could be diverted into the ditch. A large hand wheel controlled the floodgate of the dam, and apparently Leiningen had ordered it opened immediately after my arrival. For as we now approached the ditch and rode along it, I could see that it was nearly full.
How do you like my first line of defense, Commissioner?
It's reassuring, like a moat around a castle.
Unless the ants know how to build rafts, they won't reach the plantation. But this is only the outer moat. There's a better one than this. Come along, we'll go up to the high ground where the buildings are and get a view from there.
Leiningen.
What?
I didn't see any women or children around the plantation, or any animals.
Yes, that's right. Move them across the river.
I might have known.
What?
Nothing.
Here we are. There, you see the ditch?
Much smaller than the other.
You've noticed how all the buildings are on this piece of high ground. This inner ditch surrounds them, lined with concrete.
But even filled with water, this is no barrier. It's not big enough. Why, if the ants get this far,
They'll get no farther. This ditch wasn't built for water, Commissioner. You see the pipes leading into it? See those storage tanks up on the hill there? Petrol. We can throw up a wall of flame. They won't like that.
Well, I hope you are right. Leiningen, look!
Huh?
Over the edge of the jungle, all those animals.
Yes. Running like the wind. Everything from jaguars to monkeys.
Good heavens.
Remember, they don't have any ditches.
But can they escape?
They'll be all right as long as they don't get caught between the river and the ants. They can outrun the crawlers. But if they get trapped, it's either the ants or the crocodiles.
Ooh.
Look, Commissioner. Look, over there on the horizon. There are your ants. Look at them.
It was a sight I will never forget. Over the range of hills as far as I could see crept a darkening hem, ever longer and broader, until the shadows spread across the entire slope, then downward, uncannily swift, and all the green herbage on the entire slope was being mown as by a giant sickle, leaving only the vast moving shadow extending, deepening, and moving rapidly near.
They're a hideous lot, aren't they?
Leiningen, we can't last against that. Look at them. Why, they could fill your ditches with their corpses and still have enough to destroy every one of us. We've got to run.
No. They haven't gotten to us yet. They never will.
The hostile army was approaching in perfect formation. No human battalions, however well drilled, could ever hope to rival the precision of that advance. Along the front that moved forward as uniformly as a straight line, the ants drew nearer and nearer to the water ditch. As they approached, two outlying wings of the army detached themselves from the main body and started marching along the sides of the ditch, no doubt expecting at some point to find a crossing. And during this hour-long flanking movement, the main army remained still. Across the scant 12 feet of ditch, I stared at them, and they stared back at me. A solid mass, everyone as big as my thumb, with a reddish-black body and long legs. Suddenly a sound so unearthly as to freeze our blood jerked our heads in the direction of the jungle on the far side of the ditch. Coming toward the ditch at a stumbling gallop was a stag, covered over and over with ants. Leiningen threw up his rifle, and the stag fell lifeless to the ground, its agonies at an end. Horrified as I was, my curiosity impelled me to glance at my watch. I had to know how long the ants would take. After 6 minutes, only the white, polished bones of the stag remained. Leiningen and I exchanged glances, and I could see a change in him. Gone was the sporting zest of the novel contest. In its place was a cold, violent purpose to send these vermin back to the hell where they belonged. If he did not, we were both only too sure of the alternative. And now we even knew how long it would take the ants once they got to us. Around 4 in the afternoon, the ant scouts having found no crossing, there was a stirring among the main army. And then an immense flood of ants, a glimmering black cataract, about 100 yards in width, commenced pouring down the far slope of the ditch. Thousands drowned instantly, but the rest began using the bodies as bridges. Leiningen immediately swung into action.
Can I help? Get to the dam, open the floodgate more to get the water in the ditch moving faster.
Senor.
This looks like the spot for action. Commissioner.
Yes?
Beginning to see what I was talking about?
What do you mean?
About intelligence being more than a match for anything it tackles. Take the ants. They've got no intelligence. If they had, they'd have attacked along the whole length of the ditch instead of a narrow front like this. They'd have been across by now. There. Too bad for them. I'm not running their campaign.
You can
for them.
Talk about it like that with the ants halfway across the ditch.
All right, man. Busy with the shovels now. Dump some sand and clods on them and see how they like that. You with the petrol sprinklers. Start pumping. I don't like it, Commissioner. I don't like it a bit. Look at them.
Yes, but look at the ones on the far side of the ditch. Whole clumps of them rolling into the water. The rest are using them for bridges.
Commissioner, the water's moving faster now.
Kpnl got the floodgates open.
Yes. Look at the ants. They can't hold their own against the current now. They're being washed away. Look at them, Commissioner. The water's carrying them away. We've beat them. Get out.
It was true. Leiningen had won at least the opening round. The floodgates were left open to forestall any night crossing. I suppose I hoped that the ants would go on, pass us by. But when dawn came, the dark blanket was still there, motionless, across the ditch. Then we noticed a feverish activity on the other side of the plantation. Here, a grove of tamarind trees lined the far end of the ditch, and every tree swarmed with the crawling insects. But instead of eating the leaves, they were merely gnawing through the stems so that a thick green shower fell steadily to the ground. Well, it looks as if it's feeding time for our friends, eh?
Yes. Blas.
Senor.
Have all the petrol pumps brought here and get everyone over here except the lookouts on the other side and then pass out the shovels.
Yes, senor.
Looks like I underestimated them when I said they didn't have intelligence.
What do you mean?
I said if they wanted to get across, they'd have to have rafts. That's just what they've got. Those leaves are their rafts.
Even as he spoke, the leaves went tumbling down the far bank by the thousands. The current drew them away from the bank, and each leaf carried several ants.
Don't worry. As long as you keep spraying them and shoveling dirt on the rafts, they can't land.
But there will be too many. It's true. Look, more leaves in the ditch all the time. Why, they'll have a solid carpet to walk across in a minute.
Not so fast, Commissioner. I've still got a trick up my sleeve for them.
The water! The ditch is drying up.
Of course it's drying up. That's the plan. Those are the orders I sent to the dam.
Are you mad? As soon as it's empty, what's to prevent the ants? Look, the water's way down. It's almost dry. They'll be able to climb across the bottom.
They'll not make it if the man at the dam carries out his orders. He should have opened the gates again by now.
To flood the ants?
Right.
But what a chance to take. If anything should happen.
Commissioner, here it comes. Here comes the water. Now we'll give the crawlers the ditch a good ride. Out into the river. Look at them. Look at them go.
Leiningen's tactics were successful at first. The violent flow of water at the original depth raced through the ditch, overwhelming leaves and ants and sweeping them along. 3 times the ditch was emptied, 3 times the ants raced across its bottom, and 3 times the rushing water arriving just in time carried them away. But the 4th time, as the water lowered nearly to the bottom of the ditch, we waited in vain for the rushing waters. And then...
Senor! Senor! What's the matter? What's gone wrong at the dam?
The ants. Just as the man at the dam lowered the water almost to the bottom, the ants attacked. Before he could open the floodgate, he was almost surrounded. The ants ran, and he ran after them. They had across the ditch. Leiningen stood motionless, absorbing the news of his defeat without a word. Then, simply, he raised his pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. The prearranged signal for all men to retreat instantly to the second line of defense, the concrete ditches more than a mile from the point of invasion. Soon after we arrived there, the natives commenced straggling in silently. Leiningen waited until all of them had gathered. Then he spoke to them.
Well, lads, we won the first round, lost the second. But we'll smash the crawlers yet. Anyone who thinks otherwise can draw his pay and push off. There are rafts enough on the river and plenty of time still to reach them. You stay, then. Good. Thank you, lads. And you, Commissioner?
I can't persuade you to give up the fight.
You cannot.
Then I stay, too.
Yeah, I knew you.
Senor! Senor! A few of the ants have reached the ditch.
They're trying to get across?
No, senor.
I didn't think they would. There's plenty of food out there for them. Crops I've spent 3 years in raising. Ought to last them until morning, anyway.
Yes, we were safe for the moment. But the next morning, the black swarm was solid around us, and their shock troops were hard at work. They were dropping shreds of bark and twigs and leaves into the petrol-filled ditches, forming a floating bridge across the surface of the liquid. Leiningen stood silently watching this operation, and I could see a grudging admiration on his face. Then, after several hours, the attack came. Down the ditch they poured, millions of them, and across the bridge of twigs rapidly approached the inner side. Leiningen sat motionless, watching them. Leiningen, for the love of God, don't sit there like a statue. They'll be on us in a moment.
Let them fill it first. Now. All right. Everyone back from the ditch. Blas, hand me the torch. Now we'll see how our friends like a little heat around them.
The flames from the ditch shot up into the air, devouring ants by the millions. But as they returned to the assault time after time, a slow, sickening horror crept into my mind. I looked quickly at Leiningen, then at the petrol tanks. He read my gaze and nodded slowly.
That's right, Commissioner. We could hold them off forever if our supply of petrol was unlimited, but it isn't. We've got only enough to fill the ditch once more.
Leiningen, isn't there any way at all? We've got to do something.
Yes, I know. There must be a way. There must be something on Earth that'll drive this devil's spawn back to the hell they came from. Yes, them. Yes.
What is it?
We'll flood the whole plantation.
Flood? But how?
The river's higher than any point except this high ground we're on now. The river was dammed all the way. It would overflow that stone breakwater and flood the whole plantation. We've got to close the floodgate at the dam. That'll do it.
You're mad. The dam is nearly 2 miles away. 2 miles of ants.
Lads, listen to me. Listen, lads. I'm proud of you. Now there's still a chance. By shutting the floodgates and the dam and flooding the whole plantation from the river. The moment I'm over the ditch, set fire to it. That'll allow time for the flood to wash away the ants. Then all you have to do is wait for me.
It's impossible. You can't get to the dam, let alone get back.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner. I'll get there and they'll get back. Take care of things while I'm gone.
I watched him as he calmly pulled on high leather boots, drew gauntlets over his hands, and stuffed the spaces between breeches and boots, gauntlets and arms with petrol-soaked rags. He shielded his eyes with close-fitting mosquito goggles and plugged his nostrils and ears with cotton. Then the natives drenched his clothes with petrol. Blas, who acted as doctor to the men, smeared a salve over him. And finally, Leiningen was ready. And as he stood calmly surveying
near
the
the ditch
course
ready for the run, I realized this was as it should be. I, Leiningen, would meet the ants and defeat them, or be defeated by them. No, Leiningen versus the ants. Yes, it was right that it should be like this. But now there was no more time for thought, only action. I took a deep breath, and then bounded across the ditch and among the ants. I ran in long, equal strides with one thought, one sensation in my being. I must get through. I dodged all trees and shrubs, and except for the split second my soles touched the ground, the ants had no opportunity to alight on me. I ran on. I was halfway to the dam before I felt ants under my clothes and a few on my face. I struck at them mechanically, scarcely conscious of their bites. And the dam drew toward me slowly. The distance grew less and less. Finally, only 100 yards away. And then 50. And then I was there. I gripped the ant-covered wheel, but hardly had I seized it when a horde of ants flowed over my hands and arms. I strained, and slowly the wheel turned. It turned more. And the floodgate was swinging slowly shut. And then it was shut. The water was rising behind the breakwater, closer to the top, closer. And then it was spilling over. The flooding of the plantation had begun. I let go of the wheel, and for the first time I realized I was coated from head to foot with the fiends. Tongues of fire stabbed at me as they bit into my flesh. I almost lost my head with the pain as I ran, knocking at body, brushing them from my bloody face, and then from my... One bit me just below the rim of my goggles. I managed to tear it away, but the agony of the bite and its venom drilled into the eye nerves. I saw now through circles of fire into a milky mist. I was almost blinded, but I knew that if I tripped and fell... I ran on, my heart pounding as if it would burst, blood roaring in my ears, a giant's fist battering my lungs. And then I could see dimly that wall of flame at the ditch, but it was too far away. It could not last half that distance. I stumbled. I fell. Felt myself being swarmed over, devoured. I tried to rise. A great weight. And then suddenly the vision of the half-devoured stag in my brain. 6 minutes. Then nothing but bones. I couldn't let that happen to me. I couldn't die like that. To my feet. My feet dragged myself forward toward the flame. The ditch. A ring of flame closer down. Only a little farther. 10 steps. 8.
We had waited for hours when all at once through the blazing ring around us, an apparition hurtled and fell full length on the ground. It was Leiningen, alive with ants, conscious, with glazing eyes and lacerated face. We rushed to him, stripped off his clothes, and tore at the ants that covered him. His body seemed almost one open wound. In one place, I could see a white bone. Later, as the curtain of flame lowered, I looked out where that blanket of ants had been and saw only a vast expanse of water covering the entire plantation and working its way to within a few feet of the concrete ditch. The ants were gone, drowned, and Leiningen had won. Leiningen lay on his bed, his body swathed from head to foot with bandages, but alive.
Everything in order.
They are gone.
I told you I'd come back, even if I am a bit streamlined.
He grinned and shut his eyes. He slept.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you Leiningen versus the Ants by Carl Stephenson, adapted for radio by Robert Reif, with Bill Conrad as Leiningen and Jay Novello as the commissioner. Music was conceived by Cy Feuer and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are stealthily stalking into a silent desert fortress, walking into what you know may be a trap. Around you stand a legion of dead men, and over you hangs a menace unseen but felt, a menace from which you cannot escape.
Next week, we escape with Percival Wren's immortal story, Beau Geste. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Chandu the Magician, next on ABN.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and today's date and matching history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Chandu the Magician on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Friday, December 24th, 1948.
Chandu the Magician. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This Friday evening, we continue for your listening pleasure the adventures of Chandu the Magician. The next time you go marketing, be very sure, you put the soap we make for washing clothes and dishes at the top of your shopping list. The name of that soap is White King. It's a wonderful soap for washing clothes because those tiny White King granules make lots of suds in either soft or hard water. They wash off surface dirt, wash out hidden dirt. In fact, dirt cannot possibly hide from White King soap because those energetic suds penetrate deep down into the very heart of fabric fibers. Even those badly soiled dish towels and tablecloths, school togs and work clothes wash up clean as clean can be without extra rubbing and scrubbing. Gentle White King suds are wonderful for washing dishes, too, because they stand up when you cool the water down. Freely rinse away to leave dishes sparkling bright, and they're wonderfully kind to pretty hands. Once you've tried our soap for washing clothes or dishes, you're sure to say, I love White King. Late at night, in a dark, airless shop in the native quarter of Cairo, Frank Chandler has found Jeff Burke unconscious. Burke, an unwilling agent of the sinister Roxor, had been attacked by two of Roxor's Arab informers after he had disclosed to Dorothy Regent Roxor's secret orders. Later, in an attempt to locate Robert Regent by means of Chandler's occult powers, he and the Regents look together into the crystal ball. To their horror, they see Regent in a jungle clearing by savage natives. Chandler realizes that Regent has unwittingly offended a native god and is in danger of instant death. Chandu, the magician.
Do something, Frank. Can't you do something?
I hope so. But unless I can rinse, It'll be too late.
You mean
See him at once.
you're going there by magic, Uncle Frank?
No. Whatever I do, I'll have to do here and now.
Uncle Frank, can't you...
Keep still, Bob. I'm going to try something I've been able to do only once in all these years. Oh, Yogi, my teacher, far across the sea, I ask your help. Help me to use the power as you have taught me.
Do you suppose he can really hear you?
Keep still, darling. Betty.
There's that clearing again.
And Robert. He knows now what's happening.
I don't see why he just stands there. If he'd duck into the jungle, they'd never find him.
He wouldn't go 2 steps until they'd drag him back. If I can reach them at all, it'll have to be through their fear. Cobra, king of the jungle, come from your hiding place. Come out, I say, not to kill, but to save a life.
Holy Moses, there it is. Coming down out of that big tree.
Listen.
What's that? It's crawling up right between your light dad and those natives.
God of the jungle, raise your hooded head. Look upon your worshippers and be still.
Golly, they're pressing their faces right down into the dirt.
Well, Robert doesn't seem to see the cobra at all.
It's not visible to him. If I can only make him hear me. Robert, go back the way you came.
Oh, yes. Robert!
Get up and tell me where he is. Very well, I'll go up the ladder and see for myself.
Oh, dear, I wish he wouldn't go up into that hut. What do you suppose he's looking for?
Robert, be careful. Oh, this is maddening.
They're flat on their faces. And the cobra's still there, too.
Robert, listen to me. Go back to Singapore.
Oh, he can't hear you. He's talking to those men.
What's the matter with all of you? I know you can understand me. Get up.
Stay where you are, King Cobra. Listen to the music and be still.
I'm going now. I see he's not here. Or at least not where I can find him. But tell him I have a message from Bowden, from Roxor. Do you understand? And when I come back, I won't be alone. Remember that.
Hurry, Robert. Hurry.
He walked right past the cobra. He's going right down the path.
I wonder if he really did hear my voice.
I only hope he gets back to his boat before those men start after him.
Mom, what makes you think he had a boat?
Why, I don't know, Bob. It seemed like an island somehow.
I thought so, too, Dot. There's certainly no place like that in Singapore. It has a huge harbor and streets full of cars.
Oh, Uncle Frank, you make it sound just like New York.
Far from it. There are thousands of Chinese and Hindus and Arabs.
Arabs?
Yes, there's even a street called Arab Street. Looks almost like one of the streets in the native quarter here.
Frank, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Dot.
You sound exhausted.
Well, these things aren't as easy as they sometimes seem. I told you I'd only been able to exert that kind of influence once before. In all the years I studied with the yogi.
It was wonderful, Uncle Frank.
It certainly was.
Now, let's not discuss it. We'll have to decide what we'll do now.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
Well, there's one thing you don't have to worry about, Uncle Frank. Or Dad either. Those drawings of his.
Yes. Daddy's always said they ought to be burned up, and this is just as good.
Maybe.
Well, they were in the envelope Arania gave me.
Oh, with a spy spider or something sealed up inside.
If Abu dropped the whole thing into boiling water, as you told him, Frank, the ink would surely dissolve.
Well, we'll get Abu in here and see him.
I am here, Yasidi.
You didn't throw away that envelope I gave you.
No, Yasidi.
Would you bring it to me, please?
In one moment.
I hope the spider, or whatever it is good and dead.
Uncle Frank, do you think Abu's on the level?
He's worked here for Naji all his life.
Well, somebody sure sicked those Arabs on Jeff, and Abu knew right where they took him.
That's true, Frank.
We won't be staying here much longer, Dot.
Someone heard what Jeff said to me. But there'd be no reason for the...
Mother, here's Abu. Oh, Abu, you look like the stage directions in a play. Enter Abu with spider on silver tray.
I did not open it, Chandu.
Yes, I see you didn't. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, be careful, Frank.
We needn't worry about any animal life in this envelope.
It's still sopping wet. I bet the papers are all stuck together. Remember the time we had the big rain at home, Mom? And all the old books you'd stored were flooded in the basement?
I certainly do.
I'll just shake it over the tray.
Rather. Oh, don't touch the hideous thing. Where on earth could that dwarf get it?
Bob, let it alone.
Jeepers. Its body's 2 inches wide. It'd make a swell specimen for my collection.
Well, you're not going to carry that dreadful thing with you to Singapore and across the Pacific Ocean.
Mother, are we really going to Singapore?
Well, wherever we go, that spider is going to stay here. Frank, call Abu and... Why, what are you doing?
Tearing the envelope away from the papers. It's the only way to get at them unless we wait for them to dry. There. Just blank papers. At least the top one is. We'll dry them out, but I'm sure they're all alike.
You don't think the drawings ever were on them?
I know they weren't.
You wouldn't think the printing would boil off, would you?
What's printing?
Renier told us at the top of each sheet was Robert Regent, Beverly Hills, California. That's why Mother said she'd buy them from him.
His name must have been on them. Renier'd never think of such a thing. Oh, I'm glad we're rid of those drawings at last.
I only wish we were. And there's another thing, Dot. Look at the paper. Wet as it is, you can see...
What? Oh, why, it's like the paper you took out of the little image at the castle.
Exactly like it. The paper used by the brothers of
Abu.
Jeopardy.
I didn't see you come in.
I am sorry, Sid. Effendi, this has come for you.
No, thanks. You needn't wait. I want to send an answer. I'll call you.
As you say, Chandu.
He never used to sneak in and out like that.
I told you there was something funny about him.
Oh, for heaven's sake, open it, Frank. It must be from Robert.
It's much too soon for that, Dot. It's from London. I can imagine what it says without decoding it.
Well, you're not going off on some new assignment until we get word from Robert.
I don't know that I'll be going anywhere. Duval's on his way to Cairo.
For Pete's sake, are you a mind reader, too?
Hardly. We have a code word for Duval, and the message begins with it. He must have been released. It's the only reason Blackburn would send me word of him.
What difference does it make now? Jeff told you Duval burned those notes he got from Robert.
Uncle Frank, do you honestly think he could remember all that stuff, like Jeff said?
What stuff, Bob? What are you talking about?
Those notes. Uncle Frank, remembering all those complicated chemical formulas would be like trying to remember the telephone book.
Yes, but Duval's one of those memory geniuses. That's what brought him to Roxor's attention. It was made to order. A man in the Foreign Office with an uncanny memory.
Like that man in the old movies. The 39 Steps. Remember we saw a revival of it last summer, Bob?
That was only a movie.
Oh, I don't care if Duval did get every formula Robert worked out. Or even if he gives them to Roxor.
You would if you knew what they were, Dot.
But you saw how ill Robert looked. And he'll keep going back to that island until the natives kill him.
You can imagine what he'd want me to do.
Oh, sometimes I think all men are as unfeeling as rocks are.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mom.
You don't even know when this Duval will be here.
Well, can't be more than a day or so, Dot.
A day or so. Well, you can stay here if you like. I'm not going to.
Dorothy.
I'll get the whole East Indian police force if I have to. I'm going to Singapore myself.
Next Monday at this same time, the makers of White King will continue the thrilling story of Chandu, the magician. And next Monday, when you go shopping, be sure at the head of the list you write the words White King. You'll like White King for washing clothes and for washing dishes, too. There's something about a dishpan full of nice, warm soap suds that makes a woman feel that her dishes will come out really clean. Every tiny granule dissolves completely in your dishwater, whips up to billowy clouds of suds. And White King suds rinse away quickly and completely, too, when you douse your dishes with hot water. Leave china, glassware, and silver so extra bright they dry in a jiffy. White King soap is extra kind to hands, too. It is so easy on lovely hands that thousands and thousands of ladies who use it say, I love White King. Yes, indeed, for washing clothes in clothes or dishes, you'll love White King. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening. Your announcer is Howard Culver. The makers of White King invite you to listen Monday at this same time when the story resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Friday, December 24th, 1948. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Monday, December 27th, 1948.
Chandu the Magician. Now here's good news. Chandu brings back by popular demand his thrilling magic trick, the trick that changes pennies into dimes. Once again, Chandu will send you his Assyrian money changer for just 25 cents and the box top from a package of White King soap or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers. Listen. From your pocket, you take a penny and lay it on a table. Then cover the penny with the mystic ruby block, the money-changing block. Now utter the magic word, so-coot. Then remove the block, and the copper penny has changed to a silver dime. Remember, it's fun to watch a magician, but it's more fun to be one. So send 25 cents in coin, together with a White King soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21, and you'll receive your Assyrian money changer trick post-paid. Remember to print your own name plainly. That address again, Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Frank Chandler, known in the Far East as Chandu the Magician, has sent a radiogram from Cairo to Robert Regent in Singapore, but has received no reply. By his occult powers, however, he saves Regent from death on an unknown island at the hands of a savage jungle tribe. A few moments later, Chandler receives word from London that the renegade Frenchman Duval is on his way to meet Roxor in Cairo. With his uncanny memory, Duval can deliver to Roxor the record of Regent's last secret experiment, an experiment of vital international importance. Chandler dares not allow the information to reach Roxor, but Dorothy, terrified for her husband, leaves at once for Singapore. The present scene is Roxor's hidden rooms in the Silk Bazaar in Cairo's native quarter. It is 2 days later. Chandu, the Magician.
I said I would not fail you, Monsieur Roxor.
and here I am.
You were not followed from Bayonne, Duval.
No, c'est impossible. Do not fear. No one can know I have come.
I was not mistaken when I chose you, Duval. I will have much for you to do in the future.
Ça c'est bon.
You will go from here to Bombay, where I had planned to send young Burke.
He will regret that you do not, monsieur. He speaks of nothing but India.
He will speak of nothing again. He is dead.
Quel dommage.
He fell under the influence of Chandler.
The canaille.
He was overheard reporting my plan to Chandler's sister and the girl.
You had him killed, sans doute.
He was left in an empty shop in the native quarter. When his body is found, it will be thought he was one more American tourist who became too curious.
Your methods are most effective, monsieur.
You will do well to remember.
Oh, mon Dieu, I will not quickly forget it was Chandler who... but we need not speak of this now. You know I have burned the Regent notes.
Burke told me. But you had first memorized them.
Oui, Monsieur Roxer. To burn them was but a gesture, no more.
Duval, you are a man of my own sort.
Merci, monsieur. This is high praise indeed.
I have not seen you at work before. You write them as they are in your mind?
Eh bien, it is as if I read the material from a paper inside my head. Every word, every figure is clear.
I will write them down a moment.
You yourself, Monsieur Roxer?
This can be trusted to no one else. Now, Duval, begin.
Alors, I concentrate my mind on the paper. Robert Regent, experiment number 1, page 1.
Duval.
Your pardon, Monsieur Roxer. Now, I must not be interrupted, s'il vous plaît.
I said nothing.
Huh? Oh, 10,000 pardon. I thought you spoke my name. Alors, I begin once more. It is more simple so. Robert Regent, experiment number 1, page 1.
You can remember no more.
Come on. What is this, monsieur?
Go on, Duval.
But you cannot go on.
Monsieur Roxer, do you not hear that voice?
There is no one here but you and me. Go on, I say.
You cannot remember. You cannot see the formulas now. They blur before the eyes of your memory.
I would swear the voice of Chandler is speaking in my ears.
Chandler again. I tell you, he is not here. It is impossible.
Eh bien, I will try once more. But this is a great puzzle. Why should I hear his voice?
Let the puzzle wait. I want the notes.
I came here only to deliver them.
And now you can't, Duval.
Huh?
Try to read the notes on the paper in your mind.
Mon Dieu! If I cannot remember, he will believe I am a traitor.
Who will believe it? What do you mean?
You are a traitor, Duval, to your country, to all the decent people in the world.
No, jamais. It is not treachery to wish for power.
Duval, who do you think you are talking to?
To him!
Chandler!
You too can hear me now, Roxor. Listen.
Huh? Where are you?
Here, Roxor. Right here. If you would open your mind only a little more, you could see me.
What devil's work is this? Duval, whatever it is not sorcery. I have seen it before. It is a trick, imagination.
I had to wait until Duval came to meet you, Roxor. Now that he has, you will learn nothing.
What?
Ask him.
I will not be beaten by you, Chandler. Duval, the formulas at once. Do you hear?
I hear you. But I cannot remember, monsieur.
You must remember! Put Chandler out of your mind, fool, imbecile!
You asked the impossible, Roxor. Duval has forgotten them as though they had never existed. He'll be no good to you now. Never. Never again.
I feel as if I were living in the Arabian Nights or something. Imagine us actually being in Singapore. Isn't this place terrific, Mother?
I just wish that man would come so we'd know what we're going to do.
Oh, he'll be here, Mom. I only hope he speaks English.
Uncle Frank wouldn't tell us to see a man who spoke nothing but Chinese.
Orchids growing right there in the trees.
What of it? I wish they'd bring our dinner. I'm starved.
Oh, you have no soul, Bob. I hope they make you eat with chopsticks.
You think I couldn't?
Oh.
Now listen, children, before Dr. Soon does come, don't say anything to him about Uncle Frank studying in India or about magic. Remember that.
Why should we, Mom?
Well, there's no reason, but it always seems to come up when we meet new people.
If Dr. Sun's known Uncle Frank for years and years, he must know about the magic, too, don't you think?
Well, I don't know, but I told you before we needn't talk about it with strangers.
Oh, even the music's different here. Don't you love it?
Good evening. You are Mrs. Regent?
Yes, Dr. Soon. Oh, please sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter Betty and my son Robert.
How do you do,
sir?
I am honored that Mr. Chandler asked me to help you. If I have kept you waiting, I am deeply sorry.
Oh, we've only just arrived. Dr. Soon, have you heard anything of my husband?
I am not certain, Mrs. Regent.
I don't understand.
When I received Mr. Chandler's message, I had these inquiries made. By the way, when is he to arrive?
We don't know. He had to stay in Cairo on business.
I hope you'll be here in a day or so. But what have you heard of Mr. Regent?
I am only surmising that the man I speak of is Mr. Regent.
What man, Dr. Sun?
I regret to be the bearer of bad news. There is said to be an American who left Singapore a few days ago for an island.
An island?
That's just what you said, Mom, when Uncle Frank... Oh, I'm sorry.
You had heard this also?
Please go on. Where is it?
It is a strange, forgotten island off the coast of Sumatra.
Dr. Sun, what do you mean by forgotten?
I should have said shunned, perhaps, Miss Regent. The natives are so savage that they have been left to themselves for many years. They worship serpents, the cobra god in particular. Some of their pagan ceremonies... You are pale, Mrs. Regent. Here, will you drink this?
Thank you. Are you sure this American hasn't come back?
According to my information, no, Mrs. Regent.
Mom, don't you think it would be all right to tell Dr. Sun what Uncle Frank said?
No, Bob.
I am in Mr. Chandler's confidence, as you know, Mrs. Regent.
I'm sure you are. But this couldn't possibly be of any help now. Oh, if only my brother would come.
I have one suggestion to make, if I may.
Please do.
If this American is indeed Mr. Regent, it may be possible to reach him by means of a native messenger.
I shouldn't think anybody dare to go there.
I could find such a man, Miss Regent, if he were well paid.
Well, one man could do nothing against that pack of savages.
You do not understand. If the messenger returned with the emerald, I am quite certain Mr. Regent could be rescued.
Dad hasn't any emerald, Dr. Sun.
I know. What do you mean?
I cannot believe you're being quite frank with me. The great emerald, said to confer on its possessor certain miraculous powers.
Why, Mother!
Betty, you know as well as I do that your father never had such an emerald.
As you say, madame.
Dr. Sun, just where is this island?
You would be wiser to discuss the emerald. But since you do not wish to do so, here, in my sleeve, here, I have a map.
I'll hold this corner.
Very good. Now, as you see, Singapore is here. Sumatra, there. Now, the island...
I'd like to have a look at that map, too.
Holy Moses!
Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank, I'm so glad to see you. Uncle Frank, Dr. Sun says Daddy didn't come back from that island at all.
Who said?
Why, Dr. Sun.
This man's not Dr. Sun. You're a member of the Dakuka Pai, aren't you?
Dr. Sun has unfortunately gone to join his ancestors.
What devils you all are. Do you think I wouldn't recognize
magic word, so coot. Now remove the block, and instead of the penny, there on the table is a silver dime. This Assyrian money changer trick is easy. So easy a child can do it, but it is clever. So clever it is very hard to detect. It is so small you can carry it in your purse or pocket. So much fun it will make you the life of any party. So send for the Assyrian money changer right away. Just mail 25 cents in coin and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive your magic trick postpaid. Chandu the Magician is based on the original radio drama created by Harry A. Earnshaw and is written by Vera Oldham. The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time when the story resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac & Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Spy Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, the Third Man, which originally aired Friday, May 23rd, 1952, 69 years ago today.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
This little story of frustrated love and violent death just happened to happen on the Côte d'Azur. It might have happened somewhere else, but no. This little strip of Italian and French coastline called the Riviera is where it all took place. The story begins at dawn, the lovely, tender, early dawn of a summer's day in 1946. At this period of my career, I was in the cigarette business, American cigarettes. My end of it was distribution, which in France was organized out of Marseille. That's where I was bound on this particular morning. I had a full truckload of the 4 leading brands disguised in cans of powdered milk, and I'd crossed the border, never mind how, while it was still dark. And by 6 o'clock, I'd passed through Monte Carlo. I think I was somewhere just outside of Villefranche when I saw her. She was young, red-headed. She was standing behind a big limousine trying to push it, and she was wearing an evening dress. I slowed up. She seemed to be having trouble. The car wasn't budging. She was a very beautiful girl, so I stopped, got out of the truck. I could see she was frightened. I went over to the car she'd been trying to push. There was a man sitting inside. I could see he was wearing a dinner jacket. He had on black horn-rimmed glasses, and he was bald, none of which would have been very interesting, except that he was also dead. Well, that's how it began. Stick around, I'll tell you how it ended.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Murder on the Riviera.
Well, I went back to my truck and turned it around. Don't ask me why, I'm just telling you what I did. I moved the truck up behind the car. She was still standing there in the road looking at me. Hey, you! You're stupid, aren't you? She didn't answer me. Well, you must be stupid. Don't you know enough to take off the brake? All at once she understood, ran back up the road to the car, opened the door, and released the brake. Before I knew it, the car was teetering over the edge of the road. Then, with a lurch, it slipped down the embankment into the sea. She just stood there, looking at me. Well, what are you going to do now?
I don't know.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know.
Well, you can't just stand there. The day's starting. People are waking up. There's going to be traffic. Come here.
What do you want?
I give you a lift, I suppose. You'll be a good girl if I do. Remember, I've got the gun. What's your name?
Danielle? People call me Danny.
Well, I'll call you stupid. Come on, get in and close the door, stupid. Better be on our way.
Thank you. What's your name?
Harry. Know where I'm taking you?
Police?
I live in Nice, stupid. It's just 10 kilometers away from here. We're going home. I had a room in Nice over a cafe, nothing very grand, but convenient. I guess it was that evening dress that did it, but I found myself apologizing as I opened the door. This isn't your style, my lady, I'm sure, but you have to put up with it for a while. You know, bachelor's quarters. Hey.
Hello, Harry.
Now, look here. What's all this?
Well, I didn't know you'd be back so soon.
Oh, you didn't?
Perhaps you'd better introduce us, Harry.
Oh, this is Lily, Danny. Danny, this is Lily.
I'm sorry, Harry. Don't look so upset. I know how you feel.
How I feel?
I thought you'd be up in Genoa for another couple of days, and by then I'd found some place to stay. The old woman downstairs let me in.
Come on. Get your things on now and go.
Go where?
It's a nice day. Go take a swim.
Well, I don't have a bathing suit.
Here.
What's that?
2,000 francs.
Why are you giving it to me?
Go out and buy yourself a bathing suit.
Goodbye.
There's something I've got to explain.
All right, start talking, but make it fast. Remember what I told you before. Make it good.
Well, the first thing is I've got to get to Paris.
Well, if you think I'm going to drive you there in the truck...
No, of course not. Here.
What am I supposed to do with that?
It's the key to my room in the hotel.
What about it?
Well, I can't spend the rest of my life in an evening dress, can I? Besides, I've got to have my passport.
Going to try to get out of the country, is that it?
Paris first. I told you. That's where the money is. Then we'll see.
Well, then we'll... What do you mean, we?
That's up to you.
Hmm. So I'm supposed to check you out of the hotel, is that it?
We'll just put a few things in a bag. You know, things I can wear in the day. Oh, and remember the passport. It's in the drawer by the bed.
Is that what you wanted to tell me?
Why, yes.
I thought maybe you were going to do some explaining.
Explaining?
Yes, there was a body in that car. Didn't you notice?
You don't think I killed him, do you?
Well, I don't think he shot himself.
Well, why not? Why shouldn't he?
You know what I ought to do with you? I ought to turn you in right now.
We've been gambling all night. He'd lost heavily. He was desperate.
Stop pawing me. You know what probation is.
Probation?
It's what you're on, stupid. You needed help. The idea was I'd give you a chance to explain things to me first instead of the cops. Well, you've had your chance.
Give me a cigarette.
Here, take these. I'll get some more.
Harry, when you leave the hotel, you better go by the service entrance. And remember the plane tickets.
Yeah, what? The plane tickets?
For Paris. You'll have to buy them.
Well, let's get back to cases now. Who was he?
Who?
The stiff. Who do you think? I mean, the dead body.
I don't know.
Well, how did you happen to be in his car?
Oh, he offered to take me. It was late, remember? It was dawn. We'd been gambling in the casino all night.
And you didn't know it?
Well, I was just sitting next to him at the table. He staked me for a while, but he started losing himself, and he wouldn't let me go. He said something about changing his luck.
Well, how did he get you in his car?
Oh, it was only a lift home.
Oh.
We were both going the same way.
Well, we aren't. We're going separate ways. But first, I'll get your bag and passport. Goodbye, stupid. My truck, packed full of smuggled cigarettes, was waiting in the street below. I couldn't leave it there in full daylight. I should have taken it on to Marseille, but I couldn't do that and still go back to Monte Carlo to Danny's hotel. I went to the airport first, but this being the holiday time in France, there wasn't any space, so then I drove over to the railway station and booked a seat on the blue train for Paris that night. And when I came out of the station, I found Lily waiting in the truck.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, I wish you'd take my suggestion, Lily, and go swimming. I've got enough troubles.
Are you leaving for good,
Right
Harry?
now, I'm going to Monte Carlo. Where are you going?
To Monte Carlo.
I'm a liar.
Why is that, Harry?
I told somebody this morning I liked girls.
Well, you do. You like them too much.
Lily was a nice kid, but she wasn't making life any easier for me that day. I tried to talk her out of tagging along with me, but it wasn't any use. Lily, will you please tell me just why you're taking this long ride to Monte Carlo?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
All right, I'll answer it, because somebody's in trouble.
Oh, what did she do?
You keep jumping to conclusions. Why are you so sure that she did something? I said she was in trouble.
That's how you get into trouble, isn't it? By doing things.
Well, not necessarily. Look at you.
I am not in trouble, Harry, unless you want me to be.
When you lost your job, that's trouble enough. You didn't do anything. They just fired you.
Well, I threw a gin face at a man and hit him with it.
Glass and all?
Glass and all. I guess that's doing something.
I guess so. Well, now what?
You mean about me?
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing working in those cheap little clubs.
Gonna try for something better?
You've seen my act, Harry. The Dance of the Sacred Flame.
Yes.
It's lousy, isn't it?
Pretty lousy.
Well, it isn't going to get very much better. To be a dancer, I figure a girl ought to be able to dance.
Not with your equipment, honey.
You like me, Harry?
You mean, do I like the way you look?
Well, do you?
Well, I like the way you look, but you're wasting your time, honey, if you're thinking of marriage or anything like that. I'm not the type.
Oh, yes, you're the type. You're just not in the mood. What's wrong with that girl? Why are you hiding her?
If I tell you, I wonder, would you help?
I'd help you.
No, I guess not. No, you wouldn't help her.
Well, why should I? And come to that, why should you?
Well, I get a funny reaction when people are in trouble, Lily. I guess because I've been in so much trouble myself, but I never changed. I have to help them first before I ask any questions. Besides, I don't like policemen.
What have the police got to do with it?
Nothing, I was just talking. Look, if a bird flew in your window, what would you do?
I'd be scared.
Why?
Because I'm superstitious. When a bird comes into the house, it means death.
Okay, let's forget birds. Superstition. I use this about mice.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to explain a point of view. Now, tell me this. Have you ever let a mouse out of a trap?
You mean a mouse in an evening dress by Jacques Fat?
All right now, Lily. I'm leaving you here. Wait for me if you want to. This is the service entrance to the hotel.
What if it is?
They'd stop me at the front. Here, hold my coat.
And just what do I do with it?
Just hold it and wait. I'm going to be an electrician or a plumber. I haven't decided which. In shirt sleeves, I've got a better chance of getting up to a hotel room without anybody stopping me.
Yes, but...
You wanted to help, didn't you? I went into the hotel. In my hurry, I forgot that in that coat I'd given Lily, there was the gun. Not my gun, the one that fell out of the car of the dead man. Don't know why I didn't think of it, but then I don't know what I was thinking of that whole day. 407 was the number of the key. I went up there as quietly as I could, let myself in. And on a drawer by the bed, I found Danny's passport. It identified her as Madame Danielle Savage. I put the passport in my pocket, opened up the smallest of her bags, and started hurriedly throwing some things into it. In the closet, I found a tailored suit. I picked out some shoes, thought it would match, threw the whole thing into the bag. I figured she'd need something from the dressing table, makeup, things like that. And that's when I noticed the leather folder, one of those things for photographs. It had slipped to the floor, and it opened. I looked down at it. There were two pictures, each showing Danny and a man. The same man. In one pose, they were in ski togs, and in the other, in bathing suits. He was bald with heavy black horn-rimmed glasses, and I recognized him. He was the dead man from the car. At this moment, there was the sound of a key turning in the lock of the door. I jumped to my feet, dropping the toilet articles, reached the door in a single leap, and turned the bolt.
All right, open up in there.
I didn't answer that. There didn't seem to be much point in getting into conversation. I looked wildly around for some means of hiding or escape.
Open up! You'll only make it harder for yourself if you don't. This is the police.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as Harry Lime, the third man, continues today's story, Murder on the Riviera.
Open up in there. This is the police.
I rushed to the window. It was locked. I kicked it open. There was a balcony on the floor below. It was quite a drop. But in another minute, I knew they'd succeed in battering down the door, so I risked it and managed to drop safely enough on the narrow terrace. That jump had only been a matter of some 12 or 15 feet, but it was 4 stories between the balcony and the street. My idea was to try climbing into one of the other rooms and getting out that way. I pushed my hand in and turned the catch inside, but this, a very fierce-looking old dowager in corsets, appeared and scared me away, and I ran to the next window, and that was open. I jumped into the room where a very pretty girl without very much on, and whom I'm sorry to say I never saw again in my life, was giving herself a pedicure. She looked startled, but I didn't pause for explanations. I rushed to the door of her room and bolted out into the hall. Then she started to scream.
Help! Murder! Police! Police!
I started toward the stairway, but I could see some police and an assorted gaggle of bellhops and porters converging on my floor from above and below, so I turned on my heels and raced down the hall, trying the doors of the various rooms. Finally, I found one that wasn't locked and let myself in, slamming the door and bolting it behind me. Picked up the phone. Hello? Mayor Bessie's? Does Patrice happen to be there? Well, put him on the phone. I figured the best thing to do was to get my friend, who happened to be a croupier in the casino, who used to hang out at this restaurant that I'd called, to bring me a change of clothes over to the hotel room. If I could look enough like a tourist going down to the beach, maybe I could get out past the cops. Well, Patrice, the croupier, was a real friend. He arrived with sunglasses, a jersey pullover, a beach robe, and a low-comedy blue canvas hat. And in that outfit, right down, I managed the elevator without attracting overmuch attention. At the side of the hotel, however, I found a gang of cops gathered by my truck. They were unloading the cans of powdered milk and prying them open. So that was goodbye to the truck, goodbye to a very expensive shipment of smuggled cigarettes, and maybe also goodbye to Harry Lime. As casually as possible, I strolled around to the front and ordered a cab. Lily was nowhere in sight. That was something to be grateful for. Minutes later, I was back home in Nice. Not, I can assure you, in a very cheerful frame of mind. For one thing, the door of my room was locked. And for another, my croupier friend, Patrice, had told me that some sportsman spearing underwater for fish had come on the car. The bald man had been found and identified. His name was Victor Savage.
Yes?
Okay, stupid, let me in.
Oh, it's you.
Better let me in, Mrs. Savage.
Oh.
It's not much of a welcome. Hey, what are you doing?
Thank you, Harry. That was nice. What do you dress like that for, Harry?
Well,
What have you been doing all this time?
What have I been doing? Well, nothing much. Nothing much.
Where's my bag?
Oh, I forgot it.
You what?
Well, you might say I was occupied. It sort of slipped my mind.
But all I've got is that evening dress. I can't stay here forever.
Honey, you're not going to.
But, Harry.
Yes?
Don't you realize I'm a fugitive from justice?
That makes 2 of us, stupid. The only difference is if they catch me, I'll have to serve some time.
What for?
Breaking and entering, for one thing, aiding and abetting a murderess, burglary, and impersonating a tourist.
Oh, you're joking. Besides, why will it be you that's in jail and not me?
This is France. You're a good-looking dame, and that's useful anywhere.
What are you talking about?
Just this, stupid. If you can make that shooting of yours look just a little bit like a crime of passion, you've maybe got a chance. But you better start telling the truth just to get into the habit.
I just thought of something.
Congratulations.
When you were knocking on the door...
Yes?
What was it you called me?
Well, what do you think I called you?
Well, I don't know. I guess I was dreaming.
I called you by your married name, Mrs. Savage.
Well, that means you found my passport.
Yes. Some people went swimming today and found your husband,
What?
too. Yes, Victor Savage, Esquire. He was wearing a black tie and very little hair, and he was sitting in a 1939 Humber Snipe, black with blue trimmings, about 30 feet underwater. And I warn you, Mrs. Savage, that anything you say will be used against you.
I don't like your jokes.
I don't like them much either. Want to make up some of your own? Oh,
Did you forget something else besides my bag?
I don't have any cigarettes. That's
Wait a
all.
minute. I know something else you forgot. You had it in the pocket of your coat.
The gun.
Yes.
Pretty little thing, too. Still, by now, I should think you'd be tired of playing with it.
My fingerprints.
Listen, stupid. Savich's body is identified. Your Mrs. Savich and half the casino must have seen you two driving off together. Forget about the fingerprints and get to work dreaming up that other woman.
What other woman?
The one he was cheating you with. When you found out about it, everything went red, remember? And before you knew it, you'd pulled the trigger.
But that isn't what happened at all.
Okay. Tell it your own way.
Well, you see...
Don't try it on me, stupid. Wait till they catch you. I've had all I can take.
Hey.
Yes?
Nothing, I guess. What are you doing?
I'm changing my clothes, stupid. There's a tuxedo I borrowed from downstairs.
But why? Why get dressed up for the evening?
I don't know what's worse, your questions or your answers. Listen, stupid, have you forgotten that all you've got to travel in is an evening dress? I've got to get you from here to the station. This is summer. It'll still be light. But with me in the tuxedo, you stand a better chance of not being noticed. Maybe they'll think we're going to a ball.
And what happens when I get to Paris in the morning?
Well, you've got money in Paris, remember?
Harry.
What is it now?
I don't really have any money there, Harry. I just said that.
Well, I'm in it this far. Okay, how much can you get by with?
How much?
Now, I know you're stupid. Money, of course. How much money?
But I've got money.
Yeah?
Well, certainly. I've got 15 million francs.
What?
Well, right here in my bag. It's what he won.
Your husband?
My ex-husband.
You didn't mention a divorce.
You didn't ask.
Then what were the two of you doing in Monte Carlo together?
We just happened to meet at the casino, and then he started to win.
Go on.
He wouldn't let me go because he was afraid it might change his luck. You know how gamblers
So
are.
then you changed his luck for him.
Well, no, I didn't play at all. Harry.
Okay, stupid. Okay, keep your distance.
I don't think I like you.
We'll go into that later. When did your husband start to lose?
Well, he didn't. He just went on winning. He didn't lose at all. I just said
Now,
that.
why, for goodness sake, did you lie about that?
Because of the money. The 15 million francs. Your tie's crooked.
I told you to keep your distance.
And I told you I didn't like you. But I just said that.
Tell me more about the money.
Oh, don't be so mercenary. I want you to kiss me.
I'd rather talk about the money, the 15 million francs, remember?
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
I guess it was enough.
Well, you see, now that Victor and I were getting divorced, I thought they might decide it wasn't mine. Well, you know, when they found him.
Listen, you little monster, it's just 15 minutes to train times. You're not going sexy to get far, you know. The only reason I'm doing this is because I'm just a little bit cracked.
You're not anything of the sort.
I'm the kind of fellow who refuses jury duty in a murder trial and lets mice out of traps. You're going to get it, stupid. They'll catch you. It just isn't going to be me that turns you in.
By the way, where's the gun?
Lily has it.
Lily?
You met her this morning. I better get it back or she'll hock it. She got fired out of her job and she's broke.
Oh, she's pretty. She'll get by. What do you want with the gun?
I thought I'd throw it in the Mediterranean, stupid. Guns can be traced, you know.
Well, it wasn't my gun, Harry. It was his. He kept it in the glove compartment.
So he took it out of the glove compartment and shot him dead with it, just like that, hmm?
No, Harry, not just like that. Not like that at all. Do you honestly think it happened that way? Why, Harry, what reason would I have?
15 million francs is a pretty good reason, honey. He didn't feel like giving it to you, is that it? So you settled the argument with a couple of bullets.
Harry!
Well?
If that's what you really think, well, I guess there isn't any point in our talking about it anymore.
No, honey, I guess there isn't. Take your money and let's get out of here. I got her to the station, okay, and into a compartment. She told me she was hungry. There were a couple of minutes to spare, so I went across the way to get her something to eat. On the way back, I found Lily waiting on the platform. What are you doing here?
Seeing you off.
I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I just thought, give me back that gun, Lily.
You don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't even want it. But neither do you, and you're better off without it. Come on, give.
Harry,
Yes?
why are you going back to her now? Can't you leave her alone?
Got a ticket.
That all? You sure?
No, I'm not sure. I just wish...
What?
Well, I wish I had a better idea of what she's really like.
Shall I tell you? No, you wouldn't believe me. Here's the gun. If you decide to go to Paris, Harry, send me a postcard.
Why, Harry!
Hello?
I thought I'd seen the last of you.
You're going to, honey, in another 20 seconds. Here's a little beef stew from the restaurant across the way. Here's some wine.
Oh, you're
Goodbye.
an angel.
Oh, stop it.
Stop what?
Makey with the big blue eyes. Tell me what happened in that car. Or don't. That's up to you, but quit the kidding.
What's the use? You won't believe me.
Nobody seems to think I'll believe them. Why don't you try?
Well, what really happened is this. He owed me the money, and I tried to get it away from him. It was really mine, you see, mine by rights.
Yes?
Then we started struggling, and before I knew it, Look! There, out of the window.
I turned. On the platform outside, we could see a crowd of police. I recognized some of them. They were the cops who found my truck full of cigarettes. They must have followed me.
So you did it. After all, you told the police.
No, Danny, I didn't. I didn't tell anybody. I swear I didn't. Hey, what are you doing?
I thought I felt a gun in your pocket. Give it back to me.
Don't be a fool. Give me that gun. They're not coming after you.
Yes, they are. You told them you trapped me.
Danny! The next minute, the compartment was swarming with cops. They grabbed her and got the gun away from her. But that didn't do me much good. I had a nasty wound in the shoulder.
Take the woman away. Lime, you are under arrest. But first, we'll get you a doctor.
Well, Danny, at least I know now that your last story was the truth.
What story? What did she tell you?
She tried to hold up Savage with a gun. When he grabbed for it, she pulled the trigger. Reflex action problem.
Reflex?
I couldn't help it, Harry. I just couldn't. I saw the gun sticking out of your pocket.
Come on, take her out and give this man air. He's wounded.
Goodbye, Harry.
Goodbye, stupid.
No, let me through.
Here, what's this? There's another girl. What's she doing here?
Harry!
It was Lily down on the platform waving to me through the glass.
Send that girl away.
No use, officer. I've tried, but I guess I'm stuck with her.
Harry, speak to me, Harry.
I won't be using my room for a while. They'll be taking me to a hospital, and after that to jail. You can move in, Lily, if you want to.
Lily? Lily who?
Oh, just Lily. She's a nice girl, officer. But she's stupid, too.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
So here I am, in the hospital. But the doctor says I'll soon be up and around. Maybe around is the wrong word. The up part of it is more accurate. Up on a charge of cigarette smuggling. Well, I guess that's all for now. By the way, don't let this sad little tale of frustrated love and violent death keep you from taking a holiday on the Riviera. Murders don't happen here any more often than anywhere else. And generally speaking, in this part of the world, love doesn't get frustrated. Just keep your powder dry and look out for that moon. It's loaded. So long now.
You just heard an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, which originally aired Friday, May 23rd, 1952, 69 years ago today. Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Matinee Theater on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, May 23rd, 1949, 72 years ago today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 39. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob. Friends, before we begin our show, Radio City Playhouse, on behalf of NBC and station WFAA Dallas, extends hearty congratulations to the Dallas Morning News on the formal dedication of its new building and its 108th birthday. Good luck and continued success to the Dallas Morning News. And now a word about Mr. Bill Lipton, our star on tonight's show. Although he is only 22, he has had 12 years' experience in radio. On the Playhouse, he has appeared in such varied roles as a French porter, a drunken husband, and on our Christmas broadcast as one of the three wise men. He is one of the most versatile actors we know, and in spite of taking 3 years out to serve in the Navy, he will receive his master's degree from Columbia University in June. All this, from a young man of 22, compels our respect and admiration. Here is Bill Lipton playing Frank Jackson in Murder is a Matter of Opinion, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse.
I'm telling you this story from prison. I've 11 more days before they electrocute me for murdering my brother. I didn't kill him. As God is my solemn judge, I did not kill my brother. I'll tell you everything I know, and perhaps you can figure out why I'm here. I can't. I can't believe it. I've been over and over and over the story. Every word of it is true, and nobody believes me. Nobody. I'm 22. I was going to be a lawyer. My dad thought I was just about the... Well, he was pretty proud. Now even Dad thinks I'm guilty. Even Dad. And I'm not. I'd like you to understand me. I was the... Well, I talked fast and too much, and I guess maybe I was a smart aleck. Well, that's not so terrible, is it? I'm only 22, and... Well, I'm not a smart aleck anymore, if that's any consolation to anybody. Brian, my brother, was quieter. He was a year younger than I, and he didn't talk nearly as much or as fast or as often. That's why he never won an argument with me in his life. And believe me, we had plenty. But they weren't fights. They were, well, two brothers. We razzed each other, but it was all fun. Underneath, we were brothers. In our first year of law school, we were real eager and talked pretty big about legal points. But Brian never won an argument. Never. So you're wrong. It says so right here. Where? All bills for raising revenue originate in the House of Representatives. Can't you read?
Well, I thought they could originate in either house if it was just a question of...
Well, you're wrong, so pay up.
I think they still don't...
Brian, who's right? You or the Encyclopedia of Federal Law?
Well, I guess...
You owe me $50. Come on, cough up.
Well, okay, I guess...
Look, you admit you're wrong, don't you?
Yes, I admit it.
Okay, give me 50 cents. Trent University Law School has pretty high standards. If you want to stay, you better smarten up. In our second year, we began to disagree violently about capital punishment and murder. Brian was obsessed with the idea that all kinds of innocent people had been executed for murders they didn't commit. Every time he read about some killing in the paper, he'd try to prove to me that the condemned person wasn't guilty at all. The night he got his big idea, we were sitting on a bench way down at one end of the campus. There was nobody around. It was about 10 o'clock. And Brian was very excited.
Frank, I still say that the man in the Jensen case could have been innocent. I don't believe that a man who was 130 pounds could have shoved a man the size of Jensen out of a hotel window.
Well, they've carried out the sentence, so it doesn't matter what you say.
How do you think you'd feel if you'd been in his shoes?
Cold, stiff, and dead.
Do you mean to sit there and say the only way that you don't think it ever happens? There's never been a case of an innocent man convicted of a murder he didn't commit?
It isn't a question of what I think. You've made the statement that it's possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. I say prove it.
All right. All right, I will. I can, you know. If you'll help me, I'll prove it.
How?
Let's stage a fake murder.
Talking about what are you talking?
A mock murder case. Look, I'll play the corpse and you play the killer. We'll stage a killing, a fake killing. I'll let a dozen witnesses actually see you shoot me in cold blood, and then afterwards I'll undertake your defense and prove that you're innocent.
If I'd only said no. If I'd only admitted that perhaps it was possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. Why couldn't I have agreed with him? Why couldn't I let him have his say, and if I disagreed with him, kept my opinion to myself? I don't know. Actually, a suggestion wasn't as strange as it sounds. Each year, the moot court of the law school secretly planned and enacted some sort of crime. The crime was committed on the campus, and no one knew about it except the chairman of the moot court, the victim, and the criminal. The idea was to catch the students by surprise and give them realistic experience in criminal procedure. Brian and I decided we'd stage our own mock crime. Well, that's all it ever was. It was a gag right from start to finish. I don't know where the slip-up was. I don't know who it was that hated Brian so much that... Well, I just don't know where it went wrong. We worked it out very carefully. Brian drew up a week's schedule. We even made a bet of $50, 2 months' allowance. He was convinced he could win, and even I began to get interested. We had to be sure that nobody had the slightest suspicion it was all a planned affair, so we made the bench down at the end of the campus our private conference room. We met there every night before going to bed, and at last we got all the details worked out.
Well, we're just about ready, Frank. I've written down what you're supposed to do. Memorize it and then burn it. We'll commit the murder next Monday. That gives us a whole week.
All right, next Monday.
First, we've got to establish a motive. You've got to make everybody on the campus think that you hate me like poison.
A week isn't very long.
Well, it's long enough. We'll pull the watch gag in the cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, can you suggest to Tom Benson that he have lunch with you?
Well, sure, I guess so.
Well, ask him tonight. You be in the cafeteria at 12:30. I'll come in about 12:45. I'll be sure that somebody sees me put my watch on the bed tomorrow, and you steal it right after breakfast. Okay?
Right after breakfast.
You know your lines?
We rehearsed them often enough.
You sure you don't mind the sock in the jaw part?
Oh, just don't get too enthusiastic, that's all.
Well, it's difficult to fake if I don't hit you reasonably hard.
I guess I can stand it for once. You'll hit me on the word contemptible.
Yeah, that's right.
I tell you, Brian, you've lost your $50 right now.
Want to make it 100?
4 months allowance. Are you crazy?
I'm going to win this bet, Frank. You wait and see. Well, come on, it's getting late. You go back first. I'll see you in the cafeteria tomorrow at 12:45.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You've hardly said a word all through lunch.
It's Brian, Tom.
Is something the matter?
I've just discovered that my kid brother's a heel. He's also a liar.
Oh, now look, Frank, that's no way to talk about Brian.
He's a cheap, sneaky little punk, and he makes me sick.
He's just come in, Frank.
It's a public cafeteria.
I suppose you've got your reasons, but it doesn't seem like a very nice way for two brothers to act.
Tom, I could tell you stories about that kid that would make your hair curl.
Drop it. He's coming over here.
Oh, why can't he eat by himself? He knows how I feel. He's always trying to force in on people.
Frank, here he comes.
Frank, I'd like a couple of words with you.
Oh, look, fellas, I gotta get
Sit
going.
still, Tom. Finish your coffee. I'd like you to get a load of what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
Where's my watch, Frank?
What are you talking about?
My watch. I left it on the bed this morning while I went to shower. It's gone.
So what?
I want it back.
I haven't got it.
I saw you come out of the dormitory on the way back from showers. We're the only men in the dorm who don't have a 9 o'clock lecture this morning. When I went back into the dorm, there was nobody else there, and the watch was gone. Now I want it back.
Are you accusing me of stealing your watch?
Yes, and I want it back.
Oh, look, boys, I don't think this is...
Don't go, Tom. Just get a load of Junior here. So I'm a thief, am I?
Frank, I want my watch back.
Oh, drop dead, you dumb little jerk. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd knock your face in.
You stole my watch.
Oh, now, look, Frank. Brian, don't be crazy.
Shut up, Tom. Where's the watch, Frank? Are you going to give it to me quietly, or do I have to take it?
Look, kid, you're stinking up the cafeteria. Buzz off. Go on, creep.
My own brother, a dirty, cheap, contemptible thief.
Oh, we were pretty convincing. Brian knocked me down. Dishes were broken. Everybody in the cafeteria stood rooted to the spot. In an hour, it was all over the campus. Everybody knew that the Jackson brothers were fighting. Everybody believed it. Neither Brian or I made a single slip. The next night, we had a row in the dormitory. On Wednesday, I threw a milkshake at Brian in the milk bar. Thursday, we got hauled up before the dean and told that if we couldn't behave like gentlemen, we'd better leave. Friday, we had a row at basketball practice. Saturday night at the third-year prom, we had a fist fight in the middle of the floor over Brian's girl. Elaine cried and went home alone. Oh, it was a build-up. A real grade-A build-up. And all of it was planned. All of it. I can't understand why people won't believe it was a gag. Well, anyway, on a Sunday night preceding the murder, we had a last conference on our bench. It was a perfect setup. Perfect.
Oh, it's perfect, Frank. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll pull the murder. I picked up a gun today. Here.
Good night, Brian. Where'd you get that thing?
I stole it from the sports office. It won't be needed until track practice on Wednesday. Don't worry, I'll put it back. It's loaded with blanks.
Are you sure you can put it back without being caught?
Sure. Now, is everything set for tomorrow?
You'll be in the bookstore at 12:15, right?
Right. in the history section near the door.
I'll come in about 1. I'll yell out your name. You turn around, and I fire twice.
That's right. Incidentally, I'm filling a little paper cup with ketchup and putting it in my shirt pocket. When you fire, I'll clutch my hands to my chest, squeeze the ketchup, and fall.
Oh, mess up a perfectly good shirt.
Oh, it'll wash out. I'll play dead for 10 minutes and just lie there. And then you rush back to the dorm and wait for me. Then we'll have lunch and go over together and report the crime to the dean.
Okay.
Now, one last check. You're sure you haven't given this away to anybody?
Oh, positive.
And that slip of paper that I wrote out instructions on?
Burned it. You think I'm crazy? If you could produce that paper, you could prove all this was a gag.
Well, I guess we've thought of everything.
I bet you're going to pull some phony self-defense gag.
No?
An insanity plea?
Nope. You'll shoot me in the bookstore tomorrow. It'll be straight, deliberate, premeditated killing. And I'll get you off.
It's a terrific stunt if you can do it.
How much is this dictionary, miss?
$4.85.
Okay, I'll take it. Can I charge it, please?
Oh, certainly. What is the name, please?
Jackson. Brian Jackson.
Brian Jackson.
Brian!
What? Frank, what's the matter?
I told you I wouldn't take any more, didn't I? Well, I meant it.
Frank, put down that gun.
I've taken all I'm going to take. This is where you get it. Oh! Then everything exploded in my brain. Right up until I fired the shots, I'd been enjoying myself. But there was something about the way Brian clutched at his stomach instead of his chest. He fell. And there was blood on his lips. Real blood. Brian's blood. From there on, everything was a nightmare. Brian was dead before they could get him to the hospital. I'm not quite clear on what happened after that because I was stunned. My own brother. Brian. My brother. In some fantastic, unimaginable way, I shot him. They phoned the police, of course, and I managed to get a few words with the dean before they came to pick me up.
Sorry, Frank. I don't think you'd better tell me all this. The police are the ones...
Dean Harrison, you've got to believe me. You've got to. We planned the whole thing. Brian had always believed that the... Well, you see, we... Look, Dean Harrison, I can't talk right, but...
Frank, there's no use.
But this was a stunt. A mock murder. Brian and I planned it ourselves. The fights, the build-up was all a stunt. Brian believed that I could kill him. I mean, appear to kill him. And that he could defend me and... Oh, Dean, those bullets were blanks. I mean, Brian got the gun himself from the sports office. They were supposed to be blank cartridges.
Frank, you'd better not talk anymore. I don't know what to say. I've been at Trent for 12 years. There's never been a tragedy like this. I'm very upset. I've always liked you, Frank, but this is out of my hands.
But Dean Harrison, surely you don't think that I really...
I telephoned your father. He's taking a plane from New York tonight. I'm afraid from here on it's up to the police. They'll be here any minute.
I can't recall what happened in the next 2 days. My father arrived. I was booked. They put me in a cell. Dad was rushing around about bail and trying to get Peter Cheney to come from New York to defend me. Dad looked haggard and older than I'd ever seen him look. He came every afternoon to see me.
There you are, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, God.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Frank.
Half an hour, Mr. Jackson. That's all you can have.
All right.
Is it over?
Yes.
Was it a nice funeral.
Frankie. Oh, Frankie.
Did you get Peter Cheney?
Yes, I talked to him on the telephone for an hour this morning. He said he'd take the case.
What else did he say?
Yes. He says that we've got to find out who switched those bullets.
But I tell you, I don't know.
Frank, think hard. Did Brian have any enemies? Was there anybody on the campus that... How did Elaine feel about him?
I don't know. She certainly wouldn't want to kill him.
Cheney says if we can't find out who changed the bullets, we'd better plead temporary insanity.
I won't. I won't plead insanity.
Frank, you may have to.
But I didn't kill him, Dad. I won't plead insanity.
But Frank, it's such damning evidence. No jury on earth will believe your story. No jury on earth.
When I finally came up for trial, my father was a broken man. One son killed, the other convicted of his murder. After the trial started, I'd lie on my bed at night and go over the whole thing word by word. And I'd stop. And I'd pray. I'd say the Lord's Prayer over and over. But my praying didn't seem to make much difference. Witness after witness testified to how Frank and I hated each other. The watch, the fight at the dance. One after the other until I almost began to believe that maybe I had killed him.
Yes, sir?
You're acquainted with the deceased?
Yes.
The jury, in your own words, what happened on the Friday preceding the murder at the dance which you attended with the deceased?
Well, we were dancing and Frank cut in. Brian made some objection and Frank struck him. Then Brian struck back and Frank swore at him.
What were the exact words that the defendant used?
He said, "Damn you, I'll get you for this."
Thank you. That's all. Your witness.
No questions.
Now, Mr. Benson, will you tell the court in your own words what happened in the cafeteria on the afternoon of April 5th?
Well, Frank was sitting with me, and Brian came in, and Frank made some crack, and one thing led to another.
Mr. Benson, what did the defendant say?
Something about, look at what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
He was addressing the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Well, Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch. Frank denied it, and then Brian hit him.
You saw the blow struck?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Now, I understand that you were in the bookstore and witnessed the killing.
Yes, sir.
After the defendant fired the shots, what did you do?
For a moment, I was so stunned I just stood there. Then I ran after Frank and followed him up to the men's dormitory.
What happened when you reached the dormitory?
I said something about how could he have done such a thing. I don't remember my exact words.
What did the defendant say? Do you remember his exact words?
Yes, sir.
If you can't remember yours, how can you remember his?
Because it was such a terrible thing to say.
Will you repeat what the defendant said, please?
He said, I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him.
Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
Mr. Jackson, am I to understand that the entire series of quarrels which you had with your brother before the murder occurred were intended as a stunt?
Yes.
Was the murder a stunt, too?
Yes. No, it wasn't a murder. The bullets were blank, I tell you. Why do you keep questioning me like this?
Mr. Jackson, it is not my idea that you take the stand. I will thank you to answer questions as they are put.
I'm sorry.
Have you no explanation of why there were real bullets in the gun?
No.
After your brother gave you the gun, did anyone else have access to it?
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have.
Did it leave your possession?
No. I don't know. I left it under my pillow all day Monday.
Did you tell anybody this?
No.
If the gun was loaded with blank cartridges, where are they?
I don't know.
If nobody else knew about the gun, if nobody knew it was under your pillow, who could have switched the bullets?
I don't know.
There are a great many things that you don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I only know I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you!
The truth is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that Frank Jackson is lying. He is lying desperately in an effort to escape the consequences of his loathsome fratricide. even if the motive of the murder had not been clearly established. Even if 12 witnesses had not seen him shoot down his brother in cold blood, as they testified, Frank Jackson would still stand condemned by the hopeless confusion of his own testimony. Why did he invent the fantastic story he asks you to believe? Because it serves one good purpose. It supplies him with an excuse for his inability to call one single witness in his defense. The only other man who knew about the alleged hoax is dead. That is what automatically proves that no one else but Frank Jackson could have loaded real bullets in the murder gun. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I imagine it's unnecessary for you to leave the box to render the only possible verdict. Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
We appealed, of course, but we lost. I've been found guilty by due process of the law I trust. And in 11 more days, I'm going to die in the electric chair. Up until we lost the appeal 3 days ago, I hadn't given up hope. Now I know that nothing can save me. I also know that I didn't kill Brian. And somehow, somewhere, the man or woman who changed those blank cartridges for real bullets, somehow he or she will pay. I have no emotion left. I can't cry or pray or do anything but wait. 11 more days of waiting.
The warden wants you in his office, Jackson. Come on.
What's the use? We've been over it so many times it doesn't make sense anymore.
Come on. Let's get going. If the warden wants you, he wants you. Here's the prisoner, Warden.
Come in, Jackson.
What do you want now?
Come in, son. Sit down. Son, a few moments ago, I received a visit from a notary public, a Mr. Bixton. He had an amazing story. It seems that 3 days before your brother died, he went to Mr. Bixton and wrote out a statement which he made Mr. Bixton witness without reading.
A statement?
It was sealed in an envelope in Bixton's presence and kept in his safe. Your brother told Bixton you were going to be tried for a crime. But if you were convicted, Bixton was to bring this letter to me 3 days after his sentence was passed. He did as he was told, for which your brother paid him $50. Bixton's outside now, his testimony dictating. Well, this is the letter your brother wrote. Here, read.
To whom it may concern. This is an open letter to my brother who will probably
need it. Dear Frank, I hope you'll forgive what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. You didn't know it, but Dr. Cordner had given me just 3 months to live. Heart, he said, and incurable. I chose this way because I didn't want a lingering death. And because I wanted you to know that an innocent man can be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. This letter will bring you your freedom, but I hope you will admit now that murder is a matter of opinion. Yes, Frank, whether you like it or not,
murder is a matter of opinion. Your loving brother, Brian.
You have just heard Murder is a Matter of Opinion by Jules Archer, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse. The story was adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the production. Bill Lipton starred as Frank Jackson. Michael O'Day was Brian Jackson. Other players in the cast included Peter Hobbs, Sidney Smith, Scott Douglas, Elaine Rost, and Robert Andrus. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to Bill Lipton and Michael O'Day for their splendid performances tonight. Next week, we hope you'll be with us again at this same time for another story on Radio City Playhouse. Next week, Attraction 40 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, May 23rd, 1949. 72 years ago today. Here's an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, May 23rd, 1954. 67 years ago today.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past. Our Inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune. A fortune composed of many things.
I don't think we'll stay around here because...
Order in the court. John Peter Zenger's fight for freedom of speech. The gathering of a Continental Congress in Philadelphia to defy a king. The voice proclaiming liberty. It is Marquette Bell leading his canoes down the mighty Mississippi. And the swift clipper ships of the East India trade. Let us now go back to a significant time in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. By the late summer of 1776, the Continental Army had been badly beaten by the English on Long Island. With calm deliberation and with that far-seeing vision which made America what it is today, General George Washington decided that the time had come to put into use a secret weapon. This is the story of that secret weapon and of the modest man whose courage made reality out of a fantastic dream. This is the story of the Nutmegger and the Turtle.
How much further do we have to walk to see this turtle of yours, General Parsons?
Just to the water's edge, Putnam. After all, this is a sea-born turtle.
Now, mind you, Parsons, my personal feelings are that this...
Yes, Putnam, I know. I've been hearing about your personal feelings all morning.
Ahoy, General Parsons! We're anchored over here!
Morning, David. That's David Bushnell, the inventor of the turtle. Now, may I suggest diplomacy? He's quite young, quite sensitive.
You may not be impressed, true, but let's not forget that General Washington was very much impressed.
You must be General Putnam, sir.
I am.
A pleasure, sir. Nice day.
Very.
I suppose you gentlemen would like to see the turtle. I warn you, sir, she's not really much to look at, but she's serviceable. Serviceable, sir. I told General Washington that...
Suppose, David, we let General Putnam decide for himself.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, of course. Well, there she is.
You mean this wooden clam here?
Clam? Well, I suppose she could be described like that, sir.
And you say this clam can contain a man, travel underwater like a fish, and attack a British man-of-war with a large magazine load of explosives?
That's right, General. Here, sir. Oak frame timber. Solid iron bands. All seams caulked and the whole smeared over with tar. Completely waterproof, sir.
Yes, I can smell the tar.
Notice these 8 windows on top. Perfect visibility for the pilot. Let me unhinge it so you can have a look inside, sir. 6 feet, bottom to top.
Mm-hmm.
Ample room for a man to move around.
What are these odd-looking compartments here?
For submerging underwater. These foot springs here open a valve which admits water.
I'm sure this vessel is capable of sinking. How does it get back on the surface?
Well, there are 2 hand pumps here. They withdraw the water from the compartments and force it back outside, allowing the vessel to rise.
Huh. Well, Putnam, what do you think? Pretty ingenious, isn't it?
I suppose these rudder things on each side are for locomotion?
Exactly, sir. By turning these cranks, you can easily do about 3 miles an hour. A good speed, all things considered.
Let me try to get the whole picture. A man climbs in through the top. I suppose that's locked from the outside?
Correct, sir.
He drives out to sea by using these paddles. Encounters a British man-of-war by approaching under the water, having submerged himself previously. And then what?
Why, he attaches the bomb to the man-of-war.
What bomb?
With this large egg-shaped container right here. It's attached to by the rudder turtle here. Contains 130 pounds of gunpowder. Enough to blow General Howe halfway back to England.
I may add, General Putnam, sir, the bomb contains a clock and a gun lock with good flint that cannot misfire. Once attached to a man-of-war, the clock is set to allow the turtle 20 minutes to escape. Ample time, sir.
Well, Putnam, what do you think?
You know, Parsons, this dilapidated clam might actually work.
Yes, it might actually work.
But who's going to be the pilot?
Well, I've already posted a notice for volunteers, but so far no one has shown any inclinations of becoming a fish.
Gentlemen, I'd be glad to do it.
No, David.
I'd be very...
No, I've already told you. We need you on land. No, this calls for a very special type of man. Offhand, I'd say it calls for an improviser.
I know. Sergeant Ezra Lee.
Who?
Let's get back to Camp Parsons. I think I have the captain for your American turtle. If you don't mind, Parsons, I'll speak to Sergeant Ezra Lee. He's a most unruly hunk of soldier, Connecticut volunteer, nutmegger from head to toe. Stubborn, unpredictable, but a tremendous good soldier. I told him all about the turtle, and he's thinking it over. He still has 10 days to go in the guardhouse.
The guardhouse?
Oh, yes. Fighting. And again, I don't even bother reducing him to private anymore. This time he beat up 3 Massachusetts patriots. The only thing they ever agree on is the color of the red coats the British soldiers wear. Yes, come in.
Sergeant Ezra Lee reporting his orders, sir.
How do you, Sergeant? Where's your military escort?
Well, I left him at the guardhouse, sir. Being a Connecticut man like myself, why, he didn't see the need for both of us to walk all the way over. Anyway, sir, I always like doing things by myself.
Like getting in trouble, huh?
Gosh, trouble sure has a habit of sitting in my knapsack. Nothing I can do about it, I guess.
Sergeant Lee, just exactly what was this last fight of yours about?
Oh, about talking?
Talking?
Yes, sir. Just talking to myself was what done it. Some Massachusetts men, they listened in, and they made a few remarks in which they voiced general opinions about Connecticut and particular ones about lime. That's where I was born, sir. And I asked them most politely to take back what they'd said, and the next thing I knew, the three of them were on the ground. My hands weren't even bruised.
Do you always go around talking to yourself?
Most of the time, sir. You see, there aren't too many people back in Lyme, and sometimes, I just get real hungry for words. Besides, way I figure, talking to yourself is safer than talking to others. Seems every time I talk to others, darned if I don't talk myself right into a big mess of trouble.
Yes. Sergeant, have you thought about the turtle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I have.
Well?
I kind of think I'd like to try it, sir. Now, mind you, I don't particularly care for water, except for drink, but since I'll be the captain, the mate, and the whole crew rolled into one, I guess it appeals to me. Way I figure, I can't get into too much trouble as long as I'm by myself. Isn't that so, sir?
That's it. Ease her in slowly. Slowly. Fine. That does it. Now wait till I get the top open. Are the compartments working good?
Oh, she sinks real fast. Real fast.
900 pounds of lead ballast on the bottom help.
Just the same, sir. It's the coming back up I'm mainly concerned about.
Well, how do you feel, Sergeant?
You know something, General Parsons? Why, even after 2 months of this, every time I step out of the turtle, I feel like Noah climbing out of the whale's belly. Glad to be alive and not believing any part of it. Mr. Bushnell?
Yes?
She's awfully tight of late. I'm afraid you didn't have a nutmegger in mind when you designed her. Now, I tell you, a Massachusetts man, he'd fit in real snug, but... Mr. Bushnell, what are you doing now?
Attaching a little gadget that'll permit you to measure the depth of your dive. Now, this cork will rise as you go down and fall as you... 1 inch rise a cork up will mean 1 fathom deep.
Well, it's beyond me, but I guess it's all right.
How's the phosphorescent wood? Does it work? Have enough light to see the compass?
Nope. Sort of went out the moment I submerged.
Wooden candles do?
Candles consume the air too fast. No, I'll have to write to Silas Dean. He can ask Dr. Benjamin Franklin if he might know of any kind of phosphorus that'll give even more light in the dark and not consume air.
Can you breathe all right in there, Sergeant?
Yes, General. There's 2 hoses. They feed me lots of air when I'm on the surface.
And below?
Well, then I've just got what's inside the turtle. 30 minutes worth. If I ever need more, why, I'll just have to breathe slower.
Sergeant, I had hopes of putting the turtle into operation just as soon as possible. Things are a bit on the dark side for us. The British have Long Island, Staten Island, Governor's Island. The Sound is getting far too dangerous for any American vessel. We're inside of a bottle. The British are tightening the cork more every day. There's a sizable fleet in the harbor right now, along with a large number of transports. And leading the procession is General Howe's flagship, the Eagle. She's a big one. 64 guns. You can understand my concern.
I think it'd be rather nice if the turtle would get a chance to chew a few of the Eagle's feathers.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Sergeant. But considering the turtle's condition...
Well, I think she's in fine shape, sir.
Well, from what I just saw and heard...
Sir, I'm the captain of the turtle, ain't I?
Well, yes, you are, Sergeant.
Very good. General Parsons, as captain of the turtle, I want to report that my vessel is in the best of condition. Furthermore, I've spoken to my first mate and to all members of my vast crew. There's not a single objection in the lot, sir. We all concur. Now then, do we pluck the feathers of the Eagle?
Captain, I'm afraid I'm outnumbered. We'll baptize the turtle. We'll take her overland to the Hudson River, launch her, and then have 2 whaleboats tow out to sea. And after that, it'll be in your hands, Sergeant Captain Lee.
General Parsons, sir?
Yes, Captain Hawkins?
Got the little clam all tied on snug to the whaleboats, ready to go. She's a small one, isn't she?
It's never size that matters, Captain, in either men or ships.
Oh, the crew. You'll pardon me saying so, sailors being sailors, if you know what I mean. Well, they've been betting on just how long the turtle will stay afloat.
And what's the majority opinion?
Well, considering the high wind, the strong side, and the strength of the waves, well, men give it an hour and a half on the outside.
That sounds like Massachusetts talk to me.
Nothing better than straight Massachusetts talk.
Now, Sergeant Lee.
It's Captain Lee now, sir. So you give it an hour, do you, Captain Hawkins?
I do.
Well, then, it looks like a nutmegger. I'll have to teach you a few things about navigation.
There's nothing any nutmegger can teach me.
No? Then suppose we lesson it start with courtesy.
That'll be enough, Sergeant. Captain Hawkins.
Sir?
Tell your men to stand by. We're ready to tow the turtle out to sea. And Sergeant Lee, from now on, if you've got to talk, talk to yourself.
Light on those ropes, man. Hold the turtle close to the whaleboat.
All right, Sergeant. Over with you. Putnam and I will lock the hinge top once you're inside.
Sergeant, you know what to do, don't you?
Yes, General, yes. I paddle over to the Eagle, submerge, get close to the hull, work a large spike into the Eagle, attach a line from the explosive magazine, pull the trigger, and get away before I get caught in the explosion. And I do all this in the light of 2 phosphorescent pieces of wood as bright as a dying ember. Why, General, there's nothing to it. A baby could do it.
Now, Sergeant, it's not too late. We can postpone this if you have any doubts.
I'll never give a Massachusetts man an opportunity to laugh at a nutmegger, General. There's only one thing bothers me.
And what's that?
I kind of wish I knew how to swim. It's the one detail I forgot with all the preparations. Well, man can't think of everything. Here I go.
Steady, lads. Steady. Hold that ladder steady. You'll be getting enough water in due time.
Fine, General. You can lock the lid on the coffin. By the way...
Yes?
If I come out of this alive, will you forget those 10 days guardhouse I owe you?
Get the Eagle, and I'll get you a medal.
I'll settle for those 10 days.
All right. I promise.
Thank you kindly.
Now, duck your head.
Close her up.
Good luck, Sergeant. Good luck.
What time is it now, Parsons?
A little past 2.
Sergeant Lee has been gone for 3 hours. He should have reached the Eagle by now. He's been sitting here on shore since midnight.
I know.
No explosion. Not even a sign of one. What could have gone wrong?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, you know more about the turtle than I do. It's your pet project.
Yes, that's the whole trouble. Perhaps I know a little too much. Shall I tell you what could go wrong? Those strong waves could cause the turtle to develop a leak. And there's no way Lee can get out. A floating log could break a window. A stiff jolt could set off the bomb prematurely. Well, there are 100 things that could go wrong. Oh, Putnam, I never should have permitted him to venture out.
Well, let's not suspect the worst. What do you think Sergeant Lee is doing at this moment?
If I know Lee, nothing is bothering him. He's probably sitting there in the dark having a mighty fine conversation with himself. That glorious fool.
All right, Captain Lee. Now, call a halt and take a bearing just where you are. That should be the Eagle straight ahead, right? Right, sir. Good. Now, if you hadn't been quite so sure of yourself, you wouldn't have let the tide carry you miles out to sea. Suppose you're tired from paddling back. Well, it serves you right. There, see? Even the phosphorus wood is tired. You won't be able to see a thing shortly. A fine captain you are. Easy now, easy. There'll be a watch on deck, probably dreaming of some fair little English lass. Go easy, you don't want to wake him. You're not exactly dressed to pay court to General Howe. Easy, lad. Easy does it. Now then, unless you're a complete fool, we should have made contact with the Eagle. Oh, I'll have a few things to tell Mr. Bushnell about how waterproof the turtle is. Come now, Captain. Get those nutmegger muscles to work. You've been raised on good milk and clear air. Turn her hard. Each turn is an inch closer to freedom. Turn her, lad. Turn her. Oh, there. What now? She won't turn any further now, will she, lad? Metal. A wooden ship with metal sheathing on the bottom. Besides me, the turtle has been outfoxed by an eagle. What now? What's that? Right you are. We'll submerge and try the other side. There are two sides to every problem. Now, take a deep breath, my lad. Stop talking. You'll need every ounce of air you can get.
It's 5 o'clock, Parsons.
Yes, I know.
It'll be light soon.
That might be a blessing in disguise. I've been looking through this spyglass till I'm blind. And every hour that British fleet looks bigger, more imposing, and more dangerous.
General Parsons, sir.
Yes, Captain.
The men brewed some tea. I thought perhaps the general might like to have some.
All right. That's very kind.
No sign of her yet?
Not even a ripple in the water.
Brave man, that Sergeant Lee. Even though he is a nutmaker. Takes a lot of cold courage to go out there alone in the dark. British fleet on all sides of you.
Parsons. Parsons, I see something out there.
Give me the glass.
Over there. Due east.
Is it the turtle, sir?
I can't make it out. Wait. Yes. Yes, it is the turtle. Thank heavens he's safe.
Not quite, Parsons. Look over there. Towards Governor's Island. Looks like the whole British army is lined up on the green.
Now, if only the sergeant can get by without their seeing him. Captain Hawkins.
Sir.
What odds will you give me that he makes it?
Sir, this is one time I'm not betting. Just going to stand here with my fingers crossed, and for the first time in my life, I'm going to say a prayer for a nutmegger.
Well, Captain Lee, what now? The Eagle's metal bottom from port to starboard and from bow to stern. I think you better head back for land. Now then, here's how we stand, my lad. You stay on top of the water. They're sure to see you from the island. Submerge, and you can't see the compass to know where you're going. You'll probably die for lack of air. All right, now, there's no time for lengthy debate, men. You're up against. So, I tell you, let's have a show of hands. What's your... Do we stay on top, or do we play the turtle proper and duck our heads? All those in favor of on top? All those for going under? All right, my lads, the majority wins. Under the water it is, and let's not stop until we run smack into the coast.
How long has the turtle been underwater now?
35 minutes.
Yeah. He was out 2 miles when he submerged. His top speed is 3 miles an hour, and if nothing goes wrong, he should make it in 40 minutes.
Providing he travels in a straight line.
How long will the air inside the turtle last?
30 minutes.
Any sign yet?
None.
General, I see something rippling in the water.
Where?
Right close to the shore. Too big for a fish.
So
little clam. Big as life. He's made it. By George, he's made it. Well, Putnam, what's your opinion now of our underwater secret weapon?
General Parsons, I think the turtle has a good chance of being the grandfather to a long line of very successful offspring.
Come in.
Sergeant Lee reporting as ordered, sir.
That is, Sergeant. I sent for you because there's a visitor here who'd like a few words with you. Sergeant, this is General George Washington.
Sir.
At ease, Sergeant. How's the turtle?
Why, she's fine, sir. Gets a little frisky every now and then, but she's fine.
Gets frisky, does she? She must be a lot like her captain. You know, Sergeant, the turtle has been one of my pets for a long time. Even before that unfortunate attempt on the eagle. You've been very active since then, haven't you?
Well, General, I tell you, I guess the turtle has just taken a natural dislike to the redcoats. The only way I can count for it is must have Connecticut wood in its belly.
A nice thought, Sergeant, only I know for a fact that it's Massachusetts wood.
Massachusetts?
Oh, don't feel badly, Sergeant. It's all American wood. That's what really counts. Yes, some of my reports are most interesting. The turtle has been distributing explosive kegs all through the Sound, along the Delaware River, even as far as Bloomingdale. The British fleet just hasn't been able to dodge them. Tremendous losses. They're mad as hornets. Good. And then the situation about the British frigate Cerberus. Tell me about that.
Well, sir, I attached an explosive egg to one of their lines. The crew, kind of curious to see what was so heavy at the end, they pulled it in and hauled it on deck. Oh, it made a pretty explosion and blasted the Cerberus to bits.
You'll enjoy this, Sergeant. One of my spies intercepted this letter from Captain Simus of the late Cerberus. The ingenuity of these people, that means you, Sergeant, is singular in their secret methods of mischief. Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, Sergeant, you can gather from this that I'm very pleased with both you and the turtle. I'm convinced that thanks to your courage, underwater crafts like the turtle will have a tremendous future. Now, coming back to the Eagle, we should have known that British ships were using Carpathia, but unfortunately, our military intelligence is still in its infancy. And that's why I've come to see you, Sergeant. I'd like to have you on my staff as a spy.
A spy? Me, sir?
It's a dangerous profession, Sergeant. It calls for courage, for improvising. But mostly it calls for a man who likes to work alone. And for a man who, when he has to talk, makes sure that he only talks to himself. Well, does that appeal to you, Sergeant?
General Washington, sir? When do I start?
The amazing record of Sergeant Ezra Lee is now part of our inheritance. So is the foresight of General Parsons, General Putnam, and especially General George Washington, for realizing that someday the little clam, the American turtle, would grow in size and power and mobility to finally become the atomic submarine as we know it today. These are the things and the people who have made and will continue to make the America of which we are so justly proud. This is our inheritance. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. We are privileged this evening to hear from the National Vice Commander of the American Legion, Department of North Dakota, Mr. Truman C. Wold.
The American Legion has always maintained that to preserve the American way of life, we must inculcate moral and spiritual values and a sound knowledge of the process of representative government in the minds and hearts of American youth. For that reason, we have through the years designed and supported a variety of youth activities. Approximately 1 million boys play baseball each year under the supervision of American Legion Junior Baseball. In representative government for the youth of our land. Boys under this program in every way simulate the actual form and functioning of our United States government. This, we believe, is important citizenship training. As I see America's youth embrace these programs annually, I am impressed with their fresh faces, clean minds, sturdy bodies, and high moral values. Watching them, I realize that tomorrow's citizens will, under God, preserve and promote the way of life which is our birthright as Americans, our inheritance.
Thank you, Mr. Truman C. Wold. Next week, inherit you on another journey. We'll take to the pages of history to a time when Americans, dreaming of the future, forged that which we possess today. Today's story, The Nutmegger and the Turtle, was written by Guy DeVry and featured Robert Easton as Sergeant Ezra Lee. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Tom McKee, William Johnstone, Paul Dubov, Kurt Martell, and Byron King. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Frontier Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, May 23rd, 1953, 68 years ago today.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It's a long time since I've been in Dodge, Pa.
Yeah, it's just as well you stay out of Dodge, Will. Man's a whole lot better off on a ranch than in a town.
He's a whole lot lonelier, too.
Well, then get married. Place needs a woman anyway.
I got my eye on the Sutter girl, Pa. But she won't be old enough for another 2-3 years.
You'll settle down, Will. It's your brother Print worries me. He ain't as steady as you.
Print's headstrong, that's all.
Now, you go get the wagon and load it up at the store. Our stuff's all ready. I got a little business here in the lawyer's office, and I'll join you.
Okay, Pa. But keep your eyes open with that Rab. I hear he's a sharper.
I can handle him. You go along now.
Sure, Pa.
Well, John Asper, what are you doing in town?
I drove in with one of my boys, Rab, after supplies.
Not often you get to Dodge.
No, it isn't. It's a good thing I came in this time.
Why's that?
Well, last night I ran into the clerk from the land office. We got to talking about this and that and one thing and another.
Eh?
And then he happened to mention that paper you fixed for me here, the one I signed a few weeks back.
Oh, the transfer of title, you mean?
The one that said my boys own the ranch now, that they don't have to wait till I die.
What about it?
You wrote it out legal, and I signed it.
That's right, Asper.
And you said I'd have to wait a while before I could give it to the boys.
I did.
Well, now, Rab, the clerk told me I didn't have to wait any time at all.
The clerk is wrong, Asper. I'm a lawyer. I know the law.
Maybe so, Rab. But anyways, the clerk can read. And he told me that paper I signed says that my boys don't own the ranch at all. It says you do.
All right, the deed is in my name, Asper, but I don't aim to do anything about it for the moment, so don't you get all upset.
You cheated me, didn't you? I should have known better than to trust you, Rab.
Everything's perfectly legal, Asper.
Sure. Only you own my ranch.
Well, I told you can go on living there for a while.
What if I, went to court about it, Rab?
Oh, it'd take forever, and it'd cost you a lot of money, and you couldn't win anyway.
That's just about what I figured.
So you might as well just forget about it, Asper.
I wanted the boys to own that ranch right now so they'd take a bigger interest working it. And it seems their old pa went and fuddled everything.
You got outsmarted, that's all.
I sure did. Well, Rab, I brought this here gun along. And I'm going to kill you with it.
What? Put that gun away, Asper. You can't do that.
Last man I killed was in the spring of '69. Made up my mind then I wouldn't be killing any more men. And I sure hate to do it. But I gotta.
Now, look here, Asper.
Yeah, just ain't any other way, Rab. Like you say, it's all legal, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, I've got to kill you and get it over with.
You're crazy. You'll hang for this.
Sure I will. But I'm old, and it won't matter much. And it just might learn you a lesson.
No. Asper,
I'll
no.
give you a few seconds to pray, Rab, but that's all.
Now, wait, Asper. Listen to me. You can have the deed back. I'll fix it up right now. I don't want your ranch.
Oh, that wouldn't be much use, Rab. You just go tell Marshal Dillon I forced you to sign it back, and then they wouldn't re-record.
No, I won't. I swear I won't.
And then I just have to find you and shoot you all the same. It's just easier I do it now.
No. Here. Here's the deed. I'll fix it right now, and you can go file it yourself. You see, look, I'll do it now.
You know I can't read.
And then we'll take it over together and record it. Oh, no, the clerk can read it for you.
Well, all right, Rab. Go ahead, fix it.
Yeah. There. Now, are you satisfied?
As soon as we get it recorded, maybe I will be.
Come on, then. We'll do it right now.
You're a pretty smart lawyer, Rab. I think this is about the last job I'll ask you to do for me. And if you didn't do this right, I'll kill you sure. Now, let's go find out.
Where have you been all week, Matt? We've missed you around here.
Dodge's been peaceful enough, Kitty. According to Chester, anyway.
Well, at least nobody's been shot, I know of. They've come close to it a time or two, though.
Well, arguing doesn't fill any graves. Yeah, maybe someday men will learn that.
I doubt it.
Huh? You don't think very high of men, do you?
Not very. After what I've seen of them.
Well, maybe the trouble is you've never seen them when they were working. They aren't so bad, man.
That's what they're always telling me. Matt, I'd like to go to St. Louis or somewhere for a while. I need a change.
No? Why don't you go?
Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't really be any good. Alone.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, yeah, Chester.
Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
How are you, Chester?
Say, I just come from Doc's, Mr. Dillon. You better get over there right away. Rab's been shot.
What? Rab, the lawyer?
Yes, sir, right in his office. Doc isn't sure how long he'll be conscious.
Well, who shot him?
I don't know, sir. Some men heard the shot, and they found him there all alone. Whoever it was had got out the back way.
I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Come on, Chester. Can he talk, Chester?
Yes, sir. But Doc told him not to waste his strength none until you got there.
Ah, good.
I can right away, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure. Now, Doc? Doc, how is he?
He's alive, Matt, and still conscious. I've done what I can for him. The marshal's here, Rab. You feel like talking now?
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Rab. Who shot you?
Asper. Oh, John Asper shot me.
John Asper? What? Did you have a fight with him?
He shot me in the back, Marshal. I never even saw him.
Well, how do you know who it was if you didn't see him?
I was sitting in my office, and he shot me through the window in the back.
But how do you know it was Asper?
A couple of days ago, he threatened to shoot me. That's why.
Oh?
He said he'd kill me.
Well, why did he threaten you?
Well, it was about his ranch, Marshal. I made a little mistake and got the title transfer mixed up. But I fixed that. You can ask the clerk at the land office. Everything was made okay. Asper was right there with me.
When was all this?
4 days ago, Marshal. The man's crazy. That's why he shot me. He's plumb crazy.
No, that's enough. That's enough now, Rab. You better not talk anymore now.
Doc, what do you think? How does he look?
Well, he might pull through, Matt, but he cannot get excited.
Okay. We'll go. Let me know how he is, will you?
Oh, sure, Matt. Sure.
I'd like to talk to him again when he's able. His story doesn't make much sense so far.